Chapter 718 Strange Compass. Please subscribe. What's going on? Why hasn't the compass stopped yet? The 18 thieves of Yinshan looked at each other, somewhat puzzled. According to habit, the needle on the compass should have stopped quickly. Even when facing the pursuit of the forces under the prince of the northern town, it usually stopped after just a dozen breaths at most. But now, it had been spinning for nearly half an hour. Had it not been for their previous experience with the miraculous nature of the bronze compass, the 18 thieves of Yinshan probably would have grown impatient by now. Let's wait a bit longer. Exercising patience, the 18 thieves of Yinshan continued to wait. Another half an hour passed. The bronze compass in front of the 18 people, with its copper needle suspended in the central position, was still rotating rapidly. Is there a problem with the compass? The burly leader stood up, scrutinizing the bronze compass closely. Compass, oh compass, in which direction should we brothers head to ensure our safety? The burly man, seeking an alternative approach, posed another question. Buzz, buzz, buzz. No sooner had he spoken than a copper needle in the center of the bronze compass began to spin even faster. What does this mean? This scene left everyone somewhat baffled. What was the compass trying to convey? The burly man's brows were tightly furrowed as he vaguely grasped at a possibility. CTH novel, F. Ire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. But that possibility was too bizarre, wasn't it? Even when trapped in an assassination plot by the prince of the northern town, they had been able to escape unscathed, but in this desolate place. We need to scatter and retreat immediately. The burly man put away the compass and said to the other 17 people in a deep voice, Yes, all right, boss. Although the 17 men did not understand why the burly man gave such an order, they had absolute trust in him after so many years. It was his trust that enabled them to turn danger into safety time after time. Whoosh. The next moment, old 18, the slowest among the thieves, was the first to pick a direction and sprint away. The remaining group also planned to choose directions to flee. Suddenly, rustle, rustle. A figure quietly appeared behind old 18 as he fled. Then, with ease, the figure snapped old 18's neck and casually tossed the body of this evil, which King Peak expert to the side. This scene instantly made the remaining 17 look pale, and a sense of indescribable horror rose within them. Old 18's strength was not much weaker than theirs. They were all which King Peak powerhouses. Yet before this suddenly appearing figure, not even a struggle was possible, and his neck was snapped just like that. Finally found you. Lin Yuan looked toward the 17 thieves of Yinshan. Well, it should now be the 17 thieves, and said with a smile. With his current strength, he could have turned old 18 into a pulp with a single slap. But doing so would have made it difficult to confirm the identity of old 18 as one of the Yinshan thieves. So Lin Yuan merely broke his neck, leaving the body intact. Are you sent by the prince of the northern town? The burly man steadied himself and asked in a low voice. The other 16 were dry-throated, staring intently at Lin Yuan. Prince of the northern town? Don't know him. Lin Yuan shook his head, but I'm quite interested in the bounty on you all. Bounty? The 17 thieves of Yinshan were slightly startled. To them, a powerhouse like Lin Yuan, even if not a witch emperor, was estimated to be close, ranking among the peak of the witch emperor peak realm. And he was interested in a mere tens of millions of magic crystals as bounty? My lord, if you do not harm us, we are willing to offer 60 million, no, 90 million magic crystals as compensation. At that moment, the old 10 of the 17 thieves of Yinshan spoke up cautiously. As he did, he produced a box of purple magic crystals. In the two-dimensional world, magic crystals were a special metal, and the purple ones were of the highest quality. This box of purple magic crystals was estimated to be worth close to 100 million. So many magic crystals? Lin Yuan's eyes brightened slightly. He had already been overjoyed by the 60 million bounty on the Yinshan thieves. But now there seemed to be an even greater gain. If you're not satisfied, we can add more. Although the remaining 17 thieves of the Cloud Mountain were bleeding inside, they still forced a smile and said, 90 million, which crystals were indeed a staggering number for them. But they had no choice. The situation was pressing. As long as they could convince Lin Yuan, They were willing to pay an even greater price. What do you think, sir? It's only 60 million witch crystals. We can offer more. Old Tin took a deep breath and continued to ask. However, snap! Lin Yuan's figure disappeared once again. By the time he reappeared, he was already standing beside Old Tin. With a casual reach, he took the box of purple witch crystals and casually twisted Old Tin's neck. If I kill you, won't all this be mine? Lin Yuan closed the box and solemnly put it away. Let's go. Seeing this, the burly man didn't hesitate to burst away towards the back. The other 15 did the same, each choosing a direction to flee. Think you can escape? Lin Yuan opened his mouth and took a light breath. Rumble. Terrifying air currents surged from all around, entering Lin Yuan's mouth as if he was the eye of a storm. Trees within miles were uprooted and flew toward him. The 16 fleeing thieves were also restrained in place, unable to move. What? The halted thieves of Cloud Mountain felt their scalps explode at this sight. Is this still a human? Is this still a human? Could a mere breath cause such terror? At this moment, these Peak Witch King experts felt their understanding of the world shattering. Die! Lin Yuan's figure disappeared, and in an instant, he had twisted the necks of 6 Cloud Mountain thieves. Explode for me! The burly man, who was the furthest away, didn't hesitate to start burning his essence blood. His aura soared as he stepped into the domain of the Witch Emperor. As the leader of the Cloud Mountain thieves, the burly man had many cards up his sleeve, and this method of exploding strength was one of them. Instantly skyrocketing in strength and stepping into the domain of the Witch Emperor. Although there would be a price to pay afterward, as long as he could survive, it was all worth it. Run! After entering the Witch Emperor realm, the burly man didn't stay to cover for his brothers or restrain Lin Yuan, instead fleeing without hesitation. Although he didn't know the extent of Lin Yuan's power, after the burly man forcibly entered the Witch Emperor realm, he still felt a certain terrifying pressure facing Lin Yuan. This pressure was no different from when he was at the peak of the Witch King. Escape, escape, escape. At this moment, this was the only thought in the burly man's mind. He didn't know how much time had passed. Finally, the burly man stopped, because Lin Yuan was standing silently not far ahead, looking at him. My lord! Trembling inside, the burly man thought to himself that he had burned his essence blood and entered the domain of the Witch Emperor, yet he couldn't even get far away from Lin Yuan. Without thinking, the burly man knew that the rest of the Cloud Mountain thieves were dead. At that moment, many thoughts flashed through the burly man's mind, recalling the scene when the bronze compass spun incessantly earlier. So, the compass wasn't malfunctioning, the burly man realized with terror. The reason why the needle of the bronze compass didn't stop for a long time was because none of the 18 brothers had any avenue of survival. No matter which direction they went, death was certain, and they couldn't escape Lin Yuan's pursuit. Realizing this, the burly man couldn't help but kneel down and plead, My lord, we should never have dealt with you. Just spare my life, and I will listen to everything you say, serving you for the rest of my life. The burly man wanted to live. If he could survive, he was willing to become a servant. Serve me. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. No need. Lin Yuan had killed 17 of the 18 thieves of Cloud Mountain, who were said to be as close as brothers. Wouldn't the remaining burly man harbor any thoughts? Even now, the burly man might be daunted by Lin Yuan's power and dare not harbor any thoughts. But what about the future? Naturally, Lin Yuan didn't want to leave such a hidden danger by his side. It was simpler to kill him for peace of mind. As for subordinates, there were so many natives in this world. Was there a lack of people to serve under him? All 18 of you should go together. Lin Yuan raised his right hand and effortlessly twisted the burly man's neck. The burly man's eyes bulged as his breath rapidly faded. Cloud Mountain's 18 thieves, all dead here. Lin Yuan withdrew his hand. 60 million witch crystals, plus that box worth 90 million witch crystals of purple witch crystals, 150 million witch crystals in total. Along with the savings of these 18 men, the resources needed to break through to the Witch Emperor realm are all gathered. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. This outing had fully met his expectations. He had thought he would need to take several more bounties to gather enough. but it turned out to be one-shot success. Lin Yuan began to search the belongings of the burly man. Suddenly, a bronze compass fell out. Lin Yuan looked at the bronze compass, and he felt a peculiar aura from it. Search the novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 719 Supreme Weapons? Seeking subscriptions, this compass? Lin Yuan's expression revealed a hint of surprise. In the two-dimensional world, any supernatural power will be diminished, leaving only the purest physical form. But this bronze compass emitted a certain mysterious aura to Lin Yuan. This barely detectable feeling of surpassing the suppression of the two-dimensional world made Lin Yuan slightly more solemn. As far as he knew, so far, no level of life or treasure had been able to withstand the dimensional suppression. Except CTH Novel Fire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Ultimate existences. How do I use it? Lin Yuan keenly noticed the fresh blood remaining on the bronze compass. Is it with fresh blood? Lin Yuan speculated in his heart. He'll study it slowly when I get back. Lin Yuan pocketed the bronze compass, checked the bodies of Yunshan's 18 thieves several times to ensure nothing was overlooked, and then left with their vital organs. To claim the bounty for the Yunshan 18 thieves, one must prove that they had indeed killed the other party. And here, the proof generally consisted of the opponent's vital organs. Although Lin Yuan reaped great benefits from the bodies of the Yunshan 18 thieves, he did not forget the bounty which crystals on them. These were handed out for free, naturally not to be wasted. Dongyuan City, Shuyu Tavern. The hunchbacked old man was dozing off. As a peak powerhouse from the ancient capital of Shuyu ancient country, to avoid the enticements of many powers, he specially took the job as the tavern keeper in Shuyu Tavern of Dongyuan City. Although Dongyuan City was a large city, it was far from the capital and the convergence of powers. Here, there weren't as many troubles, and the hunched old man had already decided to retire in this place. He was already very old, his vitality waning, and no longer suited to compete with those peak power which emperors in their prime. Due to the Yunshan 18 thieves moving to the surroundings, a large number of powerhouses from the ancient country have already gradually converged here. The hunched old man shook his head slightly, feeling quite helpless. The bounty alone for the Yunshan 18 thieves reached 60 million witch crystals, plus their original possessions and the accumulations over many years. Even peak witch emperors were extremely eager. However, peak witch emperors were ultimately a minority. Most of those who came to hunt the Yunshan 18 thieves were teams formed by many strong individuals. That young man is here again? The hunched old man's gaze shifted and saw Lin Yuan entering the tavern again. The hunched old man had a deep impression of Lin Yuan. First, because Lin Yuan dared to accept the bounty for the Yunshan 18 on his own. Second, because Lin Yuan was not any of the strong individuals the hunched old man knew. Third, because the time Lin Yuan had been away was too short, less than a day. Inside a private room of the tavern, Lin Yuan sat opposite the hunched old man. How is it? Are you planning to give up on the bounty mission? The old man asked without any hint of mockery. The Yunshan 18 thieves were powerful and possessed numerous trump cards. Even in his peak period, he wasn't sure of defeating them, let alone Lin Yuan, who seemed very young. The hunched old man speculated that Lin Yuan must be a scion out for experience from some major family. On a whim, he wanted to take on the bounty for the Yunshan 18, but after a day's journey, he found he couldn't even trace the Yunshan 18. So he returned to the tavern intending to give up the quest. No, I'm here to claim the bounty, Lin Yuan said. To claim the bounty? The hunched old man looked at Lin Yuan, not reacting for a moment. Claim the bounty for the Yunshan 18 thieves? This is their skulls. Lin Yuan opened the bag he carried, and 18 skulls rolled out. The proof of killing the Yunshan 18 thieves required vital organs like skulls, not just any body part. Only such vital organs like skulls could be recognized by Shuyu Tavern. Lin Yuan had, of course, figured all this out before accepting the bounty. so there wouldn't be any issues at this time. As for how to substantiate that these skulls came from the Yinshan 18, Shuyu Tavern had its own methods to verify this. Skulls. The hunched old man's expression became grave. Although he was not sure at the moment if these 18 skulls belonged to the Yinshan 18, with his insight, he could directly judge whether these 18 skulls came from powerhouses close to the level of a witch emperor. Witch king, witch emperor, and even witch emperor showed great difference in the degree to which they fortified their bodies, which affected the hardness and texture of their bones. This was evident to anyone with a bit of experience. Please, wait a moment. The hunched old man's tone changed immediately. He swiftly called his subordinates to take the 18 skulls out. A moment later, the hunched old man walked into the private room quickly and spoke with a bit of respect. "My lord, the skulls have been confirmed to belong to the Yinshan 18. Lin Yuan nodded. The reputation of Shuyu Tavern was indeed reliable. Lin Yuan chose to accept the bounty at Shuyu Tavern precisely because of its leniency. Anybody could post and accept bounty missions at Shuyu Tavern without declaring their identity. Though Shuyu Tavern originated from Shuyu ancient country, over the long years, it had already become independent, serving all witches or stronger beings from all 12 ancient nations. This is blood rain tea, which only the imperial clan members of Shuyu ancient country can enjoy. The hunched old man waved his hand, and immediately a cup of tea was brought forward. The tea was the color of blood red. Lin Yuan was not planning to drink it, but casually glanced at it and noticed mysterious auras flowing within. This tea, Lin Yuan's brow twitched. The mysterious fluctuation in the tea gave him a similar feeling to the bronze compass, though far less intense and mysterious. Had he not just encountered the bronze compass, Lin Yuan would probably have just thought the tea unique, not considering a direction of breaking free from the dimensional suppression of the two-dimensional world. Search the novel Fire Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 7, 20 Supreme Weapons? Subscribe, please. _2" I'll take it back to drink. Lin Yuan packed the tea along with the cup into his bundle. The hunchbacked old man was taken aback upon seeing this, but dare not say more. If Lin Yuan could kill the Yinshan 18 thieves with such ease, even if he was not at the level of the Witch Emperor, he must be close to it. Even in a place like the capital where strong figures were many, he would be capable of commanding respect. Blood rain tea comes from the blood rain tea tree, which is a heritage object of the Shuyu ancient country, existing ever since the ancient country was founded. Drinking blood rain tea can slowly improve one's physique, and it's also beneficial for cultivation over a long period. Thinking Lin Yuan was interested in the blood rain tea, the hunchbacked old man immediately began to introduce it. Blood rain tea tree. Lin Yuan memorized this name, considering that if its leaves contained a mysterious aura, then the blood rain tea tree as the source must be similar to the bronze compass, an oddity capable of resisting the dimensional suppression of the two-dimensional world. Here is the 70 million witch crystals reward. The hunchbacked old man swiftly produced a witch crystal note, issued by the 12 Kingdoms Bank and universally accepted. "We're even." Lin Yuan nodded and took the witch crystal note. "Would you be interested in joining us at the Shuyu Tavern? With your strength, just by joining, you would become a grade A member of the tavern, enjoying priority in taking on bounties and even higher commission rewards," the hunchbacked old man said immediately. The Shuyu Tavern could issue any bounty, taking a cut from the bounty to sustain its daily operations. For example, the bounty for the Yinshan 18 thieves was as high as 70 million, but in reality, the Shuyu Tavern took at least 20 million witch crystals as its cut. That is to say, by joining the Shuyu Tavern, Lin Yuan would receive a reward of 90 million witch crystals. Think about it. Lin Yuan had no intention of joining the tavern, but did not reject the offer outright. The hunchbacked old man stood up to see Lin Yuan off. Only after Lin Yuan's figure had disappeared did he return and sit down again. Just then, a man with white hair and beard appeared beside the hunchbacked old man. "Master of the tavern, the man with white hair exclaimed. The bounty for the Yinshan 18 thieves has been claimed? Yes, the hunchbacked old man nodded. Who killed them? The white-haired man was curious. The Yinshan 18 thieves were cautious and crafty. There had been witch emperor-level figures who tried to catch them in the past, but often they would escape before the witch emperor-level figures even arrived. To the outside world, the Yinshan 18 thieves seemed to have almost a terrifying intuition, often able to sense danger ahead of time and take the most prudent escape route. Unclear, the hunchbacked old man shook his head. Saw the novel F.I.R. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Unclear. The white-haired man was even more astonished. Such a strong individual, and even the well-informed hunchbacked old man had no idea? Is it not very normal that I don't know, given how vast this world is? The hunchbacked old man glanced to the white-haired man and, after a moment of thought, continued, I guess he must be a strong figure from outside the Shuyu ancient country. Inside the Shuyu ancient country, the hunchbacked old man considered himself quite knowledgeable, but he knew nothing about Lin Yuan. The only possibility was that Lin Yuan came from outside the Shuyu ancient country. The bounty for the Yinshan 18 thieves could be taken up not only by the strong figures within the Shuyu ancient country, but also by those from other ancient countries, triggering widespread attention. All right, let's stop here with this matter. Do not mention that strong figure any further. The hunchbacked old man stood up and said, also, take down the bounty for the Yinshan 18 thieves. Since the Yinshan 18 thieves were already dead, there was no need for the bounty to remain. Yes. The white-haired man was startled inside, but responded with respect immediately. Several days later, deep in the primordial jungle, the valley where the Yinshan 18 thieves had once holed up, over a dozen figures appeared there. According to the information, the Yinshan 18 thieves should have made a brief stop here, said one of the sharp-eyed men in a low voice. They were bounty hunters who roamed among the 12 ancient countries, specializing in hunting those with lucrative bounties. They were recently focused on the Yinshan 18 thieves because, after all, a bounty of 70 million, plus the treasures that the 18 thieves had looted from the prince of the northern town's treasury. Such a huge fortune was enough to attract their pursuit. A battle took place here. At that moment, a chubby man, after observing carefully for a while, suddenly spoke up. A battle. The others were slightly stunned. Could it be that someone had beaten them to it? Not a battle, the chubby man corrected. A slaughter. At this revelation, everyone exchanged looks of puzzlement. A battle and a slaughter, although only one word apart, meant entirely different things. And who slaughtered whom? The Yinshan 18 thieves should be almost all dead. The chubby man continued to scrutinize the subtle traces left at the scene, finally coming to a conclusion. Among the 18, one fled in that direction, while the other 17 are dead. The attack must have been carried out by a single person, the chubby man said in a calm tone, but the brutality and terror he implied were palpable. Everyone imagined a fearsome scene, a strong figure suddenly appearing just outside this valley. Then one by one, the Yinshan 18 thieves fell dead. Despite any resistance they might have attempted along the way, escape from death was unlikely. In the end, one of the Yinshan 18 thieves managed to flee in that direction while the rest were being slaughtered. The chubby man glanced in that direction and set off after the trail. Before long, at the base of an ancient tree, the chubby man came to a stop. Search the novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 721 Supreme Weapons. Please subscribe. _3 inch the one who escaped has also died, the chubby man solemnly reported. Upon hearing this, a chill rose in the hearts of the others around him. Even though they had planned to target the 18 bandits of Yinshan, they had never considered capturing all 18 at once. That was not realistic. The 18 bandits of Yinshan were not fools. Once they realized they were overmatched, they would definitely scatter and flee. With 18 men scattering, how could one capture them all at once? Moreover, according to the intelligence they had gathered, the 18 bandits of Yinshan possessed astonishing intuition, able to elude those stronger than them who often hadn't even arrived before they had fled. Really dead. Just then, the leading man spoke. This man's skin was black, and he stood solid like a mountain, his gaze cold and steady. According to the traces left behind, all 18 bandits of Yinshan should be dead, the chubby man said. Can you tell anything about the background of the one who made the move? The leader continued to inquire. I can't tell. The 18 bandits of Yinshan died quickly, without even managing to struggle, the chubby man explained. If there had been a struggle, the traces of the fight might have given them some clues about the background of the attacker. But with no struggle, the 18 bandits of Yinshan were slaughtered by that powerful being, one slap per person. How could they discern the attacker's background from that? Just then, a slim figure sprinted over. Shuyu Tavern has withdrawn the bounty on the 18 bandits of Yinshan. The slim figure immediately declared. Shuyu Tavern had withdrawn the bounty several days ago, but the spread of the news was delayed, and the group only received the message just now. It seems the 18 bandits of Yinshan are indeed dead, the leading man nodded. Shuyu Tavern would only withdraw the bounty when absolutely certain that all of the 18 bandits of Yinshan were dead. What a pity. We crossed 6 or 7 ancient countries, only to return empty-handed. Everyone glanced at each other, unsure whether to feel regret or relief, although it was frustrating that another powerful being had intercepted their target. When they saw the traces of that being's slaughter of the 18 bandits of Yinshan, they actually felt relieved to have been preempted. Otherwise, wouldn't they have had to face that mysterious, powerful foe? Given how easily this person had slaughtered the 18 bandits of Yinshan, they had no confidence in resisting. While the others had their complicated thoughts, the leading black-skinned man was lost in deep thought. The one who could kill the 18 bandits of Yinshan so effortlessly must be at least a witch emperor. Yet a witch emperor, the black-skinned man pondered with a hint of doubt. How have witch emperor-level beings become so numerous in the last 2 decades? Having traveled through many ancient countries, he faintly realized that in the last 20 years, witch emperors, who usually took hundreds or even thousands of years to emerge, have started appearing frequently, especially in the capitals of the great ancient countries. Witch emperors who had never been heard of before, one after the other, seemed to appear like they were free. If not for the heritage left by the witch ancestor in these ancient countries, the current 12 ancient countries would likely have seen major upheavals already. Saw the Oval Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Luo River Gather Site. Deepest part of the cave dwelling. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. This operation should have been perfect. Lin Yuan began to reflect. From taking on the bounty at Shuyu Tavern to the killing of the 18 bandits of Yinshan, he had left no traces that could potentially expose his identity. The bounty on the 18 bandits of Yinshan was rich, attracting the attention of the majority of bounty hunters from the 12 ancient countries. Lin Yuan's intervention at this time would only be considered the act of a strong being from the 12 ancient countries. That broadened the range. The only oversight was that Lin Yuan had once sent Jia Rangu to investigate the traces of the 18 bandits of Yinshan. It was not that Jia Rangu would betray him. Lin Yuan had conquered Jia Rangu, leaving a trace of blood essence in his mind. With a thought, he could detonate it, controlling Jia Rangu's life and death, leaving no room for betrayal. But the act of Jia Rangu investigating the tracks of the 18 bandits of Yinshan for Lin Yuan was not foolproof. Lin Yuan thought about it and realized that this couldn't really be considered a hidden danger. Jia Rangu, as the acknowledged leader of the Luo River Gathering Site, became aware that the 18 bandits of Yinshan had scattered to nearby areas. Taking a slight interest by investigating the bandits' traces, everything made sense. After much pondering, Lin Yuan flipped his right hand. A teacup appeared before him. The teacup was crafted from expensive jade. Just as teacup alone was worth a witch crystal. But Lin Yuan's attention was not on the teacup, but rather on the blood-red tea inside it. Blood rain tea, Lin Yuan observed carefully. At Shuyu Tavern, Lin Yuan had not dared to drink this tea, worrying it might contain something tricky. Though the likelihood was low, Shuyu Tavern was renowned, and if they were to engage in underhanded tactics just because Lin Yuan took a bounty on the 18 bandits of Yinshan, how could they possibly have grown to such a scale? There's no poison. After repeated testing, Lin Yuan cautiously took a sip. The cold tea flowed down his throat, infusing his limbs and bones. Throughout this time, Lin Yuan remained extremely alert, ready at any moment to isolate all the tea in his stomach should anything unusual occur. It indeed has a slight beneficial effect on the body. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. It must be because Lin Yuan's physical body was too strong at this moment. If a Witch King level being drank this cup of Blood Rain tea, it would probably not be a slight benefit, but a significant boost to their physique. Blood Rain tea water? Lin Yuan pondered, eventually taking out that bronze compass. Still exhibiting a distinct, mystical aura despite the dimensional suppression of the two-dimensional world, Lin Yuan's mind fluctuated, his suspicions growing. Even the most powerful Tier 11 life forms could not manifest any extraordinary powers in this two-dimensional world. Yet this bronze compass did, which meant this bronze compass could very possibly be one of the supreme weapons. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 722 Major Gains. Please subscribe. In fact, it's not entirely accurate to call it a supreme weapon, but at the very least, it is a 12-star level rare treasure. Only entities that transcend the 11 stars can withstand the rules of the two-dimensional world. Has this bronze compass been in this two-dimensional world for a very long time, a relic that was lost here from the past? Lin Yuan speculated. The two-dimensional world he was currently in was essentially a piece of white paper that had been ejected from the Taiyuan relic far beyond the universe. After traversing the vast distances through the chaos void, it ultimately squeezed into the universe of human civilization. It was unknown through what places this sheet of white paper had passed, such as inhaling lives like Lin Yuan, how many powerhouses and treasures it had absorbed. But one thing was certain. Only 12th rank lives that have stepped out of the river of time could rid themselves of becoming two-dimensional. As for the treasures and rare weapons at the 12th rank level, without a master in control, once they fully fall into the two-dimensional world, they might end up like the current bronze compass, its divine power unrevealed, merely with a faint mysterious aura circulating. Even the supreme beings, if they did not resist and allowed themselves to be absorbed into the two-dimensional world by the white paper, would probably have their strength suppressed substantially. This bronze compass? A 12-star strange treasure? Or even a supreme weapon? Lin Yuan found it hard to believe. In the main world, how precious 12-star strange treasures are, especially supreme weapons, which are the foundation of peak clans. Wielding a supreme weapon, one could unleash attacks at the supreme level. The eternal spatial rifts in the small and medium-sized battlefields of different races were created in this manner. So far, the only chance Lin Yuan had to come into contact with a 12-star rare treasure weapon was through passing the 5th floor of the demonic Jade Space Black Tower. Lin Yuan, who had reached the 9th rank and thoroughly understood the rule of time, was rewarded with a selection of 12-star treasures upon passing the 5th floor of the Black Tower. Lin Yuan could choose one from among them. Even so, Lin Yuan hadn't made his decision up to now because the opportunity was too precious. And now, a bronze compass, which was highly likely to be a supreme weapon, just appeared so easily before him. Lin Yuan believed this bronze compass was most likely a supreme weapon because it was clearly not naturally formed. It obviously had been refined later, otherwise it wouldn't have such a distinct shape as a compass. And a supreme weapon is often refined from several, or even dozens, of 12-star treasures. If I can leave this world smoothly, can I take this bronze compass with me? Lin Yuan's heart pounded with excitement. This was a weapon of 12-star level rare treasures, right? In the two-dimensional world, it was ordinary, merely with a faint mysterious aura circulating. But once it left the two-dimensional world and appeared in the main universe, it would be a weapon of infinite divine power. In the main universe, because of that cosmic aurora, the supreme beings of human civilization and other P-clans nearly came to blows. One could imagine how precious treasures of this level were. Not just this bronze compass. The Blood Rain Tea Tree from the Shuyu ancient country should also be a 12-star treasure. Lin Yuan suddenly thought. Merely some tea leaves could possess a slight mysterious aura. The Blood Rain Tea Tree, as the parent body, must be no less significant than the bronze compass. Do the myriad tribes' powerhouses know about this? Lin Yuan wondered to himself. At least he hadn't heard of it from Nalan. In fact, Lin Yuan's acquisition of this bronze compass was a very coincidental event. If the powerhouses of the myriad clans had similar encounters, they would surely keep it secret. As for the national treasures of the ancient countries, such as the Blood Rain Tea Tree from the Shuyu ancient country, so far, the strongest among the myriad tribes' powerhouses was the Witch Emperor, with none stepping into the realm of the Witch Ancestor yet. Under these circumstances, it was impossible to directly challenge the authority of the ancient countries. But Lin Yuan speculated that day would not be far off. As time passed, there would be a large number of powerhouses from the myriad clans becoming Witch Ancestors. Even those at Tier 11, through their mastery of power, could force their way well beyond the Witch Ancestor. By then, treasures like the Bronze Compass would definitely not be able to be kept secret. In this two-dimensional world, there should be a considerable number of similar 12-star treasures, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Just the 12 ancient countries alone each had their own national treasures, not to mention those scattered about, like the bronze compass in Lin Yuan's possession. Forget it. At least I've obtained one for now. Lin Yuan didn't have much interest in other 12-star treasures. At the moment, his attention was entirely focused on the bronze compass before him. Does using this compass require blood? Lin Yuan pondered. When he first discovered the compass, he had noticed blood stains on it. Let's try. Lin Yuan raised his right hand and squeezed out over a dozen drops of blood, letting them fall onto the compass. Hum hum hum. At the same time, the copper needle suspended in the center of the compass began to spin rapidly. Soon, the copper needle stopped, and information suddenly appeared in Lin Yuan's mind. No dangers have been detected so far. Detect dangers? Lin Yuan pondered in his heart. Can this compass capture the dangers that are about to come, and then point out a way to survive? The conclusion that Lin Yuan drew was not solely based on the information transmitted by the compass itself. It was also based on the past performance of the Yunshan 18 Thieves. Outsiders believed that the Yunshan 18 Thieves had an astonishing intuition. They could often leave in advance before the arrival of overwhelming powerhouses. Lin Yuan used to think this was the intuition of the Yunshan 18 Thieves. But now, seeing this bronze compass, it must be that the intuition of the Yunshan 18 Thieves came from this compass. It's a good thing, indeed. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Although the use of the bronze compass was not that of those direct combat, power-enhancing lethal weapons, but detecting dangers in advance was certainly a rare ability. The most important point was, this ability basically matched the main goals that Lin Yuan had set after landing in this two-dimensional world. Lin Yuan possessed against heaven's understanding. His limit in this world was far beyond those of Tier 11 lives. Given time, Lin Yuan would sooner or later sweep through this two-dimensional world. Before that, the ability to detect dangers in advance and strive for growth time was crucial. This compass should be a premonitory type exotic treasure and weapon. Lin Yuan thought silently. The premonition of impending dangers was just the ability of the compass suppressed by the two-dimensional world. If it escaped the two-dimensional world, the full potential of the bronze compass would likely involve various premonitions of future timelines. Such treasures, not even within human civilization or the main universe, had Lin Yuan heard of. But in the Xianwang secret realm and the Demon Jade space, they were well known. Starting from Tier 12, the goal of ultimate beings was to transform into perfect time beings. Ia the Novel Fire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. In perfect time beings, existing in the past, present, and future, could easily see each timeline's beginning and end if they so desired. This type of premonitory exotic treasure and weapon was a product that replicated the minor abilities of perfect time beings. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had gone by. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, his body surging with vital energy like an ocean, the temperature around him soaring so rapidly that even ordinary Witch King-level powerhouses couldn't come close. After spending 5 years, I have finally devised a Witch Emperor-level cultivation method and successfully advanced to the Witch Emperor tier. Lin Yuan reigned in his aura, nodding in satisfaction. With my against heaven's understanding to deduce and enlighten the Tao, the Witch Emperor-level cultivation method I've created is superior to all Witch Emperors in this world. In simple terms, Lin Yuan was now a Witch Emperor, but he was already invincible at that tier, and even those myriad tribes, powerhouses, and 11th rank peak lives that fell into this world, as long as they were within the Witch Emperor's domain, couldn't defeat Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had stayed in the Witch King realm for more than a decade, and had only recently advanced to the Witch Emperor tier, nearly exhausting every bit of potential at the Witch King level. However, to create my own Ancestor Witch cultivation skill, it would be best to review the Ancestor Witch cultivation skills compiled by the 12 ancient countries. Lin Yuan thought to himself, each of the founders of the 12 ancient countries in this world was an Ancestor Witch, and the Ancestor Witch cultivation skills they passed down were the foundation of the royal families of the great ancient countries. With Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding, even without those Ancestor Witch cultivation skills for reference, he could create his own Ancestor Witch cultivation skill. But it would undoubtedly take much longer. Ancestor Witch cultivation skills were essentially the Ancestor Witch's exploration and enlightenment of the essence of the world. Lin Yuan reviewing those Ancestor Witch cultivation skills was akin to standing on the shoulders of past giants, greatly benefiting the creation of his own Ancestor Witch cultivation skill. It would at least save a lot of time. Currently, my power rivals the unconquered Witch King and is comparable to an Ancestor Witch. Lin Yuan made a clear assessment of himself. Purely in terms of combat power, he was no weaker than any Ancestor Witch of ancient and modern times. Of course, here, the term Ancestor Witch refers to native Ancestor Witches and doesn't include those powerhouses from myriad tribes. Some special 11th rank peak lives in the main universe. Once they become Ancestor Witches, leveraging their mastery of power, are definitely much stronger than those native Ancestor Witches of the past. But for those special 11th rank peak lives, once they step into the Ancestor Witch tier, their cultivation speed plummets, as there is no path forward. Now, quite a few myriad tribes powerhouses have successively become Ancestor Witches. Lin Yuan thought of the information he had learned over the years. The cultivation paths of those myriad tribes powerhouses completely follow this world's cultivation system, so their speed is extremely fast, and there are no bottlenecks as the realm of their true bodies sets the stage. Lin Yuan's understanding was too profound. He ventured on his own path at the Witch King tier and even created his unique Witch Emperor's cultivation method. So in terms of pure cultivation speed, he definitely couldn't compare with those myriad tribes powerhouses. However, Lin Yuan was not worried at all. Now as a Witch Emperor, he matched an Ancestor Witch, and once he stepped into the Ancestor Witch tier, he might directly rival the few strongest 11th rank lives. In the main universe, Lin Yuan's strength was far from matching any of those 11th rank peak lives. The gap between them was as vast as a chasm. But this two-dimensional world seemed tailor-made for Lin Yuan. Provided enough time, those 11th rank peak lives couldn't catch up to Lin Yuan, even if they tried. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 723, The 9 Great Powers. Please subscribe. Deep in the cosmic starry skies, the vast scroll slowly unraveled. All the Supreme Being's ultimate existences stood outside the scroll, carefully observing every little detail of the massive painting. Ever since that white paper squeezed into this universe, and then was fixed here, unfolding in the form of a scroll, all the 12-stage powerhouses within the universe descended to this place. This white paper was truly too mysterious, too inconceivable, containing an entire two-dimensional world. Any being below the 12th rank that approached would be automatically dimensionally reduced. There's no way. Even if we joined forces and tried refining for hundreds of thousands, millions of years, it would still be impossible to refine this scroll. Search * the novel fire, NE *T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Correct. This scroll gives me the feeling of the vast universe itself. How can we refine it? Go to Perhaps we can't refine it from the outside, but if we descend into the scroll, there might be a chance to refine it. The ultimate existences quickly exchanged thoughts. In this period, they had basically used every method at their disposal. Not to mention refining the scroll, they couldn't even manage to shake it. What's more, that the scroll eventually came to a stop was largely not because of the many Supreme Beings' interference, but because the scroll itself grew tired of flying. Descend into the scroll? The Unicorn Supreme Being glanced at the other many Supreme Beings. Indeed, this method was the most promising one they had deduced, yet no Supreme Being was willing to try it. Supreme Beings could resist the automatic dimensional reduction of the scroll. But if they gave up resisting, they would naturally fall into the two-dimensional world within the scroll. It's easy to fall in, but it won't be so easy to get out. If an accident occurred inside, leading to the demise of the descended avatar, the foundational loss would still synchronize with the Supreme Being's main body. For those 10th and 11th rank powerhouses who fell into the scroll, even if their avatars died within, it wouldn't have a significant impact on the forces behind them. The great alliance of peak clans would definitely not be shaken by the loss of a few 11th rank lives. But it was different for the Supreme Beings. If they suffered a drastic drop in strength or were seriously injured, the impact would be extremely far-reaching and could even change the current situation of the Starry Sky races. Let's wait and see. So many strong members of my clan have fallen in. Let's wait for the next opening of the Heavenly Gate to see if they can come out. Each Supreme Being, each ultimate existence, was very cautious. They all realized the extreme importance of this scroll. Whoever could refine, it would be akin to gaining the combat power of 2 or 3 more Supreme Beings. But now they couldn't rush. The two-dimensional world. In Donyuan City, at Shuyu Tavern, a hunchbacked old man was dozing off. Suddenly, just at that moment, the hunchbacked old man seemed to sense something and abruptly opened his eyes, only to see that a young man had taken a seat not far away at some point in time. "My lord," the hunchbacked elder's heart trembled, and he immediately stood up and said respectfully, "I've come here to make a deal with your Shuyu Tavern." Lin Yuan spoke, his tone calm and steady. Over the years, he had gradually acquired many cultivation resources through Shuyu Tavern, and the two of them had become quite familiar. Although Shuyu Tavern originated from Shuyu Ancient Country, it operated independently of the Ancient Country, with branches spread throughout the 12 ancient countries, maintaining an excellent reputation. Of course, to be completely safe, Lin Yuan would always use the bronze compass to confirm that there was no danger in this area before each visit. Upon descending to this two-dimensional world, Lin Yuan didn't really trust anyone. "Please speak," the hunchbacked elder immediately said in a low voice. The more he interacted with Lin Yuan, the more he could sense Lin Yuan's terror. Initially, the hunchbacked elder thought that Lin Yuan was a powerhouse approaching the level of the Witch Emperor. But today, the Tuoba elder understood how ridiculous his original thought was. Approaching the Witch Emperor? With Lin Yuan's strength, he would be considered incredibly strong even among the Witch Emperors. As for Lin Yuan's youthful appearance, in this world, there were some miraculous items, such as the Blood Rain Tea Tree from the Shuyu Ancient Country and other relics capable of maintaining eternal youth. In the hunchbacked elder's mind, Lin Yuan must be some ancient monster who had remained hidden from the world for who knows how many years, and his youthful appearance was merely a facade. I want some cultivation techniques. Ancestor, which cultivation skills? Lin Yuan said directly. Ancestral sorcerer-level cultivation skills. The hunchbacked elder was shocked, but also felt it made sense. With Lin Yuan's strength, it was probably only the ancestor which cultivation skills, symbolic of the highest level in this world, that could catch his interest. My lord, any ancestral sorcerer-level cultivation skill comes with a significant origin, if not from some ancient country, then from certain supreme forces. The hunchbacked elder was somewhat troubled. With the influence and power of Shuyu Tavern, they were indeed capable of obtaining ancestral sorcerer-level cultivation skills. But obtaining those skills was one thing. Whether they dared to sell them openly was another matter entirely. Ancestral sorcerer-level cultivation skills had characteristics that were very distinct and were monopolized by the great ancient countries. Without the permission of these countries, anyone who spread ancestral sorcerer-level cultivation skills privately would be hunted by all 12 ancient countries. Rest assured, the ancestral sorcerer-level cultivation skills I acquire will have nothing to do with Shuyu Tavern, Lin Yuan assured. Since the Lord has said so, it would be somewhat inappropriate for me to decline further. The hunchbacked elder's tone softened. There were some things he dared not say bluntly, but Lin Yuan picked up the implications in his words and promptly made assurances, making it easier for him to act. So far, my Shuyu Tavern has collected a total of 8 ancestral sorcerer-level cultivation skills. Does the Lord plan to take all of them? The hunchbacked elder tentatively asked. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 724, The 9 Great Powers. Please subscribe, _2" all of them. Lin Yuan nodded. The most significant meaning of the ancestral sorcerer-level cultivation skill for him was not for cultivation, but to glimpse into the essence of cultivation in this world based on its principles. If we were to talk about strength, Lin Yuan, who had only descended into this world for slightly more than 20 years, had already surpassed all past ancestral sorcerers. Very well. The hunched old man respectfully turned and left. A moment later, he brought in a box. My lord, all 8 ancestral sorcerer-level cultivation skills are inside here. The hunched old man, using a specific technique, opened the box, which neatly contained a stack of booklets. Without the specific technique, even if someone else acquired the box, it would be useless, as forcing it open would only trigger the self-destruct mechanism inside. Go to how many witch crystals? Lin Yuan glanced at it and casually asked. 1 billion witch crystals for 1 ancestral sorcerer-level cultivation skill. A total of 80 billion for all 8, the hunched old man immediately replied. To obtain these ancestral sorcerer-level cultivation skills, the Shuyu Tavern had paid a considerable price. The key point was that the Shuyu Tavern, in selling these ancestral sorcerer-level cultivation skills, had to bear the risk of leakage. Put on my tab. Start the novel. Fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Lin Yuan casually picked up one of the ancestral sorcerer-level cultivation skills, glanced through it in just a few looks, then moved on to the next one. With the thought-processing speed of a 10th rank being from the outside world, memorizing these brief text descriptions of the cultivation skills could not be simpler. All right, the hunched old man nodded. Through years of interaction, he had come to trust Lin Yuan somewhat. Such a sorcerer emperor peak powerhouse wouldn't stoop to defaulting on a debt of less than 100 billion witch crystals. By the way, my lord, the ancestral sorcerer-level cultivation skills obtained by Shuyu Tavern are all somewhat incomplete. The core and crucial parts are traditionally passed down orally, making them very difficult to obtain, said the hunched old man, as if he had just thought of something. Without the most crucial core parts, it is difficult to practice these ancestral sorcerer-level cultivation skills deeply, and lacking certain key pieces of information could even lead to deviation disasters. I know. Lin Yuan continued to rapidly flip through the booklets. He wasn't watching these ancestral sorcerer-level cultivation skills to cultivate them, but merely for reference. He just needed to grasp the overall concept behind each of the ancestral sorcerer cultivation techniques. A moment later, Lin Yuan had finished looking through all ancestral sorcerer-level cultivation skills. He then stood up and left. The hunched old man bowed to see him off. Once Lin Yuan had disappeared, the hunched old man pondered with a thoughtful expression. The Lord purchasing so many ancestral sorcerer cultivation techniques. Could it be that the hunched old man swallowed hard, faintly suspecting something? At the peak of a mountain, Lin Yuan's figure appeared, and he sat down cross-legged. These 8 ancestral sorcerer cultivation techniques' exposition of the essence of power is still not perfect. However, the represented direction does have many merits. Lin Yuan thought quietly to himself, especially the Chongqing cultivation skill from the mysterious Chongqing ancient country. This particular cultivation technique provided Lin Yuan with the greatest enlightenment, which was longevity. Those who stepped into the ancestral sorcerer realm with this technique lived twice as long as other sorcerers at the same level. Of course, the Chongqing cultivation skill had its drawbacks as well. It wasn't effective in direct combat. Although Chongqing ancestral sorcerer lived the longest, his combat strength ranked at the very bottom amongst all the ancestors in history. But with Lin Yuan's Against Heaven's understanding, he could completely extract its essence and enhance the longevity aspect of his own cultivation body. He could even greatly boost the longevity effect and shatter the theoretical limits of the Chongqing cultivation skill. Longevity. For all the myriad tribes, powerhouses that have fallen into the two-dimensional world, it is far more critical than one might imagine. And for Lin Yuan, it is an avenue of retreat. If after 300 years, when the heavenly gate opens, Lin Yuan cannot sweep across all the 11th rank peak life forms and reach the gate, then he can only hope for the next opening of the heavenly gate. And each opening of the heavenly gate occurs at intervals of 10,000 years. Of course, that's the worst-case scenario. With Lin Yuan's Against Heaven's understanding, with an equal starting point, after more than 300 years of cultivation, those 11th rank peak life forms couldn't possibly be his opponents. If I can fully integrate this Chongqing cultivation skill into my own, I can extend my life by at least 20 to 30,000 years, Lin Yuan silently mused. Here, the extension of life refers to the extension within this two-dimensional world. Living for 20 to 30,000 more years, he could almost experience 3 to 4 heavenly gate openings. With such an extended period, even if a supreme being descended, Lin Yuan was confident he could thoroughly overpower and crush them. Then there are the other 7 ancestral sorcerer cultivation techniques, which can enrich my ancestral sorcerer-level Dao path in exploring the essence of power. Lin Yuan's mind swiftly processed the details and specifics of the ancestral sorcerer cultivation techniques, eventually assimilating them into his own and integrating them into the perfection of his ancestral sorcerer realm. Main universe. Virtual world. Lin Yuan and Nailin, the Deputy Tower Master, exchanged information regularly. Nailin and the human evolvers had carved out a stronghold in the capital of an ancient country, using it to continuously develop and strengthen. When it came to gathering intelligence, they far surpassed Lin Yuan. Galaxy Master, among the myriad tribes powerhouses present in the two-dimensional world, 98 have definitively stepped into the ancestral witch realm, and among them, 9 ancestral sorcerers possess much stronger abilities, creating a noticeable gap from other ancestral sorcerers, reported Nailin in a serious tone. 98 ancestral sorcerers? Lin Yuan's expression was solemn. In the history of the two-dimensional world, the birth of all ancestral sorcerers put together might not even total to 98. Moreover, these 98 ancestral sorcerers, although they belong to the ancestral sorcerer realm, undoubtedly have combat power far surpassing those native ancestral sorcerers from history. Search the novel Fire Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 725, The 9 Powerhouses. Subscribe, please. _3. After all, the realm of his true self was there. This is the most powerful collection of war videos from 9 ancestor witches I have gathered. Nayland, the Vice Tower Master, thought slightly, and an illusory screen appeared in front of him, beginning to play the video. The sources of these videos were the memories of powerhouses who had witnessed the battles of those 9 ancestor witches. Lin Yuan immediately looked towards a video. The first video displayed a 4-armed figure walking on a flat wasteland, with numerous presences lurking around him in all directions. "You ants dare to surround and attack me?" The tone of the 4-armed figure was contemptuous as he stepped forward, his right foot stomping violently on the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying power spread out in all directions, tearing the ground apart as if the sky had collapsed, and every one of the ambushing myriad tribes' powerhouses suffered heavy injuries. Just one stomping unleashed such fearsome power that the surrounding myriad tribes' powerhouses suffered heavy casualties. The 4-armed figure took another step forward and arrived in front of the powerhouse with 16 pairs of wings on his back. This 16-wing powerhouse was also at the ancestral witch realm, desperately defending against the 4-armed figure. Go to. But in the end, the 4-armed figure just extended his 4 arms, and with a gentle rip, the 16-wing powerhouse was torn apart, blood splattering the ground. Nayland, the Vice Tower Master, explained this battle stemmed from the Tianyu clan powerhouse's ambush plan. The one being ambushed was one of the 4 divine kings of the Star Alliance, a unique life in the universe, a tier 11 of the 6th tier, on the same level as the mother of the tree realm. Nayland, the Vice Tower Master, expressed a hint of astonishment in his tone. Although he was also at 11th rank, he was still far from the perfection of the 4 divine kings at the 11th rank. Indeed, very strong. Lin Yuan nodded. This 4 divine king had obviously become an ancestor witch for some time, and his grasp and use of his own power had reached an inconceivable extent. This 4 divine king is, so far, the strongest among the myriad tribes' powerhouses that have descended. Nayland, the Vice Tower Master, sighed. He continued playing the second video. It was a fight between 2 ancestral witch-level powerhouses. Both sides unleashed immense, terrifying auras. One was burly like a small hill, whereas the other was slender but wielded a blood-colored long knife. From the auras, it was obvious that the burly figure was stronger, but the actual battle was incredibly fast. As soon as they clashed, the slender figure holding the blood-colored long knife sliced through the air, and the burly figure was cut in half. Lin Yuan's pupils slightly constricted. A one-hit kill? How could this be? Even the 4 divine king, when killing the Tianyu clan's ancestor witch, had to make several moves. But now, the slender figure had killed his opponent in a second. Is it the knife? Lin Yuan instantly noticed the blood-colored long knife in the hands of the slender figure. The knife was so sharp it seemed to tear through the void. Is it an oddity? A supreme weapon? Lin Yuan immediately thought of the bronze compass he had acquired. Despite the distance of the video, the bronze compass gave him a similar aura. Yes, it's the knife, confirmed Nayland, the Vice Tower Master, nodding. The wielder is called Ho Zhu, an 11th rank powerhouse of the prison tribe, who is at about the 4th layer of tier 11 before falling into the 2-dimensional world. Ho Zhu's strength was not outstanding among the many 11th rank beings, but because of this knife, he soared to become the strongest next to the 4 divine kings. Nayland, the Vice Tower Master, paused for a moment and continued. In the 2-dimensional world, there are many oddities. These oddities are likely at the 12-star level, capable of exerting some extraordinary power under the suppression of the 2-dimensional world. So that's how it is, Lin Yuan whispered. In fact, he had known about the existence of these special artifacts for quite some time, and he even still had one on hand. The effects of these artifacts vary, but they all have significant uses. Many ancestral witches are now searching for them everywhere. Nayland, the deputy tower master, said. Take the Ho Zhu of the prison tribe as an example, who soared to the heavens with the help of a blood-colored long knife. Next, Lin Yuan continued to watch the third, fourth, fifth videos. So far, the strongest 9 ancestral witches recognized in the two-dimensional world include 6 special life forms. The remaining 3 are 1 from the prison tribe, 1 from the Yu clan, and 1 from human civilization. The Yu clan, among the peak clans, is arguably the most powerful, with 9 supreme beings like human civilization, but with a history far more ancient. Sir than a fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. They are a terrifying clan that was born at the dawn of the universe. Our human civilization's ancestral, which barely ranks 9th, Nalen, the deputy tower master, said with a shake of his head. That's still not bad, as other P clans like the insect race and the Tianyu clan didn't even make it into the top 9. Are there more videos? Lin Yuan wanted to see the battle videos of other ancestral, witch-level powerhouses. There are. Nalen, the deputy tower master, nodded. Lin Yuan continued to watch for a while. Sure enough, starting with the 10th ancestral witch, there was a significant gap in strength compared to the previous 9. Toba, ancient god, Lin Yuan looked at the 12th video. It meant that the powerhouse in this video was ranked 12th among the powerhouses of the myriad tribes. Toba, ancient god, is also a special life form with a great innate talent. Nalen, the deputy tower master, commented on the side. This time, the two-dimensional world is definitely the home turf for these special life forms. In terms of talent, they are unquestionably the strongest. By the way, Galaxy Master, what realm have you cultivated to now? Nalen, the deputy tower master, asked with curiosity. Just enter the Witch Emperor realm. Lin Yuan shook his head. That is very impressive, Nalen, the deputy tower master, said in praise. Although Lin Yuan is known as the greatest evolutionary genius in the history of human civilization, he has just entered Tier 10, which is fundamentally different from those at Tier 11. Even so, to have stepped into the Witch Emperor realm after just over 20 years is on par with the cultivation speed of ordinary 11th rank life. Nalen, the deputy tower master, had also only recently entered the Witch Emperor realm. In fact, of the more than 311th rank lives that fell into the two-dimensional world, the majority are still at the Witch Emperor level. What Nalen didn't know was that Lin Yuan's so-called entry into the Witch Emperor realm already allowed him to match an ancestral witch. And in terms of potential development, even the 4 divine kings, who are the strongest, are far from comparable to Lin Yuan. The 4 divine kings have already reached the ancestral witch realm, and their rate of cultivation will definitely slow down substantially. But Lin Yuan, who is just a witch emperor, still has a vast space for improvement. And the closer to the limit, the greater Lin Yuan's advantage becomes. After finishing his conversation with Nalen, the deputy tower master, Lin Yuan continued to immerse himself in refining and developing the ancestor witch cultivation skill. Time flew by, and 100 years passed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 726, A Century Passes, Subscription Request, Luo River Gathering Place. It was bustling with noise and excitement. Compared to over 100 years ago, the Luo River Gathering Place had prospered many times over. Lin Yuan sat in front of a tavern, devouring the beast leg meat before him. In this two-dimensional world, there was no natural force or earth energy. The only way to replenish what was spent was to eat. The changes in these 100 years are indeed significant. After eating for a while and swallowing all the meat, Lin Yuan felt quite emotional. 100 or 200 years ago, the 12 ancient countries ruled vast territories as the absolute dominions. But ever since the powerhouses from the myriad tribes descended, the ruling status of the 12 ancient countries had been continuously shaken until 94 years ago, when a powerhouse from the myriad tribes of the main universe breached into the capital of one of the ancient countries, managing 7 in-and-out strikes, leaving many powerhouses of the ancient country helpless. Since then, the other ancient countries had been much lower key. Go to. The powerhouses from myriad tribes hadn't taken any excessive actions. They merely took the national treasures of the ancient countries, such as the likes of bronze compasses and blood-red long knives. The powerhouses of myriad tribes had no interest in ruling this two-dimensional world. Their goal was clearly to increase their strength, using various methods to enhance their power in order to reach the end when Heaven's Gate opens and return to the main universe. 123 years ago, the powerhouses from the myriad tribes who descended to this world exceeded 100 million. But now, even though there's no exact count, the surviving powerhouses from the myriad tribes should not exceed 1 million. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. The descended powerhouses from the myriad clans suffered immense losses in the first wave, and, faced with such circumstances, as well as the mutual killings among the powerhouses of the myriad tribes in recent decades, had drastically reduced their real numbers. 100 years of cultivation, without attending to external matters, my strength has long since entered the witch ancestor level. Lin Yuan had already broken through to the witch ancestor 87 years ago. As for his current realm, following the explorations of the myriad clans' powerhouses of the realms beyond the witch ancestor, they had divided the levels of the witch ancestor realm into the first realm, the second realm, and the third realm, corresponding to the early, middle, and peak periods of the witch ancestor. Then Lin Yuan's true realm would be the witch ancestor 18th realm. According to the standard of 3 realms per great realm, Lin Yuan has exceeded the witch ancestor realm by 5 great realms. My current strength, even if not comparable to the 4 divine kings, is not far off. Another 100 years, and I could catch up, and there are almost 200 years left until Heaven's Gate opens. Lin Yuan thought to himself, theoretically, 200 years later, his strength should surpass that of the 4 divine kings by a substantial margin. However, Lin Yuan hadn't completely let down his guard. To this day, nearly 1 million powerhouses from the myriad tribes had survived. Who knew if there were any among them who had surpassed the 4 divine kings? The 4 divine kings were only the strongest known powerhouses among the myriad tribes. But in secret, could there be others like Lin Yuan, stealthily increasing their strength, just waiting for the final battle when Heaven's Gate opens? And besides this possibility, one must also consider the influence of rare treasures. A single offensive rare treasure could elevate a powerhouse from the myriad tribes by several levels, like Hoju of the prison tribe, who was not outstanding among rank 11 lives. But with a blood-red long knife, he became a supreme powerhouse, second only to the 4 divine kings. Take it slow. Even if I can't make it this time, there's always next time. Lin Yuan was not in a hurry. His comprehension of the Chongqing cultivation skill had extended his lifespan to a tremendous extent. If not this time, then the next. Not taking even a slight risk. But in the recent decades, there have often been events in which groups of powerhouses from myriad tribes ally and search all around for the rare treasures scattered in various corners. Lin Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. If they encounter other powerhouses from myriad tribes, they take the opportunity to eliminate them. This was quite normal, a clearing of the field, since every powerhouse from the myriad tribes was essentially in competition for a slot in Heaven's Gate 200 years later. Eliminating unrelated competitors early on was only too normal. Indeed, 10,200 years later, there would be a second opening of Heaven's Gate, but most of the powerhouses from the myriad tribes likely wouldn't withstand the millennia. Not every powerhouse from myriad tribes could easily deduce a method to extend life like Lin Yuan. And even if one could last until the second opening of Heaven's Gate, would the competition cease to exist? Of course, clearing the field was only incidental. The real goal of these powerhouses was still the rare treasures. In the two-dimensional world, rare treasures that could only manifest minute powers when placed in the main universe were 12-star treasure weapons. Even for someone like the 4 divine kings, a rank 11 perfect life, touching such a level of treasure was very rare. And now, such treasures were within reach even for 6th rank and 9th rank powerhouses. How could the powerhouses from the myriad tribes not be driven mad? And the rare treasures obtained not only served great purposes when brought back to the main universe, but also significantly boosted their capabilities within this two-dimensional world. The Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Over the past 100 years, it was common to see a powerhouse from myriad tribes, leveraging an offensive rare treasure, slaying dozens of peers at the same level. Even if I can't make it out in the end, as long as a fellow tribesman makes it, I can hand over all the rare treasures to be taken out by them, Lin Yuan secretly thought. This way, even if his avatar perished here and his true self suffered fundamental losses, it wouldn't be too bad, as ultimately a 12-star level treasure weapon would be taken out. The supreme beings among his tribe would not mistreat them. Rare treasures. Lin Yuan pondered internally. For over 100 years, he had been deeply immersed in seclusion. The furthest he had been was Danyuan City, with little progress in collecting rare treasures. The only mystical object he had on hand was still the bronze compass. I could also find time to acquire some mystical objects for protection. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Even with mystical objects, the enhancement to his own strength was limited. With Lin Yuan's current strength, even those powerhouses from the witch ancestor 13th and 15th realm wielding mystical objects were no match for him. Xiaoyu Evolution Tower. An avatar of Lin Yuan was sitting here, perceiving the cosmic aurora not far away. More than a year ago, Lin Yuan Taiyin Primordial Spirit had rushed here, and shortly after he left an avatar behind before departing. Perceiving the cosmic aurora with an avatar was enough, as there was no danger involved. As for the Taiyin Primordial Spirit, Lin Yuan immediately had it proceed to other large alien battlefields to maintain the speed of accumulating world-breaking origin force. Your perception is extraordinary. By watching the unknown aurora, your understanding of light rules deepened. Your perception is extraordinary. By watching the unknown aurora, your understanding of causality rules deepened. Your perception is extraordinary. By watching the unknown aurora, you've comprehended and fully grasped the causality fluctuation rules. Causality fluctuation rules? A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. This fusion rule encompassed the space rules, light rules, causality rules among 4 different rules. And though it wasn't strong in direct combat, it possessed unimaginably powerful supportive effects. Causality, fluctuation, causality line? As long as I'm willing to pay the price and erase someone's cause, then the ensuing effect will also disappear. Lin Yuan said in awe. Does this disappearance mean complete eradication, to the extent that even supreme beings can't resurrect? However, the cost is quite substantial, and it requires enough medium too. Lin Yuan slightly shook his head. Everything that deals with causality rules starts with paying a price. Causal curse killing requires a price, and now the causality fluctuation line does too. With my current life level, can I erase the causality of 6th rank or lower lives? Lin Yuan pondered to himself. Continue the perception. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yuan continued observing that cosmic aurora in the distance. Two-dimensional world. Lin Yuan was cultivating. Just at this moment, Jia Rangu rushed over in a hurry. Master, I received a message from Shuyu Tavern. There have been frequent traces of brutal killings inside the Shuyu ancient country recently, Jia Rangu quickly reported. Traces of brutal killings? A slight shift occurred in Lin Yuan's heart. If it was something that alarmed Shuyu Tavern and was directly relayed to him through Jia Rangu, the brutality of the situation was certainly not ordinary. Could it be those powerful beings from myriad clans have begun to search within the Shuyu ancient country, scouring everywhere for treasures and incidentally killing the common myriad clan's powerhouses hiding within, to clear the ground for the heavenly gates opening 200 years later? Lin Yuan roughly speculated. Thinking of this, the true body of Lin Yuan in the main universe quickly connected to the virtual world, entering the shared information network world established for those who fell into the two-dimensional world of human civilization evolution. He began searching for information. This shared information network world provided timely intelligence about many affairs in the two-dimensional world and was also a major source of information for human civilization evolvers. Not long after, Lin Yuan found some relevant information. 6 months ago in the two-dimensional world, led by Tuoba, ancient god, a group of special beings began to collaborate and enter the territory of Shuyu ancient country, searching everywhere for treasures. The human civilization evolver who posted this information also specifically warned that Tuoba, ancient god, was very powerful, and the special beings cooperating with him were all at least from the witch ancestors' 10th realm. If any human evolvers were hiding inside Shuyu ancient country, they must escape early. Otherwise, once discovered by Tuoba, ancient god, and his group of special beings, it would be too late to escape. So far, Tuoba, ancient god, and other special beings have allied with the Star Alliance and won't stop because of human civilization's deterrence. Tuoba, ancient god, Lin Yuan continued to look for the latest information about this ancient god. Tuoba, ancient god, who was ranked 12th among the powerhouses of myriad tribes 100 years ago, even if his ranking has slightly fallen, still maintained a position within the top 20. His true realm is approximately in the witch ancestor 12th realm. It's worth mentioning that Tuoba, ancient god, possesses a defensive treasure, which is also his greatest confidence booster. Defensive treasure? Lin Yuan was somewhat intrigued. Not to mention bringing this defensive treasure back to the main universe, where it would be a defensive 12-star rare weapon. Just in this two-dimensional world alone, a defensive treasure could significantly enhance Lin Yuan's survivability, greatly increasing his margin for error. Tuoba, ancient god, an excellent opportunity to settle new and old scores together. Lin Yuan stood up and vanished from the spot. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 727, Crushing Tier 11. Please subscribe. The master has left? Zha Rangu looked up and discovered that the figure sitting in meditation not far away had disappeared. It seems that the master doesn't care much about this matter, Zha Rangu thought to himself, while simultaneously a hint of concern arose in his heart. Shuyu Tavern had passed on the information as soon as possible to him, which surely meant they had sensed something different. But Lin Yuan didn't even ask several detailed questions about it, which in Zha Rangu's view was perhaps a bit too complacent. Zha Rangu had no idea that Lin Yuan had already thoroughly understood the whole story through the information-sharing channels established by the external human civilization. He even knew who was behind it all. In the northwestern region of Shuyu ancient country, it was a wasteland as far as the eye could see, filled with desolate gobi everywhere. On a sand dune, Lin Yuan stood quietly, his gaze fixed on a certain spot 100 miles away. Compared to the native witch ancestors, the powerhouses from a myriad tribes not only possessed even more formidable combat power and near-perfect application of power, but they also had one more advantage. That was perception. When the myriad tribes' powerhouses fell into the two-dimensional world, although all means were suppressed and they had to start over according to the rules of the two-dimensional world, the spirit will power originating from their true body still brought with it powerful perception. When Lin Yuan was at the peak of the Witch Emperor, he accepted the bounty of the Yun Mountain 18 thieves, and with his perception, it only took him less than half a day in a vast primitive forest to lock onto the location of the Yun Mountain 18 thieves. For the native powerhouses, this was something inconceivable. Even the formidable witch ancestor would find it difficult to locate the Yun Mountain 18 thieves in such a short time. Of course, the perception of the myriad tribes' powerhouses depended on the strength they possessed in that world. Now, as a witch ancestor of the 18th realm, Lin Yuan's perception enveloped everything within 100 miles. At the edge of the 100 miles, Lin Yuan detected several massive auras lurking, at least all existing in the witch ancestor's 10th realm, a domain that native powerhouses could never reach in their entire lives. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, a total of 6. According to the intelligence, the Toba ancient god formed a group with 5 tier 11 special lives to hunt and search for rare items. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Naturally, he had collected all the information about the Toba ancient god and his group before making a move. In this small group, Toba ancient god and another special life named Peishun were the strongest. They were probably at the level of the 12th realm of the witch ancestor, while the other 4 were between the 10th and 11th realm of the witch ancestor. And Toba ancient god possessed a defensive rare item, while that Peishun had an offensive rare item. The latter was a pitch-black iron rod which, in terms of pure killing power, was not as strong as the blood-colored long knife of the Hoju from the prison tribe, but it was still considerable. Just to be safe, let's take a look first. A thought crossed Lin Yuan's mind, and he produced a bronze compass. Although from the intelligence, the group led by Toba ancient god would not be a match for him. What can a witch ancestor of the 12th realm do against a witch ancestor of the 18th realm? Even with rare items? That, too, depends on the strength of the user. But Lin Yuan still decided to use the bronze compass to play it safe. It's always right to be cautious in everything. The use of the bronze compass was to premonition the danger that was about to come and to point out a path of survival for the user. This ability, which appeared to be passive, had been discovered by Lin Yuan after research to also have a proactive effect. For instance, at this moment, Lin Yuan was using the bronze compass. As long as the results showed that all was safe, it meant that the group led by Toba ancient god wouldn't pose any threat to him. The copper needle, suspended in the center of the compass, quickly came to a stop. At the same time, a piece of information surged into Lin Yuan's mind. No danger has been detected at present. After glancing at the copper needle, Lin Yuan put away the compass. In a devastated Gobi, 6 figures were either standing or sitting, their postures casual. Sarthanelfer. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. As Tier 11 special lives, they were powerful ancient gods from the deep cosmic starry skies. Even after falling into this two-dimensional world and lying dormant for the first few years, they quickly rose to prominence. At the beginning of their descent, those 9th and 10th rank powerhouses from the myriad tribes might have had a chance to encircle and kill an 11th rank powerhouse with sheer numbers. But now, after more than 100 years of adaptation, the 11th rank powerhouses had long since created a massive gap between themselves and the 9th and 10th rank powerhouses from the myriad tribes. Over 100 years, those 9th and 10th rank powerhouses might just be entering the witch ancestor realm, but the 11th rank had at least cultivated to the 7th or 8th realm of witch ancestor. In this search of Shuyu ancient country, for over half a year, we have eliminated more than a dozen powerhouses from the myriad tribes and have also obtained a rare item. One of the special lives spoke, the tone quite pleased. In the main universe, the value of a rare item could provoke a supreme being to act, like the cosmic aurora, for instance. But in this two-dimensional world, they, as Tier 11 lives, also had the chance to acquire it. It's just that we don't know what use this rare item has. Pei Shun, holding the pitch-black iron rod, shook his head slightly. That Ice Clan life would rather blow itself up than honestly disclose it. The Ice Clan is a powerful clan belonging to the Peak Clans and the U-Clan Grand Alliance, and that Ice Clan life only had 10th rank strength in the outside world. But his luck was extremely good, having fortuitously obtained a rare item. Originally, this Ice Clan life intended to hide in Shuyu ancient country and slowly study the capabilities of the rare item. However, he hadn't expected to be discovered by the group of special lives led by Toba ancient god, and upon being killed, it was revealed that he carried a rare item. With the power of Toba ancient god, a witch ancestor of the 12th realm, his perception covered a range of 50 miles. The Ice Clan life only realized that he had been targeted when Toba ancient god approached within 10 miles range. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 728 Crushing Tier 11 Seeking Subscriptions. _2, but by then, it was already too late. Until the very end, the life from the Ice Clan had never bowed their head. This being from the Ice Clan understood that the only hope for escaping from this two-dimensional world lay in the exotic treasure they held in their hand. Now that the Toba ancient god had taken the treasure, even if they promised to spare their life, there was no way they could leave successfully. Rather than that, it was better to detonate themselves and leave the stage. These weaklings boast about their good luck and chance discovery of exotic treasures. Little do they know that these exotic treasures can only exhibit their true power in our hands. The Toba ancient god spoke, his gaze frosty. In the coming time, let us comb through the Shu ancient country thoroughly. If we can obtain any additional exotic treasures, you will also have a share. Good. The other unique beings exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Exotic treasures are naturally reclusive. Even if they are within their perception range, they could not be detected. So, directly searching for exotic treasures is very difficult, because you fundamentally don't know what they look like. Go to Kobut for over 100 years, as information about the exotic treasures spread among the myriad tribes' powerhouses, many of them searched for these treasures. The myriad tribes' powerhouses spread throughout the two-dimensional world. Widely searching for exotic treasures was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. But searching for myriad tribes' powerhouses was not. Most powerhouses couldn't catch the eye of Tuoba, ancient god, and other special beings. But it must be admitted that even the weakest from the main universe possessed good insight. If they were lucky, even a Tier 8 life has the hope of obtaining an exotic treasure. This was also why the Tuoba, ancient god, and other special beings hunted the myriad tribes' powerhouses. First, to clear the field, and second, for the exotic treasures. As to whether they would encounter an iron wall by meeting stronger myriad tribes, powerhouses than themselves, the probability was very, very small. With the Toba ancient god and other special beings joining forces, the only myriad tribes' powerhouses that could threaten them were the top 9 ranks among them. But these 9 strong beings were heavily watched by many other myriad tribes' powerhouses. They only needed to avoid those few areas, and they could be described as completely safe. Calculating the time, in at most 2 years, we would have searched through most of the Shiyu ancient country. Pei Shun, who was carrying a pitch-black iron staff, was about to continue speaking when, suddenly, his complexion slightly changed. He abruptly looked in one direction. 10 miles away, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted. Search * the Nelfer. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Boom, boom, boom. The owner of this aura seemed to rip through the air, approaching at nearly 10 times the speed of sound, causing a rolling, thunderous boom in its wake. Did a powerhouse discover us prematurely? Pei Shun's expression turned solemn as the owner of the aura headed straight for their location, the only possibility being that they knew of their presence here. Discovering them beforehand meant that the opponent's perceptual range was broader than theirs. The perceptual range generally correlates with one's strength and realm. Of course, Pei Shun wasn't worried. There were 6 in total, and both he and Tuoba possessed exotic treasures. Even if they really encountered myriad tribes' powerhouses stronger than them, as long as it wasn't at the level of the top 9 powerhouses, they feared nothing. The distance of 10 miles was very short, especially at nearly 10 times the speed of sound. In just the span of a breath, that figure had already arrived in front of Tuoba, ancient god, and the group. Tuoba, ancient god, and the other 5 special beings did not scatter to escape. Doing so would have given this myriad tribe's powerhouse the chance to defeat them one by one. Lin Yuan stopped, looking warily at the 6 special beings scrutinizing him. When the myriad tribes' powerhouses fell into the two-dimensional world, not only were all their powers downgraded, but even their body shapes and sizes conformed to the appearance of mainstream humans in this world. Boom! Lin Yuan didn't waste words. He directly made a move, sweeping down with a palm strike. The air suddenly became viscous. Lin Yuan did not attack the strongest, Tuoba, ancient god, and Pei Shun, but aimed at the other 4, slightly weaker special beings instead. It wasn't that he feared Toba, ancient god, and Pei Shun. Rather, he planned to leave all 6 behind. First to take out the weaker ones, preventing them from scattering and escaping later. Not good. The 4 special beings only felt their scalps tingle. Under Lin Yuan's palm strike, although no extraordinary phenomena appeared and no cosmic rules were manipulated, in their eyes, it was as if the heavens were falling. Although these 4 special beings were of the 10th realm and the 11th realm, being tier 11 life forms in the outside world, they still had the most basic awareness. The moment Lin Yuan attacked them, they realized that facing him head-on meant certain death. Retreat. The 4 special beings hesitated not a moment and scattered in all directions, but Lin Yuan's palm strike was far faster than their retreat. Shra! The special being on the far left was directly hit by the palm. Bang! This special being felt as if all his internal organs had been shattered. His body, refined over 100 years or more, under that palm strike, was as fragile as thin paper, easily torn apart. Lin Yuan's palm strike penetrated one special being and did not stop, continuing at undiminished speed toward the second and third special beings. Take action. Pei Shun next to him decisively rushed out, wielding the pitch-black iron staff, aiming it at Lin Yuan. The pitch-black iron staff faintly radiated black light. In this two-dimensional world, only these inherently 12-star strange treasures weapons could somewhat break free from the world's oppressive downgrading. Boom! The next moment, the iron staff vibrated continuously, nearly flying out of Pei Shun's grasp. Pei Shun looked at Lin Yuan in shock. Under his full force strike, Lin Yuan had not even stepped back, only slightly hindered in his assault. Search the novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 729 Crushing Tier 11 Seeking Subscriptions _3 But he himself had only sustained minor injuries, and he almost lost control of the iron rod strange artifact in his hand. So be it. First it'll kill you. Lin Yuan's gaze shifted towards Pei Shun, and his figure silently disappeared. Not good. Pei Shun's heart raced, and before he could react, a figure materialized beside him. Die! Lin Yuan raised his right hand and reached out to grab Pei Shun. Get away! Pei Shun, in a mix of shock and anger, swung his pitch-black iron rod, desperately resisting. Clang! 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 Lin Yuan forcefully grabbed the iron rod glowing with pitch-black light. It abruptly stopped, then with a gentle tap, the iron rod smashed into Pei Shun's chest. Go to! Kono! Pei Shun's eyes bulged, understanding the might of the pitch-black iron rod all too well. But in the next moment, the rod smashed into his chest. In a daze, Pei Shun felt his heart rupture and many other internal organs turn to dust, and even his consciousness quickly began to slip away. In the main world, Pei Shun was a powerful, ancient god of 11th rank 5th tier, and even with his physical body shattered, he could easily recover. But in the two-dimensional world, where everything was ordinary, his injuries, such as organ dust, were fatal, let alone a ruptured heart. He wouldn't survive long. The only reason he was not yet dead was because of the strong support of his spirit will. I possess an attacking strange artifact, Pei Shun could not comprehend. The attack of the strange artifact was unparalleled, yet each strike with the pitch-black iron rod was effortlessly blocked by Lin Yuan. What kind of monster was this powerhouse of the myriad tribes' powerhouses? Pei Shun could not continue his thoughts as the brilliance in his eyes quickly faded, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Strange artifacts are not invincible. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly, casually stowing away the pitch-black iron rod. 100 years ago, strange artifacts were decisive for the powerhouses of the myriad tribes. At that time, Hoju, who was ranked second among the 9 powerhouses, relied on a blood-colored long knife artifact. But 100 years later, While Hoju still ranked among the 9 powerhouses, he had fallen to 9th place. The stronger the strength, the higher the tier, the weaker the effect of the strange artifacts becomes. Of course, in a battle of the same tier, the one with a strange artifact would definitely have a greater advantage. Not far away, Tuoba Ancient God couldn't help but take a few steps back, looking at Lin Yuan with some trepidation. Pei Shun's strength was not inferior to his, and with the pitch-black iron rod, his combat ability was downright terrifying. But in the hands of Lin Yuan, he couldn't even last 2 breaths. This scene made the originally planning to rescue Tuoba Ancient God tremble inside. He hadn't even made his move, and Pei Shun was already dead. Run! Tuoba Ancient God did not hesitate to turn around and run. The remaining 3 special beings also reacted, but they were quickly killed by Lin Yuan with a slap. "You can't escape," Lin Yuan said as he chased after Tuoba Ancient God. In terms of sensory coverage, he was twice as large as Tuoba Ancient God, and in terms of full burst speed, he far exceeded Tuoba Ancient God. Soon, Lin Yuan approached Tuoba Ancient God from behind and slapped him directly. This slap, if placed on Pei Shun earlier, would have left him either dead or incapacitated. But it landed on Tuoba Ancient God's back, causing the latter's figure to tremble, and then, using the force of the slap, he escaped even faster into the distance. That defensive artifact. Lin Yuan was not surprised, having first dealt with those 4 special beings and Pei Shun. Putting Tuoba Ancient God last was because of the defensive artifact that Tuoba Ancient God possessed. Tuoba Ancient God, with his defensive artifact, was definitely the hardest to kill out of the 6 special beings. "My lord, there is no deep hatred between us. As long as you let me go, I am willing to pay any price," Tuoba Ancient God pleaded while continuing his frantic flight. The any price here referred to what the true body of Tuoba Ancient God in the main universe was willing to pay. Any price. Lin Yuan was unmoved. Could any price be comparable to the defensive artifact on Tuoba Ancient God? Once this defensive artifact returned to the main universe, even supreme beings would envy it. "If your honor is not satisfied, the terms are negotiable," Tuoba Ancient God said, anxiety filling his heart. In his eyes, Lin Yuan, bursting forth with such strength, was definitely a powerhouse on the level of Mother of the Tree Realm or the 4 divine kings in the cosmic starry skies. Tuoba Ancient God frantically fled, occasionally taking a hit from Lin Yuan, flying away like a rubber ball. The chase between the 2 quickly drew the attention of other powerhouses from myriad clans, as Tuoba Ancient God and the other special beings searched the Shuyu ancient country. Powerhouses from myriad clans within the ancient country, having received the news, naturally steered clear well in advance. But the commotion from the chase was too great, the aura, far surpassing that of which ancestor, rippled out in all directions. Moreover, with the death of the 4 special beings and Pei Shun, when their true bodies in the main universe went public with this incident, it sparked extensive discussions among many powerhouses of the myriad clans. Tuoba Ancient God, that's an 11th rank, 5th tier special being. Pei Shun is also of the same level, and the 2 together, along with 4 other 11th rank beings, were chased by an unseen powerhouse from myriad clans. Not chased, out of the 6 special beings, Pei Shun and the other 4 are already dead. Only Tuoba Ancient God remains, right? Tuoba Ancient God's survival, till now, is probably due to that defensive artifact. Otherwise, he would have probably died, just like Pei Shun at the hands of that mysterious powerhouse. Start the novel fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Many powerhouses of myriad clans exchanged words and couldn't help feeling schadenfreude. The vast majority of powerhouses from myriad clans were 8th, 9th, or 10th rank, and they were extremely afraid of being hunted by special beings like Tuoba Ancient God. But now, Tuoba Ancient God and his peers were being overwhelmingly chased by that mysterious powerhouse from myriad clans. These slightly weaker powerhouses from myriad clans felt a sense of relief. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 730, this is just the beginning. Please subscribe. Boom. 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 Tuoba, ancient god, frantically fled, constantly under attack by Lin Yuan along the way. Even with a defensive artifact protecting him, it was somewhat hard to bear. Lin Yuan's each hit, though blocked by the defensive artifact by 99%, still had a slight impact force infiltrating. Here, slight refers to what would be a full force hit from Lin Yuan. For Tuoba, ancient god, that slight impact still causes internal organs to churn. Accumulating hit after hit, Tuoba, ancient god, was actually dragged to the verge of severe injury. This monster, who in the cosmic starry skies is an 11th rank perfect life, Tuoba, ancient god, felt extremely aggrieved. Facing Lin Yuan, he had no ability to resist. If not for depending on the defensive artifact, he would have already collapsed. Being able to possess such strength in this two-dimensional world in just 100+ years, to Tuoba, ancient god, only those legendary beings at the extreme limit of level 11 perfection seemed possible. But Tuoba, ancient god, was puzzled. He had lived through long ages, born since the beginning of the cosmos, and he was somewhat aware of any considerably strong 11th rank life within the universe. Just Lin Yuan? Tuoba, ancient god, was merely puzzled since the powerhouses of the myriad clans in the two-dimensional world, unless they spoke up themselves, were hard for outsiders to recognize. The top-ranked 4 divine kings were easily identified due to their extremely distinctive features and terrifying strength. As for other powerhouses, they came from various major peak clans and had interactions among themselves, which made it difficult to hide. Indeed, there were myriad clans powerhouses who truly secluded themselves away from worldly affairs, but it was rare for someone like Lin Yuan to cultivate to such strength without ever showing themselves. Behind Tuoba, ancient god, Lin Yuan was in close pursuit. If it weren't for this two-dimensional world, how much time would I need to grow to my current state to the extent of chasing down Tuoba, ancient god? Lin Yuan felt slightly sentimental. In the two-dimensional world, even 11th rank peak life was forcibly brought down in starting point. This allowed Lin Yuan, with just over 100 years, to surpass Tuoba, ancient god, a special life at the 11th rank 5th tier. You should know, every life that could step into tier 11 was an extraordinary genius, far beyond the strong ones Lin Yuan had previously encountered in other dimensional worlds. It's time to end this. Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened slightly. The pursuit along the way, every hit Lin Yuan landed on Tuoba, ancient god, was slowly accumulating, with the residual force all hiding deep within Tuoba, ancient god's body. Directly through the defensive artifact to attack Tuoba, ancient god, although it could exhaust the opponent to death, it would inevitably take a lot of time. But bursting from inside was much faster. Since the first hit landed on that defensive artifact, Lin Yuan had been preparing for this moment. Break! Lin Yuan struck again, his blood boiling, like a heaven-reversing seal pressing down on Tuoba, ancient god. Again, Tuoba, ancient god's heart trembled. The residual waves from the attacks along the way that had penetrated the defensive artifact had already severely injured him, and now facing Lin Yuan's attack, he actually felt an instinctual fear. But to completely kill me will not be easy. Tuoba, ancient god, steadied himself. He was only severely injured now, still a distance from death, and according to the current path, if he could endure for another 2 days, he would be able to reach a base of the Star Alliance. By then, with the support of the Star Alliance powerhouses, he would certainly be much more relaxed. However, boom, this strike landed on Tuoba, ancient god, hitting that defensive artifact. The next moment, Tuoba, ancient god's expression drastically changed. The strike Lin Yuan made was almost the same as the previous attacks. But with this strike as the catalyst, the residual forces hidden within his body all began to erupt. In an instant, Tuoba, ancient god, felt like his body was enduring a catastrophic flood. It's over. Despair filled Tuoba, ancient god's heart. Following that, as the bursts of residual forces gathered within his body, his flesh suddenly exploded and blood spattered. Whoosh! Lin Yuan stopped, reaching out with his right hand. A seemingly ordinary inner armor appeared in his hand. Is this the defensive artifact? Lin Yuan's eyes slightly heated up. With a powerhouse like Pei Shun at the same level as Tuoba, ancient god, lasting only a few breaths in Lin Yuan's hands, even while holding an offensive artifact. But Tuoba, ancient god, he had resisted under Lin Yuan's pursuit for half a day. Search * the novel, F. Ire, at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. What was the reason? Naturally, it was this defensive artifact. Unlike offensive artifacts, defensive artifacts are far more valuable. This was particularly true in the two-dimensional world. Pei Shun, with an offensive artifact, had killing power that was shocking, but if it didn't hit, it was all in vain. But a defensive artifact? It was almost destined to block most of Lin Yuan's attacks. Lin Yuan stowed away the inner armor, his expression suddenly shifting. In the exploded flesh of Tuoba, ancient god, under the tens of thousands of residual impact from Lin Yuan, almost all items turned into dust, except for the inner armor and a silver-white mirror. Is this mirror also an artifact? Lin Yuan picked up the mirror. To discern whether an item was an artifact, there was a very simple method. That was to attack. In this two-dimensional world, very few things could withstand a full-powered hit from one of the myriad tribes' powerhouses, an artifact being one of them. Thinking this, Lin Yuan squeezed hard with his right hand. The silver mirror remained unscathed. It is an artifact. Lin Yuan felt a surge of joy in his heart, and likewise stored the silver mirror away. It's time to leave. Lin Yuan glanced around. Having chased the Tuoba, ancient god, for half the day, he noticed other myriad tribes' powerhouses were cautiously spying from hundreds of miles away. Whoosh! Lin Yuan's figure disappeared from the spot. Main universe. Deep within the cosmic starry skies, inside a secret realm, the Tuoba, ancient god's face paled, his originally near-perfect aura suddenly plummeted. With the avatar in the two-dimensional world falling, the Tuoba, ancient god's true self was affected, suffering a permanent loss of that avatar's spirit will. Why? Why is my luck so bad? Tuoba, ancient god, fumed internally. They were a group of 6 special beings who together, apart from the 9 most powerful warriors of the myriad tribes, could nearly sweep through the two-dimensional world. And out of the whole two-dimensional world, how many were at the level of the 9 most powerful warriors of the myriad tribes? Yet, why did he have to encounter one? My defensive artifact, Tuoba, ancient god's heart was bleeding. In his original plan, even if his avatar could not leave the two-dimensional world, he had hoped to entrust the departing powerhouse to take the defensive artifact out. Although it would definitely cost him greatly, even if Tuoba, ancient god, only obtained 1% of the artifact's value, it would still be greatly beneficial to him. At least, the loss of spirit caused by the fall of his avatar would be partially compensated. But now, the avatar had fallen, and the defensive artifact was gone too. Tuoba, ancient god, might as well have fetched water with a bamboo basket, all in vain. However, from beginning to end, Tuoba, ancient god, never considered retaliating against the myriad tribe's powerhouse who had killed him. What a joke. Retaliate? In the two-dimensional world, without relying on artifacts. That mysterious myriad tribe's powerhouse could easily slaughter him. Tuoba, ancient god, instinctively believed that in the cosmic starry skies, that mysterious myriad tribe's powerhouse's true self was certainly a formidable 11th rank perfect strong one. To seek revenge against such a powerful being was hopeless unless Tuoba, ancient god himself, reached the ultimate realm. Meanwhile, as time passed, the battles fought by Lin Yuan, who had slain those 4 special beings, as well as Pei Shun, Tuoba, ancient god, and others, were being gradually circulated among the myriad tribes' powerhouses through recreated memory battle recordings. Over Serene Lake, a 4-armed man sat on the surface of the lake. 4 divine kings. A few figures stood respectfully on the nearby shore. Facing the four divine kings, the despair of the 11th rank life, whether inside or outside the two-dimensional world, was profound. The four divine kings were too strong. 100 years ago, the Chanyu clan had concentrated all of its strong ones who had fallen into the two-dimensional world, trying to eliminate the four divine kings ahead of time. But they failed. Not just failed. The entire Tianyu clan was almost destroyed, causing the strong ones of the Tianyu clan in this two-dimensional world to never recover. A peak clan had prematurely lost its right to leave through the Heavenly Gate after 200 or 300 years. That mysterious strong one, who killed Tuva, ancient god, and Pei Shun among other special beings. These special beings had already allied with our Star Alliance. A tall man on the shore cautiously spoke. What? You want me to fight that mysterious strong one? The four divine kings opened their eyes, their tone icy. Let's forget about this matter. The four divine kings glanced at the few figures on the shore. I have seen that mysterious strong one's battle recording. His strength is not much weaker than mine. Now that he has gained the defensive and offensive artifacts, even if I put forth all my effort, I might not be able to kill him. The four divine kings paused for a moment and then continued. There are 200 years left until the Heavenly Gate opens. For these 200 years, I need to seize all the time to practice and break through. As for everything else, do not disturb me. Yes, the figures on the shore were startled. Even the four divine kings were not confident in killing that mysterious strong one. Also, if you encounter that mysterious strong one, remember to keep your distance, the four divine kings warned, then closed their eyes again. Inside a volcano, next to boiling lava, a thin old man sat at him. Wonder which old friend this strong one might be, the thin old man mused after watching Lin Yuan's battle video, his face showing contemplation. Combat in the two-dimensional world was completely different from the main universe, so identifying the real identity of a strong one based on their battle style was challenging. But the strength Lin Yuan displayed obviously gained the thin old man's approval, determining that Lin Yuan was a legendary 11th rank perfect being akin to himself. Well then, it's been a long time, and I might as well go out and show myself, maybe collect a few artifacts for fun. With his mind made up, the thin old man stood up and left the volcano, deep underground. After Lin Yuan killed Tuoba, ancient god, and the group of special beings, he didn't immediately return to the Luo Chuan gathering area. Instead, he hid in this place, starting to take stock of his gains. This mirror, Lin Yuan flipped his right hand, and the silver mirror appeared. The mirror was wholly silver, with a faint mysterious aura flowing throughout. This, Lin Yuan closely observed it, his expression subtly changing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 731 New Rankings. Please subscribe. The silver mirror appeared quite ordinary, imprisoned within the two-dimensional world, where even weapons that were 12-star strange treasures were subject to suppression. They could only display an insignificant trace of spirituality. Lin Yuan's bronze compass was like this. The protective inner armor of Tuoba, ancient god, was the same, and Pei Shun's pitch-black iron staff was no exception. Yet this silver mirror, after careful consideration, Lin Yuan discovered the vast spatial fluctuations it contained internally. Space. Search * the novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Lin Yuan's expression became grave. The ability to contain such a degree of spatial fluctuations within this two-dimensional world. What would happen if it were in the main universe? This mirror is extraordinary, Lin Yuan thought to himself. But what is the use of this mirror? Lin Yuan had tried various methods for a good part of the day, blood among others, but still hadn't discovered anything. Tuoba, ancient god, probably only got this mirror not long before. Lin Yuan speculated in his mind. He had pursued Tuoba, ancient god, for so long, and the latter had desperately fled, never utilizing the mirror throughout. Go from this, one could infer that Tuoba, ancient god, didn't know the capabilities of the mirror. Otherwise, in a life-or-death situation, any means would be used if it could save one's life. Take it slow, even if I can't figure it out here. Once I take it out, you'll eventually understand. The powers of the silver mirror were restrained within the two-dimensional world, and its many marvels could not be revealed. As long as Lin Yuan could take it out, all problems would naturally be solved. Even if Lin Yuan couldn't understand it, he could consult with the spirit of the Xianhuang's secret realm, as well as the stone statue Shunji in the demon jade space. With this thought, Lin Yuan solemnly stored away the silver mirror and then took out the inner armor of Tuoba, ancient god. This inner armor was extremely lightweight. When Lin Yuan wore it, he faintly felt his limbs and torso protected by a certain power. Any attack that bombarded Lin Yuan's body would be blocked by the inner armor itself, and even the residual force that infiltrated was dispersed and diluted. No wonder Tuoba, ancient god, was so difficult to kill. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Wearing this inner armor virtually bolstered his defensive capability to its maximum. If I were to take this inner armor out into the outside world, I wonder what kind of might it would possess. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled with vigor. Among all types of weapons and equipment, defensive gear is much more valuable than offensive gear. After all, survival is always the top priority, no matter the circumstance. The only drawback is that the head is not within the protected range. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. The coverage of the inner armor only extended to the limbs and torso, but the head, unless matched with the corresponding helmet, it might as well be exposed. And in this two-dimensional world, there was no such thing as regenerating from a beheading. Once the head was exploded, even the strong perished. Of course, the head, being a vital point, is something that every powerhouse amongst the myriad tribes would surely guard well. Toba, ancient god, had protected his head thoroughly when fleeing from Lin Yuan's pursuit. Moreover, while the head is indeed a critical point, the skull is also the hardest bone in the body. The myriad tribes' powerhouses pay extra attention to the tempering of their bones during body refinement. To directly shatter the skull of the head, at least someone of the same level would find it very difficult to accomplish. Penetrative power is unavoidable, though, Lin Yuan thought to himself. When he killed Toba, ancient god, it was by relying on blows that penetrated into the body before finally erupting. This silver mirror could act as a heart protection mirror. Lin Yuan took out the mirror and placed it against his chest. Although he hadn't figured out the use of the silver mirror, the mirror itself was incredibly hard and impossible to destroy, a commonality shared by all rare treasures in this two-dimensional world. With the silver mirror as a secondary defense, at least Lin Yuan's cardiac protection was significantly stronger than other areas. With the results of Lin Yuan's cultivation of the evergreen technique, as long as it wasn't the heart, head, or other fatal organs, even if other organs were damaged, they would be able to recover. Iron Staff. After equipping the inner armor and the heart protection mirror, Lin Yuan turned his attention to the pitch-black iron staff. The pitch-black iron staff boasted a simple ability, strength. The same blow, once amplified by the pitch-black iron staff, would see its might skyrocket 2 to 3 times. One might not think much of this amplification, but this was the two-dimensional world, where enhancing one's strength was incredibly arduous. An amplification of 2 to 3 times was enough to elevate a powerhouse amongst the myriad tribes several levels. It's just too big, too conspicuous, Lin Yuan remarked as he caressed the pitch-black iron staff. Compared to the compactness of the inner armor and the silver mirror, the pitch-black iron staff couldn't stay hidden. Its nearly 2-meter length was exceedingly conspicuous wherever it was placed. This was also due to the inability of any of the exotic treasures within this two-dimensional world to be refined. Otherwise, given the properties of exotic treasures, variable size at what would be the most basic capability. Its size doesn't really matter, Lin Yuan thought after consideration. After all, the staff offered the most direct enhancement to his strength. What about the inner armor? Unless faced with an absolute crisis, Lin Yuan didn't think he would need to use it. The inner armor was meant to boost Lin Yuan's survivability, but in this world, There were very, very few who could force Lin Yuan to retreat for the sake of his life. Furthermore, as time passed, Lin Yuan's rate of increasing strength grew ever faster, and such powerful adversaries would quickly diminish. This move has been quite profitable, Lin Yuan concluded as he summarized the gains of this endeavor. First and foremost was avenging a grudge, causing Toba, Ancient God, to lose a part of his spirit will. Toba, Ancient God, was already an 11th rank 5th tier special being, with a minuscule chance of forcibly breaking through to the ultimate level. Now, with a portion of his spirit will gone, one could say that, barring any surprises, Toba, Ancient God, had completely cut off any opportunity to reach ultimate. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 732 New Rankings. Please subscribe. _2, it wasn't that he couldn't push forward, but that pushing forward equated to death, leaving almost no hope of reaching the ultimate level. This act of severing Toba, Ancient God's future path was Lin Yuan's way of settling the score for being wrong before. Fang Qing, his good friend, also virtually died at the hands of Toba, Ancient God. Even though revived by a supreme being, the animosity was established. If Lin Yuan had the capability, naturally, he wouldn't let the other party off. Next were the 3 strange items acquired, which enhanced Lin Yuan's strength in all aspects. Defense, attack, coupled with the premonition from the bronze compass, almost made Lin Yuan a hexagon warrior with no weaknesses. If he could develop the capabilities of the silver mirror, employing spatial strategies, then Lin Yuan could completely traverse this two-dimensional world with ease. And the gains here were not limited to the two-dimensional world. As long as Lin Yuan could successfully return to the main universe, the gains would increase countless times over. The 3 items were equivalent to 3 12-star Strange Treasuries weapons. Just thinking about it exhilarated Lin Yuan. Continue training. I can feel that the Witch Ancestor 19th realm is close. Lin Yuan thought to himself. He had been in the Witch Ancestor 18th realm for a while now, and had a lot of premonitions about the 19th realm. Go to Co-Virtual World. S.E. the novel Ire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Naylan, the Deputy Tower Master, promptly contacted Lin Yuan to inform him of major events occurring in the two-dimensional world. This was also per Lin Yuan's request. Having hidden for a long time in the gathering places of Luochuan, distant from the core circles of the two-dimensional world, he didn't know much about many intelligence messages. That was why he requested this of Deputy Tower Master Naylan. Although Lin Yuan was confident that with his Against Heaven's understanding, he could surpass those Tier 11 perfection legendary beings, he wasn't so arrogant as to disregard everything entirely. Major events, major events. Deputy Tower Master Naylan's expression was grave. As soon as he saw Lin Yuan, he quickly started, Shuyu Ancient Country has given birth to a mysterious strong being who is not weaker than the 9 major powerhouses. Shuyu Ancient Country wasn't very noticeable among the 12 ancient countries. Although it also had many myriad tribes powerhouses dispersed throughout, it never produced any particularly impressive strong beings. That was why Toba, Ancient God, and other special beings set their sights on Shuyu Ancient Country. A soft persimmon needs to be pinched. And in the 12 ancient countries, Shuyu Ancient Country undoubtedly belonged to the category of soft persimmons. Little did they expect that this time, Toba, Ancient God, and other special beings would suffer a major setback. That mysterious strong being from Shuyu Ancient Country is too terrifying, Deputy Tower Master Naylan said in awe. Barehanded, he killed both Toba, Ancient God, and Pei Shun, both of whom were strong beings wielding strange artifacts. Deputy Tower Master Naylan spoke with considerable surprise. Being at Tier 11 himself, he had a significant gap compared to Toba, Ancient God, and Pei Shun. If he encountered them in the two-dimensional world, it was uncertain whether he could even escape. Lin Yuan listened quietly on the side. He was the mysterious strong being mentioned by Deputy Tower Master Naylan, but he did not plan to publicly reveal this yet. There was no benefit in doing so. It would only attract countless attention. Besides, many of the strong beings that fell into the two-dimensional world are still hidden, practicing in the dark. The 4 divine kings and the other 9 major powerhouses are just a part of them, Deputy Tower Master Nayland said with emotion, having witnessed the 4 divine kings and other major powerhouses over the past 100 years and the recent battle from Shuyu ancient country. Deputy Tower Master Nayland had almost given up the idea of his avatar leaving the two-dimensional world. What a joke. To leave the two-dimensional world, he would have to compete with the 4 divine kings and that mysterious strong being from Shuyu ancient country. But what could he, Nayland, the Deputy Tower Master, use to compete with those monsters? Indeed, there are many strong beings hidden in the shadows. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Many of the strong beings that had fallen into the two-dimensional world shared his thoughts. These strong beings refrained from doing anything during the early stages, only making a move after the gates to heaven opened. However, even if some strong beings are hiding, the presence of the 4 divine kings, mysterious strong beings, and others definitely constitute the strongest circle inside the two-dimensional world, Deputy Tower Master Nayland said. Revealing one's identity early on wasn't necessarily weaker than those who hid their identities. It was just a difference in approach. Where does that mysterious strong being currently rank among the openly powerful in the two-dimensional world? Lin Yuan suddenly became curious, wanting to know his own strength positioning. I knew you would ask this, Deputy Tower Master Nayland said with a smile on his face. He wasn't puzzled by the question Lin Yuan posed. In fact, most of the strong beings from the myriad clans in the two-dimensional world were curious about that mysterious strong being from Shuyu ancient country. Who wouldn't be curious about a being who remained unnoticed before striking and then overwhelmed everything with his power? According to the latest rankings of the strong, this mysterious being is currently ranked 6th, Deputy Tower Master Nayland said as a holographic screen appeared before him, which he then pushed towards Lin Yuan. 6. Lin Yuan looked down. Yes, Deputy Tower Master Nayland nodded. Actually, I think this mysterious being could rank even higher because he has made so few moves. And having never clashed with other major power-level beings, just overpowering Toba, Ancient God, and other special beings in one fight isn't enough to fully demonstrate his strength, Deputy Tower Master Nayland explained. The rankings of the strong in the two-dimensional world were based on many factors. Many strong beings had gone through countless battles, and their personal strength could be very well demonstrated, so their rankings were much more precise. But for that mysterious strong being from Shuyu ancient country, having only chased and killed Toba, Ancient God, and other special beings in that one battle, the ranking based on that was bound to be a bit lower. Even so, the fact that this mysterious strong being was ranked 6th already illustrated the impact of that one battle. Search the Novel Fire Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 733 New Rankings. Please subscribe. _3 inch 4 Divine Kings. Lin Yuan scanned the rankings briefly, and the number 1 among the myriad tribes' powerhouses still belonged to the 4 Divine Kings. The myriad tribes' powerhouses ranking had been out for over 100 years now, with significant differences between the top 9 powerhouses of the early days and those of the present, almost a complete turnover. Only the 4 Divine Kings had always held the first place since the ranking's inception, never wavering. The most famous battle involving the 4 Divine Kings was undoubtedly the one where they swept through the Tianyu clan, a formidable peak clan that was actually breached. That battle laid the foundation for the 4 Divine Kings' revered reputation, which had a more significant impact on the outside world, almost causing a rampage among several ancestors of the Tianyu clan. The 4 Divine Kings are indeed very, very strong, Nayland, the Tower Deputy Master, said, and what's more, the 4 Divine Kings are different from us. Different? Lin Yuan was somewhat curious. He knew very little about the 4 Divine Kings, This legend of a level 11 perfect life from the Star Alliance, who is considered the most likely to become one of the ultimate 11th rank lives in the contemporary universe. I just heard about this myself. Nayland, the Tower Deputy Master, pondered all of us powerhouses, whether human evolvers or powerhouses from different species. Once we fall into the two-dimensional world, our forms and sizes are downscaled, and we take on the appearance of the mainstream humanoids of that world. That's right. Lin Yuan nodded. Some special beings, originally tens of thousands to millions of miles in size, but when falling into the two-dimensional world, are directly reduced to the range of 1 to 3 meters. CTH novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The shape follows suit too. Go to Kono bizarre or grotesque forms would appear. Did you know why the 4 divine kings have 4 arms? Nayland, the Tower Deputy Master, said. For arms. Lin Yuan looked at Nayland, the Tower Deputy Master. All myriad tribes' powerhouses, after plunging into the two-dimensional world, will converge towards the standard humanoid form of the world. 1 head, 2 legs, 2 arms, 2 eyes, 1 nose, 1 mouth. But the 4 divine kings, they have 4 arms, continued Nayland, the Tower Deputy Master. Could it be? Lin Yuan had a vague guess in his mind. The extra 2 arms of the 4 divine kings are in fact supreme weapons, which have merged with the body of the 4 divine kings. Even the two-dimensional world cannot fully suppress the spirit of the weapons. Hence, the 4 divine kings can have 4 arms, explained Nayland, the Tower Deputy Master. I see, Lin Yuan realized. When Lin Yuan first saw that the 4 divine kings possessed 4 arms, he had his doubts, but did not give it further thought, assuming that the additional limbs were an anomaly. So, the 4 divine kings are different from us. Their strength not only stems from their own powers, but is also augmented by the supreme weapons, Nayland, the Tower Deputy Master, disclosed. The key difference between Lin Yuan's pitch-black iron rod and the weapons of the 4 divine kings was that the latter's weapons were a perfect fit for them. After all, the 4 divine kings' supreme weapons originated from the outside world, not randomly obtained within the two-dimensional world. A supreme weapon that perfectly suits one's self could exert a power beyond the imagination of other powerhouses. That was why, besides breaking through the Tianyu clan, the 4 divine kings had not made another move in the past 100 years, yet still occupied the top spot in the rankings. No wonder, Lin Yuan now also felt some pressure. With 200 years left before the heavenly gates opening, could he truly surpass the 4 divine kings who had a perfect match with their supreme weapons? More than 100 years ago, the Tianyu clan must have realized this and sought desperately to eliminate the 4 divine kings in their weaker days, Lin Yuan thought. That great battle involved not only the Tianyu clan, but also the covert support of other P clans, Nayland, the Tower Deputy Master, said. In fact, some of the supreme beings of human civilization had also watched secretly, ready to seize the chance to kill the 4 divine kings if possible. But the unfortunate defeat of the Tianyu clan turned the hearts of the powerhouses of human civilization cold, and they decided not to continue their attack. In this new ranking, that mysterious powerhouse from Shuyu ancient country has moved up to 6th, and the Hozhu from the prison tribe has fallen to 10th, said Nayland, the Tower Deputy Master, after glancing at the new rankings and shaking his head slightly. Hozhu of the prison tribe, merely in normal 11th rank life, managed to remain in the top 9 powerhouse positions for over 100 years, thanks to a crimson greatsword. Two-dimensional world. In a desolate desert, a man wielding a crimson greatsword sat alone. My ranking has fallen to 10th. Clearly, I'm no longer first here in terms of publicized combat power. The man was Ho Zhu of the prison tribe. Everyone outside thinks my position among the top 9 powerhouses is based on luck, entirely due to the light of this wondrous artifact, thought Ho Zhu of the prison tribe quietly. The 4 divine kings also relied on a supreme weapon, but no one questioned their strength. Without the supreme weapon, the 4 divine kings would still be level 11 perfect legendary lives. And the weapon of the 4 divine kings did not come from the two-dimensional world. It was brought from the Star Alliance. What about him, Ho Zhu? He was just a lucky fellow. Without this crimson greatsword, Hou was nothing. Therefore, he had always been the most gossiped among the top 9 powerhouses. Now, that Hou had fallen out of the top 9, it was almost predictable that he would face a lot of ridicule. Over the years, I've given up everything and concentrated solely on the comprehension of this crimson greatsword, delving into 9 major killing techniques within it, Hou sneered. The profound mystery and the terrifying murderous intent contained in the greatsword even made Hou tremble. Just wait. 200 years later, when the heavenly gate opens, I will show you all the true might of Hou. Hou took a deep breath. As an 11th rank life, he certainly understood the principle of restraint. All myriad tribes, powerhouses who have fallen into this two-dimensional world had one ultimate goal, the opening of the heavenly gate. And Hou was no exception. He too awaited that day. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 734, The Silent Xiaqin Supreme Being. Please subscribe. Virtual World. Nalan curiously asked, Galaxy Master, in the two-dimensional world, you must have entered the Witch Ancestor realm, right? Lin Yuan was the greatest genius in human civilization history, with an undisputedly brilliant aptitude. Thus, Nalan was almost certain Lin Yuan had become a Witch Ancestor. It is known that in the two-dimensional world for over 100 years, a significant number of 10th rank lives have only just entered the Witch Ancestor realm. At the initial advent in the two-dimensional world, 8th layer life, 9th rank life, 10th rank life, and 11th rank life all started at the same point. But as time elapsed, the disparities between them began to widen, and the gaps continued to grow. Yes, Lin Yuan nodded. Witch Ancestor 18th realm. That is still a Witch Ancestor. In that case, our human civilization's 11th rank evolvers have compiled 17 methods of cultivation for stages beyond the Witch Ancestor realm. They'll send them to you to see. Nalan immediately sent them to Lin Yuan. In the two-dimensional world, where special life forms prevail and human civilization is relatively weak, it is crucial to stay united. Sharing cultivation methods with each other is a norm. And as for the competition when the Sky Gate opens, as long as the majority of those who leave the two-dimensional world are human evolvers, then human civilization would be considered victorious. However, the prospect doesn't look great at the moment. Source: web novel. Updated on. Not to mention those hidden figures like the mysterious powerhouse from Shuyu ancient country. Just the 4 divine kings alone have almost guaranteed their spots for leaving during the first Sky Gate opening. Thank you. Lin Yuan glanced at the cultivation methods Nalan had sent over, his expression pensive. The creators of these post-Witch Ancestor cultivation methods were essentially 11th rank beings of human civilization, each an outstanding genius of their era, and their explored cultivation methods significantly moved Lin Yuan. They moved him more than those native Witch Ancestor cultivation methods from the two-dimensional world. It's just that my cultivation method might not suit you guys. Lin Yuan looked up at Nalan after skimming through the text, his voice hesitant. The Witch Ancestor cultivation skill Lin Yuan was practicing was developed using his Against Heaven's understanding tailored to his conditions. The advantage is that it could tap into the potential of every stage of his physical development, but the downside, it was uniquely suited to Lin Yuan himself. Other powerhouses could not emulate it even if they wanted to. In fact, the multiple post-Witch Ancestor cultivation methods that Nalan had compiled were also explored and developed by many Tier 11 evolvers based on their conditions. They also didn't have any universal applicability, but Lin Yuan, with his Against Heaven's understanding, could observe these methods from the most fundamental perspective. Don't worry, Nalan shook his head. Although Lin Yuan, you're the greatest genius in human civilization history, you're still just a 10th rank life. Compared to 11th rank evolvers, your perspective is narrower and closer. Once this Sky Gate opens, I will specifically organize some cultivation methods for you all, Lin Yuan said thoughtfully. For now, the most important task for him was to enhance his strength as much as possible before the Sky Gate opened in 200 years. creating specialized cultivation methods for other human evolvers would be a deviation from his goals. Such a task could wait till 200 years later. By then, Lin Yuan should have more free time. Sar the Nelfer. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Deep underground. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, his presence undulating like a fathomless abyss. At a certain moment, Lin Yuan, like a steadfast rock emitting no aura, then suddenly erupted like a tsunami, horrifying fluctuations of vital energy spreading in all directions. If not for being underground, the disturbance could have alarmed countless myriad tribes, powerhouses within thousands of miles. Which ancestor 19th realm? Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes, his face breaking into a slight smile. After reviewing other 11th rank evolvers' explored paths in which ancestor cultivation from human civilization, Lin Yuan's own accumulation had finally reached a qualitative breakthrough, advancing into the witch ancestor's 19th realm. My current power is 60% stronger than in the witch ancestor 18th realm. To hunt down Toba, ancient god again, it would take no more than 2 hours to penetrate his mystical inner armor and kill him. Lin Yuan felt the surged strength within his body, satisfied with the result. I wonder how strong the 4 divine kings are now. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The 4 divine kings possess supreme weapons perfectly suited to them. Under such circumstances, utilizing these supreme weapons to comprehend the force of this world would likely far surpass other myriad tribes' powerhouses. It's time to go back. Lin Yuan stood up and left the depths of the underground, heading back to the Luochuan gathering area. Luochuan gathering area. Zhao Rangu stood there respectfully. Master, Zhao Rangu spoke respectfully. Just now, Zhao Rangu had again received news from Shuyu Tavern, and the source of the rampant bloody traces within Shuyu ancient country had been completely resolved. According to Shuyu Tavern, a certain supreme powerhouse within Shuyu ancient country had acted to suppress a group of powerhouses causing slaughter within the country. Shuyu Tavern knew nothing about this supreme powerhouse, but Zhao Rangu faintly realized, could this be related to Lin Yuan? Especially since this great battle coincided with Lin Yuan's disappearance, and the matter had occurred after he had discussed it with Lin Yuan. Thinking of the terrifying traces on the battleground reported by Shuyu Tavern, Zhao Rangu couldn't help but shiver. Could that truly be the power a person could possess? I need to continue my closed-door cultivation. Unless it's something important, there's no need to disturb me. Lin Yuan glanced at Zhao Rangu, instructing him. The changes in Zhao Rangu's emotions were clear as daylight in Lin Yuan's eyes. But Lin Yuan didn't care. Even if the identity of that mysterious powerhouse from Shuyu ancient country were exposed, how would it matter if it were revealed to be him? Currently, his identity in the Luochuan gathering place has no connection whatsoever with his identity as the Milky Way galaxy master in the main universe. If it's exposed, so be it. Moreover, Lin Yuan did not believe Zhao Rangu would dare to spread their suspicions. In a world where phantasm reality alternated, 9 breaths surged out, forming 9 towering figures, precisely the 9 supreme beings of human civilization. With our human civilization's heritage treasure, Void Realm World, to replicate that 2-dimensional world, even if it's only 10 to 20% similar, it's enough for us to deduce the cultivation methods, said the Feather Butterfly Supreme Being. The sheet from the Taiyuan relic was unfathomable, and even a Supreme Being dared not let themselves be drawn into it, risking a plunge into that 2-dimensional world. But it doesn't mean there are no methods if Supreme Beings dare not risk it personally. For instance, human civilization could use the Void Realm World, simulate the 2-dimensional world within the sheet, which allows Supreme Beings to enter and perceive its fundamental power. Void Realm World is one of the heritages of human civilization, capable of replicating and simulating the myriad rules of the main universe. Indeed, the 2-dimensional world within the sheet completely retracted without giving away much aura. However, the treasure of human civilization Void Realm World can still replicate it through the little aura available. The two-dimensional world, replicated by Void Realm world, naturally can't compare to the real one, with a similarity of only about 10 to 20%. But that's enough. Supreme beings can enter at will, and from the height of ultimate beings, even a 1% degree of similarity can help deduce many things. That old monster from the Star Alliance has merged a supreme weapon into that youngster of the four divine kings, rendering him nearly invincible in the two-dimensional world. Now we have utilized the Void Realm world to deduce the cultivation methods for our human civilization's evolvers. So far, we have conclusively deduced up to the Witch Ancestor's 16th realm cultivation methods, said the Void God Supreme Being with a smile. The cultivation methods they deduced were not restricted in any way and should offer considerable aid to human evolvers in the two-dimensional world. At the very least, they can serve as a guiding light, accelerating the cultivation pace of human civilization evolvers. All right, I need to go back to instruct those juniors. The Xiaqin Supreme Being's form disappeared. The other Supreme Beings exchanged glances and gradually vanished as well. Milky Way main star. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Xiaqin Supreme Being wants me to meet him? Lin Yuan opened his eyes, slightly surprised. In this past century, Xiaqin Supreme Being should have been entangled by some matter and would not usually contact him. There must be something, he thought. Lin Yuan immediately connected his consciousness to the virtual world and entered Xiaqin Supreme Being's personal world. Supreme Being, Lin Yuan bowed to Xiaqin Supreme Being, who was sitting on the throne. Lin Yuan. Xiaqin Supreme Being looked at Lin Yuan, a smile emerging on his face. How is your cultivation in the two-dimensional world? Not bad, Lin Yuan replied. In just over 100 years, Lin Yuan had caught up with those at the peak of Tier 11 legendaries, which was indeed impressive. Indeed, those who could step into Tier 11 perfection were beings with heavenly defying talents and attributes, unique and unparalleled in the vast universe. Next, I will explain to you the subsequent cultivation methods of the Witch Ancestor. Xiaqin Supreme Being got straight to the point. The Supreme Being explaining the subsequent cultivation methods of the Witch Ancestor. Lin Yuan was slightly stunned, his face filled with anticipation. Although unaware of how the Supreme Being deduced the following Witch Ancestor cultivation methods, without entering the two-dimensional world himself and perceiving the essence of the power inside, it was nearly impossible to decipher the specific cultivation methods. But since Xiaqin Supreme Being said so, he must be very confident. The cultivation of the Witch Ancestor period starts from the first realm. Xiaqin Supreme Being quickly outlined the cultivation method from the first to the sixth realm. How about this? Xiaqin Supreme Being looked at Lin Yuan. Could you delve deeper? Lin Yuan thought for a moment. The methods from the first to the sixth realm Xiaqin Supreme Being outlined had indeed given Lin Yuan some insight. But the impact was not significant, especially since Lin Yuan was already at the 19th realm of the Witch Ancestor. The cultivation methods arranged by Deputy Tower Master Nailin had allowed Lin Yuan to break through smoothly to the 19th realm because of the accumulation of experience, needing only that final push. Even without the cultivation methods arranged by Nailin, Lin Yuan would have breakthrough to the 19th realm very soon. Delve deeper. Xiaqin Supreme Being was slightly surprised, but did not hesitate and continued to explain the cultivation method from the 7th to the 14th realm of the Witch Ancestor. Even deeper, please, said Lin Yuan after listening, his expression serious, as the methods from the 7th to the 14th realm indeed provided him with great insights. But it was still not enough. Deeper still, Xiaqin Supreme Being's eyebrows twitched, already at the 14th realm of the Witch Ancestor, and yet that wasn't deep enough? However, since Lin Yuan wanted to hear more in depth, Xiaqin Supreme Being said nothing further and laid out the ultimate essence of power from the 15th to the 16th realm of the Witch Ancestor. Could we continue a bit deeper? Lin Yuan, upon hearing this, had some revelations. Deeper still, Xiaqin Supreme Being couldn't help but say, "What level of cultivation methods are you looking to hear?" What level of cultivation methods? Lin Yuan looked at Xia Qin's supreme being. Do you have those of the Witch Ancestors' 20th realm? The Witch Ancestors' 20th realm? Xia Qin's supreme being was filled with surprise and doubt, examining Lin Yuan for a while before falling into a deep silence. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 735, The Resolute Supreme Being. Please subscribe. Xia Qin's supreme being looked at Lin Yuan, his mind racing with thoughts. As a 12th rank life, how fast could Xia Qin's supreme being's cognitive speed possibly be? In just an instant, he deduced the many possible reasons why Lin Yuan would inquire about the Witch Ancestors' 20th realm. The most likely reason he came up with was that Lin Yuan had already reached the Witch Ancestor 19th realm. It would be normal for someone at the Witch Ancestor 19th realm to want to learn about the mysteries of the Witch Ancestor's 20th realm. But that reason seemed too incredible to believe. Witch Ancestor 19th realm? In the two-dimensional world, it was debatable whether any of those mythic perfect level 11 beings had reached that level. Lin Yuan was merely a 10th rank life. No matter how heaven-defying he was, surely there had to be some limits? Beyond that possibility, Xia Qin's supreme being also deduced many other potential reasons. For example, Lin Yuan might want to see further ahead, know the general idea of the Witch Ancestor's 20th realm, or he could just be asking out of pure curiosity, among others. What level of Witch Ancestor are you now? Xia Qin's supreme being, after a moment of silence, couldn't help but ask. The two-dimensional world within white paper could block a supreme being's probing. Source: web novel. Com. Updated on. Koso. Even Xia Qin's supreme being couldn't determine Lin Yuan's specific realm level. I am now, Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and didn't hide the truth, 19th realm. When facing a supreme being from his clan, instances like the door to the myriad realms and the mysterious gourd, which are opportunities far surpassing 12th rank, Lin Yuan would choose to conceal them. As for everything else, there was no need for concealment. In the world of the two-dimensional, one must accurately reveal their strength to receive guidance from Xia Qin's supreme being. Lin Yuan held great admiration for supreme beings. Every life form that had become a supreme being was extremely resolute. Merely relying on innate talent was not enough to reach the ultimate level. Really, at the Witch Ancestor 19th realm? Xia Qin's supreme being looked at Lin Yuan, although he had already anticipated it in his mind. But when Lin Yuan personally confirmed it, Xia Qin's supreme being was still somewhat shocked. The 9 supreme beings of human civilization had joined hands to replicate a two-dimensional world within Void Realm world, descending within it to carry out deductions for nearly 100 years, before they finally arrived at the cultivation methods spanning from the 1st to the 16th realm of Witch Ancestor. And here was Lin Yuan, who had, on his own, stepped into the Witch Ancestor 19th realm. Admittedly, the two-dimensional world that the 9 supreme beings of human civilization descended into, created forcibly by Void Realm world, was only somewhat similar to the actual one. And the cultivation methods they deduced were not limited to any single being, but could be popularized to some extent. In terms of difficulty, it was definitely higher than the cultivation methods figured out by the powerhouses within the actual two-dimensional world. But they were supreme beings. They were ultimate beings. They were 12th rank lives. The insight and eyesight of a supreme being were far superior to those of a tier 11 being, let alone Lin Yuan, who was merely 10th rank. Under these circumstances, it was understandable that those perfect level 11 legendary beings would explore up to the Witch Ancestor 18th realm and 19th realm. But Lin Yuan? You? Xia Qin's supreme being sighed. You really surprised me. Initially, when one of Lin Yuan's avatars fell into the two-dimensional world, Xia Qin's supreme being was extremely worried that it might affect Lin Yuan's prospects of reaching the ultimate level. The collaboration of human civilization's 9 supreme beings to stimulate Void Realm world and replicate the two-dimensional world was not without great cost. Nevertheless, Xiaqin Supreme Being insisted on acting out of concern that Lin Yuan's avatar might actually be lost in the two-dimensional world. But now it seemed that Xiaqin Supreme Being's concerns were completely unnecessary. If Lin Yuan truly possessed the strength of Witch Ancestor 19th Realm, his life in that two-dimensional world must be quite comfortable. Indeed, it was not long ago that I barely stepped into the Witch Ancestor 19th Realm, Lin Yuan said immediately. Not long ago. Barely. Xiaqin Supreme Being glanced at Lin Yuan. If you could cultivate to the Witch Ancestor 19th Realm in such a short period of time, there was no need for our human civilization to actively seek the Star Alliance, Xiaqin Supreme Being stated with a smile on his face. Seek the Star Alliance? Lin Yuan was slightly startled. The Star Alliance was a coalition of many unique life forms within the cosmic starry skies, counted among the same level of power as the grand alliances of peak clans like human civilization. Without seeking the Star Alliance, it will be quite difficult to take out the treasures from the two-dimensional world, Xiaqin Supreme Being said. So far, the 4 divine kings of the Star Alliance are the ones most likely to go through the heavenly gate and return to the cosmic starry sky. The treasures attained by the evolvers of our human civilization in the two-dimensional world can be brought out only with the help of the 4 divine kings, explained Xiaqin Supreme Being. Those treasures would only show their greatest value once out of the two-dimensional world. However, human civilization's evolvers were not dominant in the two-dimensional world. At least based on the current situation, they were unable to compete with formidable beings like the 4 divine kings for a chance to enter the heavenly gate. But now, upon learning of Lin Yuan's strength, hope suddenly rose in Xiaqin Supreme Being's heart. Given Lin Yuan's current realm, even if he still wasn't a match for the 4 divine kings, he could completely set his sights on the opening of the heavenly gate after the next one. So that's how it is. Lin Yuan nodded. To beg the Star Alliance, to ask the 4 divine kings, would surely come with a greater price, as it was a plea after all. But human civilization had no other choice, given that in the two-dimensional world, the advantages of special life forms were infinitely amplified. Not just human civilization, but the insect race, the Tianyu clan, and other peak clans were similarly unable to compete with the special life forms of the Star Alliance in the two-dimensional world. S.E.A. the Novel Fire. Net * website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Of course, if you can leave the two-dimensional world through the heavenly gate later on and take out those treasures from our human civilization, you certainly won't be doing it for nothing. For each treasure, based on its value, you will get a 50% share. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 736, The Unyielding Supreme Being, Subscription Request. _2 Xiaqin Supreme Being immediately said, just taking out the extraordinary object and giving away 50% of its value does seem extravagant. But we must understand that if the extraordinary object isn't taken out, it's essentially a zero gain for human civilization. And this 50% value is not for the Star Alliance. It's still for our own people. Xiaqin Supreme Being is quite willing to do so. No problem, Lin Yuan immediately said. This is practically a giveaway. It's just that I don't know if I can actually enter the heavenly gate. Lin Yuan said with some hesitation. With your cultivation speed, as long as you avoid the 4 divine kings and focus on the 2nd and 3rd openings of the heavenly gate, there's still a great chance, Xiaqin Supreme Being said. Avoid the 4 divine kings. Source, web novel. Updated on. Colin Yuan's heart stirred. Whether in the two-dimensional world or the main universe, the might of the 4 divine kings was immense. Yes, the supreme weapon of the 4 divine kings suits him perfectly. Even if your realm is higher and your strength greater, the overall combat power is another matter. With your potential and speed of cultivation, there's no need to compete with the 4 divine kings. The risk would be too great, Xiaqin Supreme Being said, shaking his head. Understood. Lin Yuan's thoughts were already in alignment with Xiaqin Supreme Being's. Unless he was absolutely certain, Lin Yuan would not take risks to compete for a spot in the first opening of the Heavenly Gate. Time was on Lin Yuan's side. The longer the time, the greater the advantage his against heaven's understanding would bring. In just over 100 years, Lin Yuan was close to catching up to those Tier 11 perfect legendary lives. In another 10,000 years, Lin Yuan himself didn't know to what extent he could reach. Right, since you've already reached the Witch Ancestor 19th realm, our derived cultivation method won't mean much to you. However, you can try to comprehend the essence of the power that was captured from the Void Realm world, a replica of the two-dimensional world, Xiaqin Supreme Being said. The essence of the power captured through the Void Realm world was the basis for the 9 Supreme Beings to derive the Ancestor, which cultivation skill. Usually, such an essence of power wouldn't yield much insight even to those at the 10th or 11th rank of life. But after seeing Lin Yuan's performance, Xiaqin Supreme Being had a different opinion. After all, letting Lin Yuan comprehend it wouldn't be a loss anyway. The essence of power. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. In the two-dimensional world, understanding the essence of its power was slow due to the world's inherent suppression. But outside, without the constraints of the two-dimensional world, observing the essence of power could yield significant benefits. Right, your true body is on the Milky Way main star, yes? I will get Yudi to guide a thread of Void Realm world power for your enlightenment, Xiaqin Supreme Being said. Thank you, Supreme Being, Lin Yuan said with great appreciation. Having the Feather Butterfly Supreme Being run an errand like this was probably an honor few in human civilization's history had received. In the depths of the cosmic starry sky, a mysterious scroll slowly unfurled. Start the novel, Fire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Numerous towering figures stood in the vicinity. Xiaqin, how is it? Have you given it some thought? A colossal figure, stretching billions of miles high, transmitted a message to Xiaqin Supreme Being. Your human civilization has a decent relationship with our Star Alliance. For the opening of the Heavenly Gate within the two-dimensional world, as long as you're willing to give up 60% of the extraordinary objects, I can have the 4 Divine Kings bring out the extraordinary objects found by your civilization's evolvers. How about it? This deal is very lucrative. For the insect race and the Tianyu clan, I demand 70 to 80% of the extraordinary objects. The colossal figure looked at Xiaqin Supreme Being, himself a 12th rank life leading countless special beings and rivaling several P clan forces. Oh, give it some thought, Xiaqin Supreme Being said calmly. Give it some thought. The colossal figure was slightly startled. Xiaqin, you weren't like this before. The figure was somewhat puzzled. He had just negotiated with the Xiaqin Supreme Being not long ago, who had appeared quite enthusiastic. But now, the colossal figure clearly sensed a change in attitude. Your asking price is too high. Xiaqin Supreme Being, now knowing Lin Yuan's true strength, was much more confident and was only stalling the other party. If the price is high, we can negotiate, the colossal figure immediately said. Then I'll give it some thought, Xiaqin Supreme Being repeated, bringing the conversation back to square one. All right, you think about it. The colossal figure said no more. But time is limited, and if you wait too long, it won't be just 60% of the extraordinary objects. The extraordinary objects within the two-dimensional world had extremely concealed auras. Even for beings as powerful as the 4 Divine Kings, they could only recognize them when they got close and used many methods. Therefore, as long as the human civilization's evolvers hid their harvested extraordinary objects in secluded places, even if the 4 Divine Kings slaughtered them all, they still wouldn't be able to obtain the extraordinary objects. Outside the Milky Way main star, an ephemeral presence coalesced, taking the form of the Feather Butterfly Supreme Being. This youngster, he actually cultivated to the Witch Ancestor 19th realm. Feather Butterfly Supreme Being looked towards the distant Milky Way main star, still pondering the matters Xiaqin Supreme Being had told her. How exactly did he cultivate? Without the high-level perspective and understanding of power of an 11th rank life, How could he possibly have such a rapid cultivation speed? Feather Butterfly Supreme Being was astounded, yet soon smiled. But this is good. At least in that two-dimensional world, my human civilization now has its own peak combat power. Void Realm World. With a slight thought from Feather Butterfly Supreme Being, strands of ethereal power, crossing infinite light years, descended upon the Milky Way main star, more precisely in the Star-Lord's Great Hall. Search the novel Fire Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 737, The Unyielding Supreme Being, Subscription Request. _ 3-star Lord's Great Hall. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Suddenly, wisps of ethereal power began to converge. What is this? Lin Yuan quickly opened his eyes. The clan suppression weapon of our human civilization. The power of the Void Realm World. The Void Realm World, famed for being able to replicate anything, capable of mimicking the countless rules of the universe, combined with the land beyond, significantly boosted the cultivation speed of 10th rank evolvers of human civilization. It was said that one of the 9 supreme beings of human civilization, the Feather Butterfly Supreme Being, acquired her supreme evolution path from the Void Realm World. The Void Realm World originated before human civilization's long period of dormant years, during that unprecedented greatest opportunity when countless treasures and heritages fell like rain into the universe. Threads of illusory power continued to gather and swirl, faintly outlining the complete image of a miniature two-dimensional world before Lin Yuan. Source: Web Novel. Updated on. So, this is the true appearance of that two-dimensional world? Lin Yuan observed carefully. The Taiyang divine spirit of Lin Yuan delved into that two-dimensional world, and for him, it was difficult to fully sense the entirety of the two-dimensional world. It was akin to the illusion of being deep in the mountains, unaware of the surroundings. However, Lin Yuan now had a concrete concept of this two-dimensional world. The fundamental power of the two-dimensional world. So, this is what it's like? Lin Yuan observed closely as the Taiyang divine spirit felt the true breath of the two-dimensional world within it, the direct experience reflecting off the complete two-dimensional world itself. Your aptitude is against the heavens, sensing the essence of the mysterious world's power. Your own accumulation is slowly growing, compared to the supreme beings of human civilization, who could only sense the overall aura of the two-dimensional world individually. Lin Yuan's Tao, primordial spirit, was within the two-dimensional world. Comparing the two, his gains were much greater than those of the supreme beings. No, that's not right. How come I feel that the two-dimensional world replicated by the Void Realm World is incomplete, as if it's just a portion? Lin Yuan was slightly startled at his heart. With the Taiyang divine spirit as a reference in the real two-dimensional world, Lin Yuan immediately realized that the two-dimensional world replicated by the Void Realm World was vaguely incomplete. This was somewhat unbelievable to Lin Yuan. Given the depth of the two-dimensional world, it was normal for the Void Realm World to be unable to replicate it completely. The Xiaqin Supreme Being also specifically mentioned to Lin Yuan that the fidelity of the two-dimensional world replicated by the Void Realm World was only 1/10 to 1/20th that of the true two-dimensional world. But fidelity and completeness were two different matters. For example, when trying to replicate a famous painting, the copy might come nowhere close to the original in terms of the details of the artistry. But at least in terms of size, the copy should not be much different from the real painting. Yet now, the two-dimensional world replicated by the Void Realm World seemed much smaller than the true two-dimensional world. There are two possibilities. One is that I perceived it incorrectly. The other is that within the two-dimensional world, there are vast hidden spaces that the Void Realm World cannot detect and thus cannot replicate. Lin Yuan thought to himself, that two-dimensional world. Lin Yuan looked up in a certain direction, precisely the final resting place of the white paper. Around the white paper, any matter would dematerialize on its own. If not for the intervention of a supreme being, likely 1% of this universe would turn into a scroll. Forget it. What kind of secrets are hidden within that two-dimensional world? And what does it have to do with me? Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, no longer dwelling on it. His most urgent task was to enhance his strength as much as possible. Then, when the heavenly gate opens, defeat the other competitors, step out of the two-dimensional world, and return to the main universe. Search the novel, F. Ire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Two-dimensional world. Lin Yuan, while sensing the essence of heaven and earth, took out a silver mirror and gently stroked it. How exactly is this mirror used? Lin Yuan scrutinized it carefully. According to the information he had obtained, this silver mirror had belonged to a powerful member of the Ice Clan before it fell into the hands of the Toba ancient god. That Ice Clan powerhouse had possessed the mirror for decades and may have discovered some of its functions. However, after dying at the hands of the Toba ancient god, the true body of that Ice Clan member went into seclusion, and even Lin Yuan, concealing his identity, could not make contact. If blood doesn't work, let's try mental power. Lin Yuan carefully extended a wisp of mental energy. Within the two-dimensional world, even though all extraordinary powers were suppressed, mental energy, being the most fundamental force of life, stands apart from the physical strength and blood. Even in this two-dimensional world, the presence of mental power was still allowed. It was just like other extraordinary powers, mental energy was also greatly suppressed. As a practitioner at the Witch Ancestor 19th Realm, Lin Yuan had accumulated a fair amount of mental energy, allowing him the confidence to expend some on the mirror. If it were other myriad tribes' powerhouses, the loss of a wisp of mental energy might lead to a decline in condition and a considerable reduction in strength. Is this mirror absorbing mental energy? Lin Yuan's spirit was lifted as his mental energy came into contact with the mirror's surface, experiencing a slight pull. Just as Lin Yuan was about to expend part of his mental energy to figure out the purpose of the silver mirror once and for all, Zhao Rangu appeared outside, wanting to see Lin Yuan. Come in. Lin Yuan put away the silver mirror and said, Master. Zhao Rangu spoke respectfully. What's the matter? Lin Yuan looked at Zhao Rangu. Before going into seclusion, he had instructed that he should not be disturbed unless it was important. The royal family of Shuyu ancient country wants to meet with the master, Zhao Rangu quickly said. The royal family of Shuyu ancient country? Lin Yuan shook his head and said, I'm not interested. If it had been at the beginning when he first arrived, Lin Yuan might have been quite wary of the royal family of Shuyu ancient country. But now, not to mention the royal family of Shuyu ancient country, even if the royal families of the 12 ancient countries stood together, Lin Yuan wouldn't bat an eyelid. The royal family of Shuyu ancient country says they have a precious treasure to present. Zhao Rangu added, a precious treasure. Lin Yuan's heart suddenly stirred. Search the novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 738, 200 years later, please subscribe. For a myriad tribes powerhouse like Lin Yuan, the only treasure of value in the two-dimensional world is an exotic item. Of course, the most precious is certainly the two-dimensional world itself, that is, the white paper. But even supreme beings cannot refine that white paper. The powerhouses trapped within naturally wouldn't harbor any thoughts about it. As for the exotic item owned by Shuyu ancient country, according to Lin Yuan, it was a blood rain tea tree. However, that blood rain tea tree had been taken away by several powerhouses who had stepped into the Witch Ancestor realm nearly 100 years ago. The miraculous aspect of the blood rain tea tree is no secret among the upper echelons of Shuyu ancient country. Upon realization of the value of exotic items within the two-dimensional world, the blood rain tea tree would definitely not have been overlooked and was eyed by powerhouses early on. It was simply beyond Shiyu ancient country's ability to retain. Could it be that Shiyu ancient country still hides other exotic items? Lin Yuan grew interested. When the royal family of Shiyu ancient country declared they had a treasure to offer, Lin Yuan naturally thought along these lines. Source, web novel. Com, updated on. So be it. Let's meet then. Having made up his mind, Lin Yuan thought it was only appropriate to see for himself since it concerned an exotic item. Yes. Jia Rangu immediately responded. Since the master has agreed to meet, I shall notify them at once. Jia Rangu respectfully withdrew. Without Lin Yuan's permission, even the royal family of Shiyu ancient country would not dare to enter the vicinity of Luo Chuan gathering place uninvited. Over the years, even though Lin Yuan rarely took action, just the occasional demonstration was enough to deter Shiyu ancient country. After Jia Rangu went to notify the royal family of Shiyu ancient country, there was some time before their audience. Lin Yuan continued to take out the silver mirror and pour his spirit will into it. Hum hum hum. Accompanied by Lin Yuan using up a great amount of spirit will, the silver mirror in front of him gradually revealed its extraordinary nature. Faint silver radiance began to emerge. At the same time, Lin Yuan actually felt an extremely familiar fluctuation. Spatial fluctuation. It was purely spatial fluctuation, not involving any space rules. This is promising. Seeing this, Lin Yuan continued to maintain the infusion of his spirit will. Only a powerhouse in the Witch Ancestor 19th realm could possess such abundant spirit will. If it were someone in the 15th or 16th realm, they wouldn't even meet the prerequisite to activate this silver mirror. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, most of the day had gone by. Lin Yuan's brows slightly furrowed, maintaining the infusion of spirit will. Even Lin Yuan was feeling the strain. If this were to continue, it would likely impact his own strength. Just as Lin Yuan was contemplating whether to proceed, swoosh, the silver mirror seemed to undergo a qualitative change. It began to float up slowly. The surface of the mirror rippled like mercury, creating gentle waves. What? Lin Yuan looked at the silver mirror floating up before him, a look of shock on his face. The fact that the mirror was floating did not surprise him. With his current strength, a full-force burst could also achieve brief levitation. It was simply a matter of letting one's blood and qi boil, unleashing a strong life magnetic field, thereby counteracting the force of gravity. What truly shocked Lin Yuan was the sensation of an independent space contained within the mirror. The space was not large, just about 10 square meters. But bear in mind, within the two-dimensional world, there is no concept of spatial depth. Everything is two-dimensional, everything is flat. And now, the space inside the mirror was akin to opening up a three-dimensional space within a two-dimensional plane, a notion utterly inconceivable, right? The direct size of my inner world has reached 2.331 billion miles in radius, and the number of layers and spatial layers exceeds 3 billion. Yet despite this, upon falling into this two-dimensional world, my inner world was instantly compressed into a sheet of paper, its existence nullified. Lin Yuan inwardly marveled. And now, within the silver mirror, there actually existed a standalone space being maintained. Should this standalone space return to the main universe and be completely unfolded, how vast would it become? Having the space in the mirror certainly does make things more convenient, Lin Yuan thought to himself, caressing the silver mirror over and over again. Although the space in the mirror was not large, it was more than enough to hold Lin Yuan's daily items, especially that pitch-black iron rod, which was far too conspicuous to carry on his back. Now, he could place the iron rod inside it. Whenever he wanted to use it, he could take it out in an instant. Furthermore, for Lin Yuan, the silver mirror possessed a crucial ability for safeguarding his life. If he ever encountered an attack he could not withstand, he could completely hide inside the silver mirror. As for the silver mirror's body exposed to the outside, the silver mirror being an exotic item, a 12-star strange treasures weapon, within this two-dimensional world, equates to an indestructible existence. Even if supreme beings were to fall in here, limited by the suppression of the two-dimensional world, unable to exert their full power, they still could not shake the silver mirror. Not bad, not bad at all. Lin Yuan's heart felt elated. With this silver mirror in his possession, his means had once again become much richer. First, I will place the iron rod inside. With a thought from Lin Yuan, the nearly 2-meter-long pitch-black iron rod disappeared on the spot, being stored in the spatial area within the silver mirror. He then also put the bronze compass into it, a strange object that was of great use to Lin Yuan. Normally, he had to constantly pay attention to it when carrying it on his person. But once it was placed in the space within the silver mirror, he felt much more at ease. It didn't take long for Lin Yuan to understand the capabilities of the silver mirror. Members of the imperial family of Shuyu ancient country hurriedly arrived. CTH novel, F. Ire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Coming to pay respects to Lin Yuan was the current emperor of the Shuyu ancient country, a middle-aged man with an air of great dignity. "Greetings to your excellency," said the Shuyu emperor, followed by several princes and ministers, with profound respect. The young man seated cross-legged in front of them. His mere presence imposed an almost invisible pressure that came from the essence of life itself, causing the group to bear an immense burden as sweat continuously beaded on their foreheads. Is this the mysterious powerhouse hidden within our Shuyu ancient country? The Shuyu emperor swallowed nervously. The recently concluded battle in the desolate northwestern region of the Shuyu ancient country not only spread widely among the powerhouses of the myriad clans, but also reached the ears of the local power, the Shuyu ancient country. Moreover, the royal family of Shuyu ancient country, based on numerous clues, had vaguely inferred that this mysterious powerhouse was none other than this young man before them. For over 100 years, a succession of unparalleled powerhouses emerged from the 12 ancient countries, causing the traditional ruling royal families to tremble with fear. If it were not utterly necessary, the Shuyu emperor truly did not wish to approach Lin Yuan because the pressure was too great to bear. "You may rise." Lin Yuan glanced at the respectful figures standing below, pausing slightly on one of them. That person was the prince of the northern town of Shuyu ancient country. Initially, Lin Yuan's acquisition of the bronze compass could be considered somewhat fated due to the prince's involvement. Had the northern town prince not been pursuing the Cloud Mountain 18 bandits, they would not have fled around the Luochuan gathering area. Even if Lin Yuan had set out to claim the bounty, he wouldn't have ventured too far from the Luochuan gathering area, and it was very likely he would have missed out on acquiring the bronze compass. Even in this two-dimensional world, cause and effect exist. It's just almost imperceptible, Lin Yuan thought to himself. In the Xiaoyu Evolution Tower, Lin Yuan had created an incarnation that was comprehending the cosmic aurora, rapidly enhancing his understanding of the law of causality. Now, meeting the northern town prince in such a manner could be considered a manifestation of karma. "Excellency, these are the treasured items we wish to present." The Shuyu emperor took out 2 wooden boxes. One box was large, the other small. The large one was 1/2 meter long, while the small box was only 10 centimeters in size. Zhao Rangu swiftly approached, taking the 2 wooden boxes and respectfully placing them in front of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan opened the 2 wooden boxes with interest. Inside the large box was an axe, carved entirely from jade, small and exquisite. A faint sharp aura circulated between the edges of the axe blade. Inside the small box was a piece of wood. Even without touching it, Lin Yuan could feel a tremendous vitality emanating from within the wood. These 2 treasures. Lin Yuan's expression was unchanged, but his heart was slightly excited. The small and exquisite jade axe was likely a supreme weapon, similar to the pitch-black iron rod. And that piece of wood was probably some 12-star rare treasures material, which, if placed in the main universe, would likely provoke a supreme being to compete for it. Shuyu ancient country. Lin Yuan glanced at the Shuyu emperor and his retinue below. Over the past century, the Shuyu ancient country must have been scoured by numerous myriad tribes' powerhouses. Even so, they had still managed to retain these two treasures, clearly possessing some means. "Speak. What do you want me to do?" Lin Yuan asked indifferently. If the Shuyu Emperor and his entourage had traveled thousands of miles to see him and even presented valuable exotic items, they definitely had a request to make. "May I ask if your excellency is related to the chase that occurred a while back in the northwestern region of the ancient country?" the Shuyu Emperor asked cautiously. "It was me," Lin Yuan answered directly. Now, with his power, there was no need to hide the truth. He simply admitted it outright. "Your Excellency's power is truly heaven-reaching," the Shuyu Emperor said with genuine amazement. The traces left by the Great Pursuit in the northwestern region had shattered the perceptions of the powerhouses within the Shuyu royal family time and again. "Just state your business," Lin Yuan said with a calm voice. "Yes," the Shuyu Emperor composed himself. "I hope your Excellency will provide protection for our Shuyu ancient country." Protection? Lin Yuan glanced at the Shuyu Emperor. He had anticipated this request. For indigenous ancient countries in the two-dimensional world, there was bound to be a pervasive sense of panic facing the countless powerful beings descending upon them. "This is what you'll do. From now on, you can simply announce to the outside world that I am your protector," Lin Yuan stated. Just like that. The Shuyu Emperor was somewhat stunned. With such an announcement, other powerhouses won't dare to take any undue action, Lin Yuan said softly. Among the myriad tribes' powerhouses, news traveled astoundingly fast. Once they learned that the mysterious powerhouse ranked 6th in the standings was protecting the Shuyu ancient country, no one with 1,000 lives would dare to cause trouble. Yes, the Shuyu Emperor, though puzzled, dared not show any sign of objection. 1 month later, after the Shuyu Emperor returned to the capital and made the announcement, the Shuyu Empire indeed became much calmer, with the previously unruly powerhouses of the myriad clans now significantly subdued. Many among the myriad clans' powerhouses unanimously considered Lin Yuan to be a legendary being at Tier 11 perfection from the main universe. Who would dare to misbehave within the protective scope of such an entity? Time flew swiftly, and Lin Yuan continued to immerse himself in cultivation. Nearly 200 years flashed by in the blink of an eye. Only 2 months remained until the once-in-10,000 years opening of the Heavenly Gate. Search the Novel Fire Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 739 Majestic Heavenly Mountain. Subscribe, please. On the clear, azure surface of a lake stood a four-armed man in silence. He was only 167 meters tall, yet his invisible aura was vast and immeasurable, his 4 arms hinting at a disharmony with the surrounding world. 4 divine kings. 4 divine kings. 4 divine kings. Sorry, the Novel Fire Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. At the edge of the lake, dozens of figures whispered in a frenzied tone. 200 years ago, the power of the 4 divine kings had already far surpassed theirs. Another 200 years had passed, and the gap had only widened further. Is the celestial gate about to open? The 4 divine kings, the four-armed man, slowly opened his eyes, which were profound as he spoke calmly. According to the time in this two-dimensional world, in 2 months the celestial gate will open. The leading figure at the shore immediately responded. Source, web novel. Com, updated on. The celestial gate opens every 10,000 years, which is the grandest event in this two-dimensional world. Countless powerhouses will go to witness it. Before the arrival of the myriad tribes' powerhouses, only those at the Witch Emperor level were qualified to vie for entry, and only the Witch Ancestor level would dare to ensure they could reach the celestial gate. Now, with the intervention of the myriad tribes' powerhouses, the threshold has been raised infinitely. Understood. We will set off for the Heavenly Mountain in 1 day, the 4 divine kings said slowly. The Heavenly Mountain is the most towering peak in this known two-dimensional world, Every time the celestial gate opens, it appears above the heavenly mountain, which eventually led to its name. Yes, the dozens of figures at the lake's edge nodded immediately. 4 divine kings. The leading figure suddenly hesitated. Don't worry, you have handled so many trifles for me in this two-dimensional world. As long as I can leave, I will have a supreme being make a move and compensate you for your fundamental losses as much as possible. The 4 divine kings assured, looking at the many figures on the shore. These figures were all powerful and special beings, ancient gods who could dominate any part of the cosmic starry skies. Many thanks for divine kings. We are in your debt for divine kings. It is our honor to handle trifles for the 4 divine kings. The dozens of figures felt a slight relief in their hearts. Fundamental losses were irrevocable, but they could be compensated. As long as a supreme being made a move, and with a price paid, their losses could be reduced to a minimum. Of course, the supreme being was willing to act because the 4 divine kings would take all the extraordinary items from the two-dimensional world with them, and these items were partly their contribution. With the power of the 4 divine kings, who in this two-dimensional world could rival you, the leading figure spoke. The other figures agreed in unison. Although they were all 11th-rank special beings, they knew they had no hope of leaving, first and foremost because they could not compete with the 4 divine kings before them. As for giving up this celestial gate, opening, and waiting for the next, that was a matter for the 9 strongest among them, not relevant to these somewhat mediocre special beings. And the current 9 strongest beings of the two-dimensional world all have similar status and are not subordinate to each other. Even if they were special beings, it was not possible. All right, you go down first and prepare, said the 4 divine kings. The figures quickly turned and left the lakeshore. Suddenly, the wide expanse of the lake was left with only the 4 divine kings. For 200 years, I've done my best to tap into the potential power of the ultimate weapon within me. In terms of combat power, I estimate that I have reached the upper limit of this two-dimensional world. The 4 divine kings thought silently to himself. Unlike the wonders of the two-dimensional world, his ultimate weapon had been brought from the outside world. This created a fundamental difference from the magical artifacts held by the myriad tribes' powerhouses. That is, the 4 divine kings' ultimate weapon had been refined. The other myriad tribes' powerhouses, even if they possessed magical artifacts as powerful as the 4 divine kings' ultimate weapon, could not refine them. They could only exert the lowest level of their power. Inside the two-dimensional world, many of the myriad tribes' powerhouses' techniques could not be executed, unable to refine magical artifacts. But the 4 divine kings' ultimate weapon had already been refined before entering this world. Even though having fallen into the two-dimensional world meant that many powers of the ultimate weapon were suppressed, the 4 divine kings were able to unite his mind with the refined weapon, and he slowly developed more of its powers. And this ultimate weapon was perfectly suited for the 4 divine kings, allowing the full extent of the highest combat power to be exerted. This time the celestial gate opens. I must be able to leave. The 4 divine kings was filled with confidence. As a level 11 perfect legendary being, he was already among the strongest of the many powerhouses of the myriad tribes, especially with his ultimate weapon in hand. With such a significant advantage, if he still couldn't leave, the 4 divine kings did not consider this a possibility. In a volcano, before the boiling magma, a thin old man sat cross-legged, his figure like a seething flame, with the temperature around him soaring and the rock walls beginning to melt. That's about enough. I have reached a limit. The thin old man exhaled lightly, and the temperatures nearby began to cool rapidly. It's time to head to the heavenly mountain. The old man narrowed his eyes slightly. This time, during the opening of the celestial gate, the only ones who can contend with me are a few old fellows, including the 4 divine kings. He brought a true ultimate weapon with him, indeed difficult to deal with. The thin old man stroked his chin, deep in thought. Normally, Tier 11 beings do not qualify to possess an ultimate weapon, even if they are level 11 perfect legendary beings. Even for the peak clans, An ultimate weapon is a part of their heritage, and a Tier 11 life form possessing one might likely attract a supreme being to seize it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 740 Majestic Heavenly Mountain. Please subscribe. Two supreme beings, though disdainful of using their strength to bully the weak, will still not mind doing so if there is sufficient benefit, unless the ultimate weapon originated from another supreme being's gift. The four divine kings are highly regarded in the Star Alliance, treated as the next ultimate existences to be nurtured, which is why they were bestowed with an ultimate weapon. But in this two-dimensional world, even if one refines an ultimate weapon, how much of its potential can actually be unearthed? When the time comes, a few of us old-timers can join forces and simply take care of the four divine kings first. The thin, small elder thought to himself. In terms of sheer combat power, the four divine kings were definitely stronger than him. And among all the myriad tribes powerhouses who had descended this time, the four divine kings were most likely the strongest. But the strongest does not mean invincible. As long as they are not invincible, there's a possibility that the four divine kings can be dealt with suppressed. At least in the eyes of the thin elder, the four divine kings posed the greatest threat and would certainly become his prime target when the time came. It can be foreseen that at the summit of Heavenly Mountain, the four divine kings will become the target of a collective assault. If the four divine kings are not taken care of first, a Tier 11 perfect legend like the thin, small elder would not dare to go all out. Source: updated on Wuxia World. Site: So enough. This time, it's the perfect opportunity to discuss with those old friend how to deal with the four divine kings. A smile appeared on the thin elder's face. Aside from those few other Tier 11 perfect legends at the same level, he had not taken any of the myriad tribes' powerhouses seriously. Outside the 12 ancient countries, a hidden world force. Within the two-dimensional world, the 12 ancient countries are only the largest forces. Beyond the 12 ancient countries, there are many hidden world forces, which in terms of heritage are no less than the ancient countries themselves, all established by a witch ancestor. These forces have always lived secluded from the world, uninterested in the information and intelligence of the outside world. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, within the depths of this hidden world force, a terrifying aura ascended, the massive power of chi and blood trembling. Witch ancestor. I have finally become a witch ancestor. An excited middle-aged man walked out. His name was Yin Fu, the strongest being of this hidden world force, who, after enduring strenuous cultivation, had finally stepped into the witch ancestor realm. In a two-dimensional world, for native beings to cultivate up to the level of witch ancestor is more difficult than ascending to heaven. In the past, whenever the heavenly gate opened, it was mostly contested by witch emperors. As for the witch ancestors, as long as a witch ancestor could be born, it was almost certain they would enter the heavenly gate. It's perfect timing that I entered the witch ancestor realm just before the opening of the heavenly gate. The task that my ancestors didn't accomplish, it falls upon me to complete. Yin Fu was emotionally stirred. For life in the two-dimensional world, entering the heavenly gate is the ultimate goal, the ultimate dream. Even for a witch ancestor, entry into the heavenly gate is not guaranteed. The heavenly gate opens every 10,000 years, but the lifespan of a witch ancestor is at most 2,000 to 3,000 years. Therefore, to enter the heavenly gate, even witch ancestors need good fortune. Yin Fu's ancestral witch ancestor was not so lucky. He became a witch ancestor only 800 years after the heavenly gate last opened, directly extinguishing all hope of entering the heavenly gate. Deep within the cosmic starry skies, a mysterious and ancient scroll gradually unfurled. Dozens of supreme beings observed solemnly, studying a piece of white paper in the distance. In the two-dimensional world, there are still 2 months left before the opening of the heavenly gate, but in the main universe, it's just a matter of a little over 10 hours. The flow of time in the two-dimensional world and the main universe is not consistent, with a ratio of 100 to 1. Heavenly Gate. This opening of the Heavenly Gate may be our chance to glimpse the essence of this white paper. Indeed, if the Heavenly Gate is truly an internal connection of the white paper to the outside world, during its opening, we can completely take the chance to uncover some hidden aspects of the white paper. It may even help us in refining this white paper. One after another, supreme beings await with grave anticipation. 2 years have passed, and they remained clueless about this white paper, so they put all their hopes on the Heavenly Gate that was about to open. Feather Butterfly. Is the Void Realm world ready? Xiaqin Supreme Being looked toward the Feather Butterfly Supreme Being beside him. Don't worry. Once the Heavenly Gate opens, if even a hint of breath leaks from the two-dimensional world within the white paper, it will be captured by the Void Realm world. By that time, the similarity of the replicated two-dimensional world will be even higher. The Feather Butterfly Supreme Being nodded. Her evolution path as a Supreme Being originating from the Void Realm world, thus she naturally had mastery over it. That's good. Xiaqin Supreme Being said. I wonder what realm that youngster has cultivated to by now. Xiaqin Supreme Being suddenly thought. The youngster he mentioned was, of course, Lin Yuan. Ever since learning 200 years ago that Lin Yuan was already the terrifying 19th realm witch ancestor, Xiaqin Supreme Being had pinned all his hopes for the evolution of human civilization from the two-dimensional world on him. It couldn't be helped. 200 years ago, aside from Lin Yuan, the strongest evolver in human civilization was only at the 14th realm. As Xiaqin Supreme Being's thoughts were turning, a voice suddenly came through. Xiaqin, what have you decided? A Supreme Being from the Star Alliance looked over, transmitting his words secretly. He still did not want to give up on the marvels collected by the human civilization evolvers. As long as they are brought out through the 4 Divine Kings, the Star Alliance could gain greatly from it. Since the Star Alliance was not in a hostile relationship with human civilization, this Supreme Being, who achieved his ultimate being status through unique life form, wasn't too concerned about human civilization profiting in the end. Chapter 741 Majestic Heavenly Mountain. Please subscribe. _3 Furthermore, the Star Alliance's cut reached 60%. The more benefits human civilization obtained, the more the Star Alliance would receive. Let's wait and see, Xiaqin Supreme Being said with a smile. Without Lin Yuan, he probably would have already cooperated with the Star Alliance. After all, those wonders within the two-dimensional world were meaningless to the clans unless brought out. Even if the Star Alliance took a cut and human civilization only received 40%, it was better than nothing. Wait and see. This Star Alliance Supreme Being looked at Xiaqin Supreme Being. Does the human evolver who fell into the two-dimensional world possess 11th rank perfect life? 2 years ago, when Xiaqin Supreme Being replied, "Let me think it over," this Star Alliance Supreme Being was just a bit puzzled. But now, with the Heavenly Gate about to open and Xiaqin Supreme Being still replying, "Let's wait and see," a Supreme Being of the Star Alliance was no fool. He immediately conjectured 2 possibilities. One was that the Human Civilization Alliance had already cooperated with other powers and entrusted the task of bringing out the oddities to these allies. The other was that the human evolver who fell into the two-dimensional world was confident enough to compete for the strongest, hopeful of obtaining a place to enter the Heavenly Gate. Compared to the first possibility, the Star Alliance Supreme Being was more inclined to believe the second. Source: updated on Wuxia World. Site: After all, so far, he had a good idea of which forces possess powerhouses close to the 4 Divine Kings within the two-dimensional world. It was very unlikely for human civilization to cooperate with them, and even if they did cooperate, the cut would certainly be much higher than what the Star Alliance required. Human civilization had no need to make things difficult by looking too far. You all know about the 11th level perfected evolver for my Human Civilization Alliance, don't you? Xiaqin Supreme Being retorted. He did not disclose anything about Lin Yuan, not even a hint of information. In the two-dimensional world, the higher the profile, the more dangerous it was, as it made one an easy target for concerted attacks. The 4 Divine Kings were like this, but they had supreme weapons integrated into their bodies. ensuring they could withstand an attack, even if surrounded. You'll know when the time comes. The Star Alliance Supreme being pondered for a moment and then stopped thinking further. Even if human civilization truly had an 11th rank perfected evolver in the two-dimensional world, it was unlikely they could rival the 4 Divine Kings. Even without the 4 Divine Kings, it would still be difficult to match those other 11th rank perfect legendary lives. In terms of pure combat power, human evolvers were generally at a disadvantage against powerful special beings within the same rank. 8th layer evolvers creating their inner world narrowed the gap between them and special beings, but it was only a narrowing. Deep underground, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. His aura was completely retracted, almost merging with the surrounding soil. But within his flesh, every drop of blood was exceedingly viscous, and his flesh and internal organs were nearly strong to an unimaginable degree. The 50th realm of the Witch Ancestor. Lin Yuan straightened up slightly, and the sound of his bones colliding was like thunder, twisting the air around him. It's time to go. Lin Yuan slowly stood up, and threw a gentle punch, a terrifying force piercing dozens of miles, creating a wide passage between his current position and the ground surface. My current strength, I wonder how it compares to the 4 Divine Kings with their supreme weapons? Lin Yuan thought to himself. In terms of realm, he was confident he surpassed the 4 Divine Kings, but his combat power was uncertain as the opponent had a refined supreme weapon. Nobody knew how powerful it could be in this two-dimensional world. 200 years. Ever since 100 years ago, when I stepped into the 40th realm of the Witch Ancestor, I've felt my progress slowing down, spending a full 100 years going from the 40 realms to the 50th. Lin Yuan sighed. The closer to the limit, the more difficult it was to take another step forward. Never mind. There's still 2 months before the Heavenly Gate opens. I can set off now. With a single step, Lin Yuan appeared on the ground surface moments later. This trip to the Heavenly Mountain, it'll see the strength of other powerhouses. If they're all far weaker than me, it'll sweep through and enter the Heavenly Gate directly. If there are those whose combat power is close to mine, it'll give up the opportunity for this opening of the Heavenly Gate and wait for the next one in 10,000 years. Lin Yuan set a plan for himself. The longer the time, the stronger his power would grow. In terms of realm advancement, Lin Yuan had against Heaven's understanding undoubtedly far surpassing the myriad tribes' powerhouses. Even 11th rank perfect legendary lives were far inferior to him. So there was no need for him to compete with other powerhouses during this opening period of the Heavenly Gate. Go straight to Heavenly Mountain. There is no need to stop by the Luo River Gathering Ground or the Shu ancient country capital. After settling on a direction, Lin Yuan strode forward. Ever since stepping into the Witch Ancestor's 20th realm, Lin Yuan rarely appeared in the Luo River Gathering Ground because his strength was too formidable. Mishandling it could lead to catastrophic consequences for the Gathering Ground. In the Shuyu ancient country capital, apart from visiting in the early years, Lin Yuan hardly ever went back. More than 10 days later, Lin Yuan was about to reach Heavenly Mountain. On this journey, I've already sensed the presence of quite a few myriad tribes' powerhouses. Lin Yuan thought quietly to himself. The vast majority of the myriad tribes' powerhouses came in groups. Over the past 200 years, strong powerhouses from the myriad clans had often hunted other tribes. So those who survived now were grouped together. Those myriad tribes' powerhouses who did not group up were mostly very confident, most likely Tier 11 beings. Since the descent of the myriad tribes' powerhouses into this two-dimensional world, more than 300 years had passed, and no more than 200,000 of them were still alive. Among those 200,000, there were just over 200 Tier 11 powerhouses, down by 1/3 from just over 300 in the beginning. A moment later, Lin Yuan finally arrived at Heavenly Mountain. Is that Heavenly Mountain? Lin Yuan stopped in his tracks, gazing at the distant towering mountain, and his expression became slightly more solemn. Chapter 742 Numerous Wonders. Please subscribe. In the past 200 years, Lin Yuan had also visited Heavenly Mountain. But each time he observed, he still felt somewhat shocked. Heavenly Mountain was probably around 80 or 90,000 meters high, seemingly insignificant when compared with the vast stars in the cosmic starry skies. However, Lin Yuan could vaguely sense that the entire heavenly mountain was flowing with an inexplicable and mysterious aura. This aura reminded Lin Yuan of the similar feeling he had when he was on the ancestral star of human civilization. No, to be precise, the aura flowing from Heavenly Mountain was even more vast and profound than that of the ancestral star of human civilization. If Heavenly Mountain is already like this, I wonder what the scene will be like when the Sky Gate appears, Lin Yuan thought to himself, quietly. Although he had seen descriptions of the Sky Gate in many ancient texts and records, the understandings of the Sky Gate by those native beings from the two-dimensional world couldn't even describe a tiny fraction of its reality. Just like the towering heavenly mountain in front of him, in the eyes of the natives from the two-dimensional world, it was merely a little taller and famous only because of the Sky Gate. But in front of Lin Yuan, it was infinitely mysterious. Source: updated on Wuxia World. Site: so sometimes, the higher one's level of existence, the deeper the feeling and the more one knows and sees. The core area of this two-dimensional world should be this heavenly mountain, Lin Yuan speculated in his heart. Here, the core area didn't refer to the physical core, but rather the place closest to the depths of the two-dimensional world. Just as Lin Yuan stopped and carefully observed the heavenly mountain not far away. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One after another, formidable beings raced towards him. These strong entities exuded powerful auras, releasing them without restraint. But upon seeing Lin Yuan, their expressions subtly changed. Isn't that the mysterious powerhouse from Xiuyu ancient country? It should be him. The aura is similar, and he's carrying that dark iron rod on his back. I heard that 200 years ago, this mysterious powerhouse only took 2 breaths to kill Pei Shun, and even with his defensive artifact, Tuoba ancient god only lasted half a day. 6 or 7 powerhouses from the myriad tribes bowed respectfully from a distance towards Lin Yuan. This time, Lin Yuan came without concealing his appearance, mainly because when he had moved against Tuoba ancient god and other special beings before, he had exposed his aura. Within the two-dimensional world, the aura of every living being can't be changed. In such a case, there was no need for Lin Yuan to hide his appearance, because he would be recognized anyway. As for the dark iron rod on his back, since he couldn't hide his identity, there wasn't much point in keeping this special object inside the independent space contained within the silver mirror. Because the enemies would certainly be wary of this move, it could expose the secret of the silver mirror instead. Inside the space of the silver mirror, Lin Yuan stored other trump cards, such as the Jade Axe, an extremely sharp artifact, which was completely different in style from the dark iron rod. Used at the right moment, it could completely play a role in changing the course of a battle. In the distance, the 6 or 7 powerhouses from the myriad clans were still stealthily observing Lin Yuan. This mysterious powerhouse from Xiuyu ancient country, not having made a move in the past 200 years, still ranks among the top 9 powerhouses, and although he's only 9th, his strength is immeasurable. To not have made a move for 200 years and still be ranked 9th is terrifying. Who knows what strength he possesses now? These few powerhouses from the myriad clans whispered amongst themselves. They came to see the Sky Gate this time with no intention of entering it, as the possibility was almost zero. It's time to meet up with the human evolvers. Lin Yuan glanced at the 6 or 7 powerhouses of the myriad clans in the distance without paying them too much attention. Before his last retreat, the Xiaqin Supreme Being had instructed him to meet up with the evolvers of human civilization after reaching Heavenly Mountain. The purpose of this was to have all human civilization evolvers fully assist Lin Yuan and strive for the possibility of entering the Sky Gate. Although no one from the human civilization evolvers had yet reached the level of the top 9 powerhouses, the efforts of many Tier 11 evolvers could still be somewhat effective. Most importantly, having these human civilization evolvers beside him meant Lin Yuan didn't have to feel too much pressure. As a peak clan, the human civilization besides having the 9 supreme beings, had unity as their most important attribute. Going alone? Even those unique special beings were forced to establish the Star Alliance to confront the grand alliances of peak clans like human civilization and the insect race. Moreover, if he could enter the Sky Gate, Lin Yuan still needed to acquire some special object from human civilization to take with him. He would have to make contact with the human civilization evolvers then. I have the silver mirror, with the independent space inside it. Even some special artifact can be easily brought out, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Other powerhouses didn't have the silver mirror, and even for the 4 divine kings at most, they could only take out ordinary artifacts. Abnormally sized artifacts, such as objects several meters in size, would become inconvenient. Without knowing whether they had to enter immediately after the Sky Gate opened, how could they carry an object of several meters in size with them? That would only be a hindrance and drag down their combat capability. Close to Heavenly Mountain, Yin Fu, who had just entered the Witch Ancestor realm, had harbored great ambitions, planning to showcase his strength at Heavenly Mountain to intimidate the 12 ancient countries. But before he even reached Heavenly Mountain, he couldn't help but tremble. Isn't it said that Witch Ancestor-level powerhouses are stable entrants into the Sky Gate? Wasn't it said that in past Sky Gate openings, the competing powerhouses were only Witch Emperors? Yin Fu couldn't understand. Along the way, he had cautiously sensed dozens of auras, all without exception at the Witch Ancestor level. And in Yin Fu's perception, it was far beyond the level of a Witch Ancestor like himself who had just entered the realm. This caused Yin Fu's mentality to somewhat collapse. Having stepped into the Witch Ancestor realm, he had originally thought he could dominate the world. But after sensing for a long time, he found himself to be the weakest among them. How could there be so many Witch Ancestors? Yin Fu could not comprehend. He had transitioned from a Witch to Witch King, then to Witch Emperor, and now to a Witch Ancestor. He knew all too well the difficulty of becoming a Witch Ancestor. Should I still go to Heavenly Mountain now? Yin Fu looked toward the distant Heavenly Mountain whose outline was faintly visible, and for a moment he hesitated. The presence of dozens of powerful Witch Ancestor auras he sensed earlier made him somewhat fearful of the Heavenly Mountain in the distance. He hadn't even reached Heavenly Mountain yet, but with so many powerhouses around, once he got close, his life might even be in danger. Go! I have cultivated for 600 years just to witness the Heavenly Gate. No matter how many powerhouses there are, nothing can stop me from heading to Heavenly Mountain. Eventually, Yin Fu, a 1-in-a-million existence among native lives, quickly adjusted his mentality and continued toward Heavenly Mountain. However, compared to before, Yin Fu was much more low-profile this time, not even daring to leak a hint of his breath, and he would stop every once in a while, survey his surroundings briefly, and then resume his journey. At the foot of Heavenly Mountain, within a manor, this was a stronghold of human civilization where the Heavenly Gate appeared. More than 200 or 300 years ago, evolvers from human civilization had rushed here to establish a base. This was the advantage of having a powerful backing. They didn't need to worry about minor matters, as specialized personnel had already taken care of them. At this moment, deep within the manor, more than 20 figures gathered. All these figures were Tier 11 evolvers from human civilization, sitting here as if they were waiting for something. The Supreme Being asked us to wait here, saying that an important figure from our human civilization would come. Who exactly is this important figure for whom the Supreme Being specifically gave orders? The many Tier 11 evolvers were curious. Having cultivated to Tier 11, they already belonged to the top echelons of human civilization. Most of the powerhouses within the clans were well known to each other. Yet they had no idea about this important figure mentioned by the Supreme Being. According to the Supreme Being, we need to assist this important figure to the best of our abilities, even if it means sacrificing this avatar. A tall female evolver spoke out, her tone slightly puzzled. For an important figure necessitating the sacrifice of an avatar for their assistance by these Tier 11 evolvers, who could it be? Could it be that this important figure has the qualifications to compete for the Heavenly Gate spot? One of the Tier 11 evolvers speculated. That must be the case. Yes, otherwise it wouldn't warrant the Supreme being so serious. Our human civilization has such a person among the powerhouses who fell into this two-dimensional world. The Tier 11 evolvers converse with each other, all highly curious about the important figure mentioned by the Supreme Being. Among the more than 20 Tier 11 evolvers, Nalen, the Deputy Tower Master, sitting in a corner, was just quietly listening. Although he was also a Tier 11 evolver, he had only recently reached Tier 11, and there was a difference in status and position between him and the seasoned Tier 11s present. I wonder where the Galaxy Master is now. Nalen, the Deputy Tower Master, pondered other matters in his mind. In his view, the Galaxy Master had incredible talent, but there was still a significant gap compared to those Tier 11 perfect legendary lives. The opening of the Heavenly Gate this time was probably just an occasion for observation. Suddenly, at that moment, a figure appeared outside the manor. All the Tier 11 evolvers present immediately noticed. Someone is outside? Is it the important figure mentioned by the Supreme Being? The more than 20 Tier 11 evolvers immediately rose to their feet and came outside the manor to greet the newcomer personally. When they saw the face of the arrival and felt the aura, they were immediately taken aback. The mysterious powerhouse from Shuyu, ancient country. Over 200 years ago, this mysterious powerhouse acted, killing both Toba, ancient god, and Peishun, two Tier 11 special lives ranked in the 5th tier. My goodness, this mysterious powerhouse from Shuyu, ancient country, comes from our human civilization. The tall female Tier 11 evolver stepped forward and communicated with Lin Yuan to confirm his identity, and the rest of the Tier 11 evolvers immediately erupted in excitement. May I ask how you were dressed? The tall woman spoke with a hint of respect. Her name was Xianyuan Dua, and in the two-dimensional world, she was one of the strongest evolvers among humans, being listed among the 9 greatest powerhouses during the early days of arrival. However, she was soon replaced. Just call me Xiu, Lin Yuan said casually. In the two-dimensional world, every powerhouse faced suppression, their aura completely different from the outer world, along with changes to their appearance and build, even altering their methods of combat. Unless one acknowledged their identity, it was very difficult for others to deduce who they truly were. Lord Xiu, the tall woman, Xianyuan Dua, invited Lin Yuan into the manor and then opened a large chest, revealing many strange and wondrous objects inside. Then, I shall leave these wonders in your care, Lord Xiu, Xianyuan Dua said gravely. The 10 or so odd items in the chest were the results of what countless evolvers from human civilization had gathered and searched for over the past 300 years. According to the Supreme Being's intentions, all these wonders were to be handed over to Lin Yuan for safekeeping. These wonders, Lin Yuan's gaze swept over the many strange objects, his expression suddenly revealing surprise. Chapter 743, Appearance of the Heavenly Gate. Subscription request. The items inside the box were of various shapes: hammers, swords, armors, and more. With over a dozen of these extraordinary items gathered together, even in this two-dimensional world that suppressed all laws, Lin Yuan could feel a strong, extraordinary aura surging. Among them, what caught Lin Yuan's eye was a tower-shaped, extraordinary item, which emitted fluctuations of aura somewhat similar to those of a silver mirror. This tower-shaped item probably also contains an independent space inside, though smaller than my mirror, Lin Yuan thought to himself. The aura emitted by the tower-shaped item was slightly inferior to that of the silver mirror. But haven't they discovered the use of this extraordinary item? Lin Yuan glanced at Xianyuan Dua before him. If they could utilize the function of the tower-shaped item, they wouldn't have needed this box to store over a dozen items. They could have just stored everything safely within the independent space of the tower-shaped item, inconspicuously. Lin Yuan thought for a moment, and then understood why this was the case. Initially, to develop the capabilities of the silver mirror, he had focused his mental energy into it for almost half a day. It nearly impacted his own strength. At that time, Lin Yuan was already at the Witch Ancestor 19th realm. Lin Yuan's Witch Ancestor 19th realm was achieved by perfecting each previous realm, ultimately stepping into the 19th realm. Source: updated on NOVG0. Co. That was probably equivalent to the normal myriad tribes powerhouses at about Witch Ancestor 25th realm, meaning the minimum threshold to develop the tower-shaped item was the Witch Ancestor 25th realm. And the currently strongest evolver within human civilization, Xinyuan Dua, was barely at the Witch Ancestor 20th realm. Unless she risked everything, depleting all her mental energy, she might have been able to activate the independent space inside the tower-shaped item. But Xinyuan Dua would not do such a thing, as the risks involved were too great. Should she encounter an attack from other myriad tribes' powerhouses during this period, human civilization might very well be ousted prematurely, like the Tianyu clan. Most of the evolvers within human civilization weren't, like Lin Yuan, hiding in some inconspicuous corner. They established bases in the ancient country capital, needing strong warriors stationed at all times to prevent mishaps. I can keep half of these items if I can take them out, Lin Yuan thought to himself as he looked over the items. This was the promise given to him by Xia Qin Supreme Being. The more items he could take out, the more he could keep. Of course, Lin Yuan could also choose not to take the items and instead exchange them for corresponding merit points to redeem other precious resources collected by human civilization. So far, submitting 12-star Strange Treasures weapons is one of the few means to earn a massive amount of merit points within human civilization. Because each 12-star exotic treasures weapon potentially aids the entirety of human civilization, its value naturally equates to merit points. Is there also an armor item? Lin Yuan looked at the ash-gray armor in the box. In comparison to the inner armor Lin Yuan was wearing, this armor was significantly bulkier and surely offered better defense than merely an inner armor. Never mind. The inner armor is sufficient for my needs. Lin Yuan gave up on the idea of wearing the oversized armor, as its bulkiness could impair his agility. Of course, that was a drawback specific to this two-dimensional world. If outside, these items could change size at will as long as they could be refined, completely transformable according to one's desires. Then he'll take it. Lin Yuan activated the silver mirror and directly moved the box in front of him into the mirror. Lin Yuan had also mentioned the capabilities of the silver mirror to Xia Qin Supreme Being, which is why the Supreme Being decided to entrust him with the custody of all the items. One reason was his strength. The other was convenience. Spatial fluctuations? Xinyuan Dua was startled when she saw this scene. To cause spatial fluctuations inside the two-dimensional world, not even an 11th rank evolver at their peak could achieve that. Does this signify that Lord Shuyu possesses an item containing a complete space? Xinyuan Dua thought, her expression growing more respectful. Meanwhile, she guessed which legendary evolver from human civilization Lord Shuyu might be. Undoubtedly, the name Blood Rain used by Lin Yuan was a casually chosen code name to conceal his true identity. Xinyuan Dua, hailing from the Xinyuan family, one of the strongest evolver families established by the offspring of supreme beings in human civilization, knew virtually all 11th rank evolvers in human civilization, but she failed to find any legendary evolver at perfect tier 11 resembling Lin Yuan. Could he be from that place? Xinyuan Dua's expression subtly changed. When Lin Yuan met with the human civilization evolvers, there was still a month and a half before the opening of Heavenly Gate. But to be safe, on that afternoon, Lin Yuan led a group of human evolvers to march towards the peak of Heavenly Mountain. In the past, whenever the Heavenly Gate opened, it always appeared above the peak of Heavenly Mountain, the place closest to the gate. Human civilization's powerhouses have arrived. The powerhouses from human civilization within this two-dimensional world this time aren't exceptionally remarkable. Who is leading them? Why haven't we seen him before? Is he that mysterious powerhouse from the Shuyu ancient country? Why would such a mysterious powerhouse gather with human civilization? Could it be that this mysterious powerhouse comes from within human civilization? On their way to the peak of Heavenly Mountain, other powerhouses from the myriad clans also noticed the group of human evolvers, and being part of the peak clans, they garnered attention wherever they went. Chapter 744, The Heavenly Gate Appears, Subscription Request. _2, when these powerhouses of the myriad clan saw that Lin Yuan was the one leading the human civilization evolvers, their hearts were filled with astonishment. The mysterious powerhouse from Shuyu ancient country, although he had only made a move once 200 years ago, had stunned the four quarters and was still ranked among the 9 greatest powerhouses. Originally, many powerhouses of the myriad clans had speculated about the identity of this mysterious powerhouse, and it was most likely that he was a unique special life form similar to the mother of the tree realm and the 4 divine kings. But now, upon seeing him, this mysterious powerhouse actually hailed from human civilization, worthy of human civilization. Terrifying, human civilization possesses such a powerhouse, and yet there was no hint of it until today. It might not necessarily be a powerhouse from human civilization. Perhaps it was just a collaboration with human civilization. The powerhouses of the myriad clans discussed among themselves, most of them clearly understanding that they had no hope of leaving the two-dimensional world. Their purpose in coming to Heavenly Mountain was to glimpse those lives strongest under the Supreme Being in the cosmic starry skies. Lord Shuyu was not our human civilization's powerhouse. Xinyuan Dua glanced at the surrounding myriad tribes' powerhouses and subtly shook her head. Source: updated on N0VG0. So from the tone a Supreme Being had instructed her, Xinyuan Dua was almost certain that Lin Yuan was from human civilization. If he were an outsider, a Supreme Being wouldn't possibly trust him to hand over all the rare items. Beyond the scroll, a Supreme Being of the Star Alliance glanced at Xiaqin Supreme Being and rapidly transmitted a message. So this is the confidence of your human civilization? As the powerhouses of the myriad clans saw Lin Yuan leading the human evolvers towards the summit of Heavenly Mountain, they naturally spread the news, and a Supreme Being of the Star Alliance immediately knew of it. Xiaqin Supreme Being looked at the Supreme Being of the Star Alliance and said nothing. By this point, there was no need for concealment. In face of the celestial gate soon to be opened, all forces needed to be gathered. That's why he had Lin Yuan join up with the human evolvers. It wasn't that he thought Xinyuan Dua and other human evolvers could bring great help to Lin Yuan, but at least when other powerful entities were restrained, Xinyuan Dua and the other human evolvers could intervene. I watched the video of your human civilization evolver's last battle. For an 11th level perfected evolver to possess such combat power is indeed rare, but this time, when the celestial gate opens, competing with us special beings, you are still lacking, said the Supreme Being of the Star Alliance again through transmission. He was speaking the truth. In the two-dimensional world, those strong special beings had far too great an advantage. Let's see after the celestial gate opens. Xiaqin Supreme Being shook his head. The Supreme Being of the Star Alliance thought Lin Yuan was some 11th level perfected evolver of human civilization. But in fact, Lin Yuan was a 10th rank evolver who had just entered the 10th rank not long ago. In just over 100 years, with the strength of the 10th rank, he had crushed Tuoba, Ancient God, and other 5th-tier 11th rank special beings. Such talent and ability were unheard of by Xiaqin Supreme Being. The 4 divine kings, being 11th rank complete legendary life forms, probably wouldn't even qualify to be compared to Lin Yuan if it weren't for that supreme weapon they had brought along. Soon, Lin Yuan arrived at the summit of Heavenly Mountain with the human evolvers. The summit of Heavenly Mountain was vast and broad, where at this moment at least 100,000 myriad tribes powerhouses had gathered. For divine kings, Lin Yuan instantly spotted the 4-armed man sitting cross-legged in the central area of the mountain. Nobody from the myriad tribes powerhouses dared approach this 4-armed man, which was why Lin Yuan immediately noticed him. Is this who Xiaqin Supreme Being warned me to treat cautiously, and if uncertain, to yield this celestial gate spot and prepare for the next opening? Lin Yuan observed the 4 divine kings carefully. In Xiaqin Supreme Being's eyes, it wasn't the four divine kings himself that was fearsome, but the supreme weapon he had brought along. A fully refined supreme weapon might unleash a power far beyond the limits of the two-dimensional world. His arms, Lin Yuan's gaze lingered on the four arms of the four divine kings. This was also where the opponent's supreme weapon integrated. They don't look strong, but it could also be that he's concealing his breath, not exerting his full strength, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Just like him now, as long as he doesn't deliberately exude his aura, the other Myriad Tribes' powerhouses would not be able to detect anything. The reason those Myriad Tribes' powerhouses feared Lin Yuan was entirely due to his dominant battle against Tuoba, ancient god, 200 years ago. Let's observe a bit more. Lin Yuan shifted his gaze from the four divine kings, turning his attention to other Myriad Tribes' powerhouses. Among them, a thin old man burning like flames, and a 3-meter-tall, robust man, and a few other powerhouses caught Lin Yuan's eye. According to the intelligence he had obtained, these were all 11th rank complete legendary lives, though they didn't pose as much of a threat as the four divine kings with a supreme weapon. Still, they were not to be underestimated. In the outer world, these 11th rank complete legendary beings were simply not something Lin Yuan could contend with. But in the two-dimensional world, things were unpredictable. Under equal starting conditions, even if competing with a supreme being, as long as there was enough time, Lin Yuan was confident of winning. In the central area of the summit of Heavenly Mountain, the four divine kings opened his eyes, glanced around, and slightly furrowed his brows. Too many. The summit of Heavenly Mountain was indeed vast, but at this moment, more than 100,000 Myriad Tribes' powerhouses had gathered, and the number was still increasing every moment, making the four divine kings somewhat irritable. For divine kings, how about we join forces and clear the field by screening? The distant thin old man who seemed to be burning with flames spoke up, while the other few 11th rank complete legendary life forms looked over as well. Chapter 745, The Heavenly Gate Appears, Subscription Request. _3, let's begin the selection then, nodded the four divine kings. The very next moment, a terrifying presence, with the four divine kings at its center, swept through in all directions. At the same time, 4 or 5 other 11th rank complete legendary lives also freely released their own auras. In an instant, a horrifying suppressive force enveloped the pinnacle of Heavenly Mountain, and all the Myriad Tribes' powerhouses felt a vast force bearing down upon them. What's going on? What are the four divine kings doing? They're cleansing the field. The four divine kings are cleansing the field. Some of the Myriad Tribes' powerhouses immediately realize something, their faces turning ugly. From now on, only those who can withstand our pressure for the time it takes an incense stick to burn will have the right to stand atop Heavenly Mountain, came the cold voice of the four divine kings. With their strength, if they joined forces with other 11th rank complete legendary lives, they could completely massacre the Myriad Tribes' powerhouses present. But doing so would inevitably offend the forces behind these powerhouses. After 200 to 300 years of hunting, the surviving powerhouses of the Myriad clans had grown wise and would not carry treasures on their person. Source: updated on Wuxia World. Site: if it were for treasures, the four divine kings wouldn't mind stirring up a massacre, but slaughtering these powerhouses of the Myriad clans now was completely pointless. Hence, the four divine kings and other powerhouses chose to cleanse the field. Stand for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. I feel like I can't even withstand it for 10 breaths. Some of the Myriad Tribes' powerhouses were trembling in their legs, not hesitating in the least to exit the range of the mountain summit. After 300 years of hard cultivation, I've finally reached the Witch Ancestor's 10th realm, only to find I don't even have the right to watch the Heavenly Gate open from the summit, said a powerhouse of the Myriad clans, his expression dejected. He was a 10th rank powerhouse in the outside world and had thought that falling into the two-dimensional world would be an opportunity for him. After all, even 11th rank lives would be starting from the same point as him, but he hadn't expected the gap to still be so unimaginably big. Such a terrifying pressure. What realm are the four divine kings really at? A certain 11th rank powerhouse looked serious. He was confident he could withstand the pressure for the time it takes an incense stick to burn, but this was merely the pressure released by the 4 Divine Kings. Struggling so hard against the 4 Divine Kings' pressure, what hope did he have when facing their actual killing intent, let alone competing for a spot through the Heavenly Gate? The 4 Divine Kings have cultivated at least to the witch ancestor 30th realm, mused a grim myriad tribe's powerhouse standing there. He was an 11th rank 5th tier powerhouse, and it was easy for him to withstand the length of an incense stick under the pressure of the 4 Divine Kings. But from the aura and suppressive force emitted by the 4 Divine Kings and other 11th rank complete legendary lives, one could vaguely estimate the true strength of the 4 Divine Kings. On the side of human civilization, Lin Yuan stood quietly, his expression calm and without the slightest fluctuation. The 4 Divine Kings and other 11th rank complete legendary lives joining forces to clear the field did not cross Lin Yuan's bottom line. He even preferred to watch this scene, taking the opportunity to observe the true strength of the 4 Divine Kings and other powerhouses. Although they have released their auras, they have not yet activated that supreme weapon, Lin Yuan thought, gazing distantly at the 4 Divine Kings. Let's wait and see. Lin Yuan was not in a hurry, wanting to see the 4 Divine Kings use that supreme weapon before deciding whether he should compete for a spot through the Heavenly Gate this time. You all. Lin Yuan glanced at his surroundings. At this moment, apart from Xinyuan Dua and others, the evolvers of human civilization looked somewhat strained. They would likely struggle to withstand it for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Under the combined suppressive force of the 4 Divine Kings and a few other 11th rank complete legendary lives, the myriad tribes powerhouses below the witch ancestor 18th realm could hardly hold on. Especially Nalen, who had turned red in the face. As a newly promoted 11th rank evolver, he probably couldn't last even half the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Don't be distracted. With a thought, Lin Yuan began to help them bear the pressure. Suddenly, the faces of Xinyuan Dua and other evolvers relaxed considerably. Thank you, Lord Shuo. Xinyuan Dua and the others immediately expressed their gratitude. At the central summit, the 4 Divine Kings appeared slightly astonished as they looked towards the side of human civilization. Interesting. The 4 Divine Kings faintly felt that the pressure they had released was being invisibly diluted as it encountered the vicinity of the human civilization evolvers. Accomplishing this was far more difficult than simply resisting his pressure. This evolver from human civilization shouldn't be underestimated. The 4 Divine Kings thought highly of Lin Yuan for a moment, but then ceased to pay attention. To them, Lin Yuan at most was on the same level as that skinny old man, an 11th rank complete legendary life, and not a threat to them at their current level. Soon enough, the time of an incense stick was almost up. At this moment, the summit of Heavenly Mountain, originally having tens of thousands of myriad tribes powerhouses, had plummeted to fewer than 300. Most of the myriad tribes powerhouses had been driven to the mountainside, able to see the summit only from a great distance. The 4 Divine Kings are too tyrannical. We're not even trying to get close to the Heavenly Gate, so why clear us out like this? If you think the 4 Divine Kings are tyrannical, you can go challenge them. The many myriad tribes powerhouses driven down from the summit showed discontent on their faces, but dare not take any rash actions. If at the beginning of their descent into this two-dimensional world, they had hoped to threaten the likes of the 4 Divine Kings by joining forces, then after more than 300 years have passed, powerhouses like the 4 Divine Kings have long since grown, far beyond what they could contend against with numbers. Thus, the myriad tribes powerhouses below the summit were discontented, but not daring to take a step back onto the summit. Soon enough, the time an incense stick had passed. Atop the summit, there were only just over 100 myriad tribes powerhouses left. All were 11th rank powerhouses. Now it's much quieter. The 4 Divine Kings looked around with satisfaction and sat down cross-legged once again. In the distance, the 4 or 5 11th rank complete legendary lives also nodded slightly. Even though they were planning to join forces against the 4 Divine Kings, The notion of weak ones having no right to stand atop Heavenly Mountain and wait for the Heavenly Gate to open with them still coincided with the four divine kings without prior agreement. Lin Yuan and Xin Yuan Dua, along with the other human civilization evolvers, also stood in their places waiting. Time slowly passed by. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had gone. On that day, under the gaze of all the myriad tribes, powerhouses on the summit, a grand spatial fluctuation began to converge in the sky above the summit. Chapter 746 crossed this line and die. Please subscribe. The Heavenly Gate has appeared. This is the Heavenly Gate. I feel the entire two-dimensional world is trembling. I now believe that through the Heavenly Gate, one can truly leave this world. At the mountainside, many of the myriad tribes' powerhouses were visibly excited, staring intently at the sky above the mountaintop, where, under the surging force of space, a heavenly gate over 10 meters tall was gradually taking shape from its ethereal beginnings. Heavenly Gate? The four divine kings' gaze was solemn, and even though he considered himself invincible in the two-dimensional world, he was somewhat nervous now. The Heavenly Gate was critical to whether he could leave. Other myriad tribes' powerhouses who stayed in the two-dimensional world paid the price by losing part of their spirit will. But for him, the four divine kings, if he couldn't return to the universe, he would lose not only part of his spirit will, but an ultimate weapon as well. Even for a supreme being, obtaining an ultimate weapon that completely suited oneself was no easy feat. And what about him? The four divine kings? If he were to lose this ultimate weapon in the two-dimensional world, the four divine kings would probably have to wait until he became a supreme being to obtain another suitable ultimate weapon. But how long would that take? And there was no guarantee for the four divine kings to become ultimate, to achieve ascendancy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been dragging his feet until now. I will be the one to enter the Heavenly Gate this time. The four divine kings' expression was fierce, and between his forearms, an indistinct, mysterious power was circulating. Is that the Heavenly Gate? From afar, Lin Yuan was also observing the Heavenly Gate. What a massive spatial fluctuation! Lin Yuan was astonished in his heart. The spatial fluctuation emitted by the silver mirror paled in comparison to the Heavenly Gate before him. It was like the light of a glowworm against the bright moon. The two were not on the same level at all. To leave the two-dimensional world, one must rely on the Heavenly Gate. Lin Yuan thought to himself that it was absolutely impossible for an individual alone to cause such a huge disturbance in the force of space. Outside the scroll, just as the Heavenly Gate was gradually becoming more tangible, dozens of supreme beings were on high alert, anticipating that if the Heavenly Gate was the portal connecting the two-dimensional world with the main universe, then when the Heavenly Gate appeared, the two-dimensional world, severed by white paper, would establish a conduit to the main universe. At that time, they, the supreme beings, could better observe the essence of white paper. They could even interfere with the two-dimensional world. For example, forcefully fishing out the myriad tribes, powerhouses who were deeply trapped within. With a barrier of white paper, the supreme beings couldn't affect the inside of the two-dimensional world. But if a connection were established with the methods of a supreme being, fishing people out would be entirely doable. However, a moment later, the faces of the supreme beings outside the scroll turned ugly. What's going on? Why has the Heavenly Gate inside started to materialize, but there is still no change in the outside world? Based on the clan's reports, when the Heavenly Gate materializes, there is a massive fluctuation of spatial force. It's clearly the characteristic of establishing a spatial passage. So why is there no response from the outside now? Each of the supreme beings looked puzzled. Normally, with a spatial passage, if one side experiences a spatial fluctuation, the other side should as well. Otherwise, how could they connect? Did something unexpected happen? Let's wait a bit longer. Perhaps it's because the Heavenly Gate hasn't fully manifested, so it hasn't affected the outside world yet. Yes, let's keep waiting. Once the Heavenly Gate is completely formed, it should be about time. Many supreme beings exchanged glances and patiently began to wait again. Having lived through long eons, what they didn't lack was patience. At the summit of Heavenly Mountain, just as the Heavenly Gate was gradually taking shape, the four divine kings and 5 other 11th rank perfect legendary lives suddenly charged toward the heavenly gate. Boom, boom, boom. Easier than a fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Terrible sonic booms reverberated in all directions. In just a blink of an eye, the 4 divine kings had exchanged hundreds of blows with the 5 other 11th rank perfect lives. We must take down the 4 divine kings first. The gaunt old man and the other 4 looked at each other and joined forces, pressing down towards the 4 divine kings. In their eyes, the 4 divine kings posed too great a threat. Keeping the 4 divine kings would only allow them to pick the spoils after the others had battled. You want to take me down first? You are not worthy. The 4 divine kings laughed madly, his 4 arms swirling with dense vital energy. Rip! The 4 divine kings' arms were incredibly nimble, lightly reaching out and landing on the chest of the 3-meter-tall burly man. This 3-meter-tall burly man was also an 11th rank complete legendary life. His expression changed drastically as he began to retreat explosively, only stopping after 100 meters. Swoosh! The figure of the 3-meter-tall burly man disappeared, rejoining the battle against the 4 divine kings. Were. Accompanied by the ferocious combat of the 4 divine kings and the gaunt old man with the other 4 powerhouses, their terrifying attacks had almost plowed through the entire summit of the heavenly mountain. They're too strong. How can the 4 divine kings be so strong? At the top of the summit, over 111th rank powerhouses, who had initially planned to get closer to the heavenly gate and perhaps sneak some benefits, but after seeing the exchange between the 4 divine kings and the other 5 powerhouses, didn't dare to approach. Anyone who dared approach the heavenly gate at this moment would become the target of the 4 divine kings and those 5 powerhouses. The outcome would almost be certain death. Not even a defense artifact could keep them alive. A defense artifact might block 99% of the attacks, but the residual shockwave penetration was enough to annihilate any of the myriad tribes' powerhouses. Damn it! At the central position close to the mountaintop, Hoju of the prison tribe, wielding a blood-red long knife, was filled with reluctance. He was one of the few strong contenders from the myriad tribes who dared to bring a mysterious artifact into the fray. But Hoju did not carry the strange object directly with him. His blood-colored long knife was placed inside a wooden box, and outsiders did not know what was inside. Originally, Hoju had planned to make a great show with the blood-colored long knife when approaching the heavenly gate. Yet at the moment, he could not even get close to the battlefield of the 4 divine kings and Bosun. At the mountain base, over 100,000 powerhouses from the myriad clans watched the battle between the 4 divine kings and the other 5 strong contenders in utter shock. In this two-dimensional world, they can exert such strength. Aren't the 4 divine kings too freakish? Thank goodness I came down from the mountain prematurely. Otherwise, I would have been gravely injured by the aftermath of their clash, if not dead. Alas, it seems I have no chance to enter the heavenly gate now. The 4 divine kings and those 5 contenders have already occupied the 6 spots for the opening of the heavenly gate. I can't possibly live for 70,000 years in this two-dimensional world. While watching the battle, an air of desperation began to surge in the hearts of many powerhouses of the myriad tribes. Even a small proportion of them directly extinguished their avatars. Since they were to suffer essential losses sooner or later, they might as well face it now. On the side of human civilization, Xianyuan Dua and the other evolvers watched the battle under the heavenly gate with trepidation. Lord Shuiyu, should we give up this opportunity for the opening of the heavenly gate? Xianyuan Dua couldn't help but ask, truly frightened by the scene of the confrontation between the 4 divine kings and the other strong contenders. Let's wait and see, Lin Yuan said nonchalantly. So far, the 4 divine kings had yet to use their ultimate weapon. The fighting between the 6 contenders looked extremely brutal, but neither side had truly exerted their full power yet. The 5 11th rank complete legendary lives, led by the small and thin old man, had also not yet used a single mysterious artifact. Under the heavenly gate, huff, huff, 6 figures were fighting fiercely. The heavenly gate is about to materialize. You 4 join forces and hold them off. They'll go check out the heavenly gate. The small and thin old man quickly broke away, intending to head towards the heavenly gate. According to the information within the two-dimensional world, only the life that stands in front of the heavenly gate first after it opens can attempt to push it. This meant that it was not directly related to strength. Even though the individual strength of the four divine kings was the strongest, as long as they did not stand in front of the heavenly gate, there was a chance that the small and thin old man could enter it. How dare you? The four divine kings instantly went mad. A dimly luminous light suddenly appeared between his forearms, and an aura that shook the soul momentarily covered the entire mountain summit. The four divine kings are using that ultimate weapon. The small and thin old man, who had originally intended to approach the heavenly gate, immediately returned. His actions just now were solely to provoke the four divine kings, forcing them to use their ultimate weapon prematurely. If the four divine kings had endured a little longer and allowed the small and thin old man to approach the heavenly gate, the other four 11th rank complete legendary lives would probably have been unable to sit still. Boom! A terrifying aura suddenly exploded. The small and thin old man and the other 5 strong contenders also used their mysterious artifacts for the first time. In an instant, the battle beneath the heavenly gate escalated several levels, with the horrifying aftermath almost continuously eroding the height of the mountain summit. Ha 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 ha! You 5 useless things. You think you can deal with me by joining forces? The four divine kings waved their 4 arms, and every attack they launched shook the 5 11th rank complete legendary strength contenders. He's so strong. The small and thin old man looked troubled, but did not back down. The heavenly gate was right before his eyes. Unless absolutely necessary, he was unwilling to give up. Now, the 4 divine kings were facing 5 at once and had the upper hand, but that didn't mean they could definitely beat them. Boom! The energy of the small and thin old man and the other 5 contenders surged once more, repelling the 4 divine kings' frenzied attacks. Let's go. We can't stay here any longer. Hurry, let's go. The 11th rank powerhouses standing on the summit began to rush towards the middle of the mountain. They felt that if they continued to stay there, they might indeed be in mortal danger. Lord Shuiyu, we should also leave quickly, Xin Yuan Dua said urgently. Their ability to withstand the pressure emanating from the 4 divine kings and the others was solely due to Lin Yuan's protection. Most human evolvers did not have the right to stand at the top of the mountain, and now that the fight between the 4 divine kings and the other 5 contenders had escalated, it would be suicidal not to leave. Leave? Why should we leave? Lin Yuan shook his head slightly, his gaze still fixed on the heavenly gate, which had mostly materialized. I originally thought that a refined ultimate weapon could unleash considerable power in this world. Turns out it's just this. What do you mean? Xin Yuan Dua was somewhat baffled. She did not understand why at this moment. Instead of worrying about evading the aftermath, Lord Shuiyu was talking about the power of the ultimate weapon. However, before Xin Yuan Dua could recover her wits, Lin Yuan, who had been standing in front of her, casually stepped forward and vanished from the spot. Beneath the heavenly gate, where the 4 divine kings and the small and thin old man and other contenders had been fiercely colliding, suddenly everyone felt their scalps explode, as if they were facing life-and-death decisions, and fear arose in their hearts. They started to retreat wildly in all directions without hesitation. Swish! A figure crossed over their former positions and appeared in front of the barely manifested heavenly gate. This figure, with his back to the 4 divine kings and the other 6 strong contenders, raised his right hand and gently drew a line behind him. A constantly trembling black aura encompassed half of the mountain summit, and the 4 divine kings and the other 6 strong contenders were all outside this thin line of black energy. It was only then that Lin Yuan even glanced at the 4 divine kings and the others. Cross this line and die. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 747, Why does this line move on its own? Please subscribe. In front of the divine gateway, Lin Yuan approached for a closer observation. The two were less than half a meter apart. A black line of breath, seemingly substantial, prevented the 4 divine kings and other level 11 perfect legendary powerhouses from crossing. This sight was incredibly shocking, as even authoritarian beings like the four divine kings displayed looks of doubt and uncertainty, refraining from crossing the line. At the foot of the mountain, tens of thousands from the myriad tribes, powerhouses widened their eyes. Within their view of the scene, originally, the four divine kings and 5 other powerhouses were engaged in a fierce battle. But in the next moment, they all stopped and retreated swiftly. Then a figure appeared in front of the divine gateway. With a flick of his hand, he drew a line and left a message: "Those who cross this line shall die." What was most unbelievable was that the 4 divine kings and the 5 other powerhouses really didn't cross that thin line. They just let that suddenly emerging figure stand in front of the divine gateway. What's the situation now? Why aren't the 4 divine kings fighting anymore? That figure in front of the divine gateway, is he the mysterious powerhouse from Shuyu ancient country who emerged 200 years ago from human civilization, who suddenly made a move and deterred the 4 divine kings? So domineering, those who cross this line shall die? He really doesn't regard the 4 divine kings at all? The myriad tribes powerhouses rapidly discussed amongst themselves, currently situated on the mountainside, unable to sense the fluctuations of aura at the peak. They could only make judgments based on the reactions of the 4 divine kings and other powerhouses. At the mountaintop, the many 11th rank powerhouses who had not yet evacuated were watching Lin Yuan in absolute astonishment. He's too strong. How is this human civilization's blood rain so powerful? As soon as he took action, the 4 divine kings dare not continue. One by one, the 11 rank powerhouses got closer and sensed more, leading them to find the situation even more unbelievable. They had originally thought that among all the myriad tribes powerhouses, with the refining of the supreme weapon, the 4 divine kings would be the strongest. Even other level 11 perfect legendary powerhouses, like the Slender Elder and 5 others, needed to join forces to barely contend. Then Lin Yuan suddenly appeared. Note that the outside world had deemed Lin Yuan among the 9 great powerhouse levels. But there was still a significant gap between him and the 4 divine kings, the Slender Elder, and the other 5 powerhouses. Lore Blood Rain. It's on the side of human civilization's evolvers. Xin Yuan Dua and other evolvers were somewhat dazed. Just over a month ago, they were pleasantly surprised to learn that Lin Yuan also came from human civilization. Based on the strength that Lin Yuan had displayed 200 years ago, even if he wasn't quite at the level of superior powerhouses like the 4 divine kings, he was still strong enough to compete for entrance into the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th opening of the divine gateway. As for the first opening of the divine gateway, honestly, Xin Yuan Dua had no expectations at all. Accompanying Lin Yuan was just to witness the divine gateway for herself. After all, she was well aware of the strength of the 4 divine kings. Even if they joined forces with the Slender Elder and others to confront the 4 divine kings, the likelihood of entering the divine gateway would probably still be unrelated to Lin Yuan. Therefore, from the beginning, Xin Yuan Dua didn't think this opening of the divine gateway had anything to do with human evolvers. This was a competition among the innate mighty extraordinary beings. Outside the scroll, the many supreme beings also paid close attention to the scenes atop Heavenly Mountain. Unable to peer into the 2-dimensional world, they could only watch the shared memory images of the myriad clans, powerhouses present on Heavenly Mountain. The 4 divine kings are indeed very strong. The spot for this divine gateway's opening should belong to the 4 divine kings. Truly the unique and unparalleled special beings, the treasures of the Star Alliance. The supreme beings carefully deduced the outcome of the battle through the memory images, which held no surprises for them. Originally, they were aware that the 4 divine kings should be the final victors. After all, compared to other myriad clans' powerhouses, refining a supreme weapon completely suited to oneself held too great an advantage. The forces behind the myriad clans' powerhouses had also considered extinguishing the 4 divine kings early on, only to end up with the Qianyu clan being slaughtered and eliminated prematurely. However, just as the supreme beings continued their observations, they were stunned, for through the memory images, they saw Lin Yuan appear and force the retreat of the 4 divine kings and the other 5 powerhouses. Is this an evolver from human civilization? How can he be so strong, surpassing even the combined force of the 4 divine kings? One supreme being after another displayed surprise, as even the 4 divine kings, to these beings of the 12th rank ultimate, didn't seem like much, merely a young individual with prospects of becoming ultimate. What surprised the supreme beings was the unexpected turn in the battle. Sir the Novelier, an E.T. website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Could there be someone stronger than the 4 divine kings? And this powerhouse came from human civilization? A frown creased the forehead of a supreme being from the Star Alliance, who was observing through the memory images of the 4 divine kings, and therefore knew more about the aura Lin Yuan emitted. No wonder you, Xiaqin, were unwilling to cooperate with me. Your human civilization has been hiding deeply. The Star Alliance's supreme being looked at the Xiaqin supreme being with some dissatisfaction and muttered under his breath. At this moment, he finally understood why the Xiaqin supreme being had previously acted so perfunctorily. It turned out that human civilization didn't need to rely on the 4 divine kings to enter the divine gateway. Although the 4 divine kings and other powerhouses did not directly confront Lin Yuan, their perceptions allowed them to deduce that the latter was stronger than them, much stronger. For this opening of the divine gateway, the most hopeful to enter had now shifted from the 4 divine kings to Lin Yuan. Ha! Xiaqin's supreme being's face revealed a smile. Over the past 200 years, he also hadn't pressed Lin Yuan much on his capabilities, feeling that it would create pressure. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 748, How did this line move on its own? Please subscribe, _2 regardless of whether he was asked or not. Lin Yuan's strength would not be affected. Xiaqin Supreme Being felt it was best to let Lin Yuan perform by himself. At least the witch ancestors' 35 realms. Xiaqin Supreme Being judged internally that Lin Yuan had easily forced back the 4 divine kings and the other 6 powerhouses, all of whom were from the ancestor witch's 30 realms or 31 realms. Being just 2 or 3 realms stronger wouldn't achieve this feat. How does human civilization have such good luck? Far away, several ancestors of the Tianyu clan looked at each other, feeling somewhat envious. From the very beginning of their arrival, the Tianyu clan had been eliminated. Now that the Heavenly Gate was open, the strong members of the Tianyu clan simply could not be bothered to come. This powerhouse of human civilization, compared to his performance in the 2-dimensional world, even surpasses the 4 divine kings. The hope of reaching the ultimate level in future must not be underestimated. The insect queens were quite worried since human civilization and the insect race were absolute mortal enemies, without any possibility of reconciliation. While there might be potential cooperation between the Star Alliance and human civilization, cooperation between the insect race and human civilization. Even if they met without fighting, cooperation would be impossible. In the insect queen's view, if human civilization produced another supreme being in the future, the pressure they would have to bear would surge significantly. Atop Heavenly Mountain, the 4 divine kings and the other 6 powerhouses wore expressions as solemn as water. They were the closest to Lin Yuan and knew very well what level of powerhouse they were dealing with. How is he so much stronger than me? A tumultuous wave surged in the heart of the 4 divine kings. For over 300 years, he had not spent a day without enduring grueling cultivation, constantly seeking to merge the ultimate weapon within his body. He had originally thought himself invincible in this 2-dimensional world, confident that he could handle even an 11th rank complete legendary strength like the skinny old man. But Lin Yuan? A great fear kept emerging in the mind of the 4 divine kings at this moment. He had a feeling that he definitely could not defeat the other party. If he even thought of making a rash move, it could genuinely lead to life-threatening danger. What should we do now? Not far away, the skinny old man glanced at the 4 divine kings. While the 5 of them and the 4 divine kings were adversaries, they did not hesitate to join forces when confronted with a more formidable enemy. What to do? The 4 divine kings felt hesitant as well. The intention of the skinny old man was clear. Would the 6 of them join forces to test Lin Yuan, or simply leave right away? Let's leave, the 4 divine kings said after a deep look at Lin Yuan, slowly retreating down the mountain. He truly sensed a sort of life-threatening danger from Lin Yuan, so he decided to simply give up this chance at the opening of the Heavenly Gate. For the four Divine Kings, there was no point in fighting Lin Yuan for this chance at the Heavenly Gate. As long as he survived, there would be another opportunity to enter the Heavenly Gate next time. Why did he previously engage in combat with the skinny old man and others? It was entirely because the four Divine Kings felt no pressure and was fairly confident in defeating them. But now, the four Divine Kings had not a shred of confidence, and even faced the possibility of being brought down here, naturally knowing how to choose. To leave. Upon seeing the movements of the four Divine Kings, the other five powerhouses glanced at each other and began to retreat as well. The five of them had already had severe difficulty dealing with the four Divine Kings, let alone facing Lin Yuan, who dared not even engage. Couldn't believe none of us would be the ones to enter the Heavenly Gate, thought the skinny old man solemnly, his face tinged with sentimentality. The voluntary retreat of the four Divine Kings and the other six powerhouses caused tremors in the hearts of many watching from the myriad tribes. Retreating without fighting is a show of weakness. Were the four Divine Kings weak? How could they be weak? The mere pressure they emitted pushed 99% of the myriad tribes' powerhouses out of the mountain's waste. The residual impact from their previous wild engagement even caused many 11th-ranked powerhouses to feel numbness in their scalps, not daring to stay at the summit any longer. But now, the four Divine Kings and the other six had voluntarily retreated and given up the chance to enter the Heavenly Gate. The only possible explanation was that the human blood rain standing in front of the Heavenly Gate was beyond the limit of what the four Divine Kings and the others could handle. The four Divine Kings didn't even contemplate engaging. They just left like that. In front of the Heavenly Gate, Lin Yuan's attention was mostly on the gate, but he was still aware of the four Divine Kings and the other six powerhouses. The Heavenly Gate is right here. Not even trying to probe? Lin Yuan was slightly astonished. After all, his statement of whoever crosses this line shall be killed was specifically intended to provoke the four Divine Kings and the others. The reason was that they carried many wondrous items on them. Other powerhouses from the myriad tribes didn't dare to carry wondrous items for fear of being plundered, but for ones like the four Divine Kings and the skinny old man, beings of 11th rank perfect life, this wasn't a concern. Even to maintain their combat power, these six powerhouses carried multiple wondrous items on them. Therefore, from the start to the end, Lin Yuan had never intended to let these six powerhouses go. But if he were to attack and kill directly, there were many supreme beings watching from outside the canvas, and the four Divine Kings were associated with the Star Alliance, which did not have a bad relationship with human civilization. To kill without even asking would undoubtedly look a bit unsightly. Killing Tuoba, ancient god, and other special beings was one thing. Those had a minimal hope of reaching the ultimate level. But the four Divine Kings? Lin Yuan knew that the four Divine Kings were treasures of the Star Alliance, their status not inferior to his own in human civilization. Sar than a fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 749, How Did This Line Move on Its Own? Please subscribe. _3, that's why Lin Yuan did what he had just done, crossing the line to infuriate the four Divine Kings among the six powerhouses. As long as the other side became provoked and collectively crossed the line to confront Lin Yuan, just like the frail old man and the other four powerhouses teamed up to confront the four Divine Kings earlier. Lin Yuan would then have a reason to slay them and snatch their wonders. I said, those who cross the line shall be killed. Now that you've all crossed it, my killing you wouldn't be excessive, would it? It's just that now. Lin Yuan hadn't anticipated that the four Divine Kings along with the other five powerhouses would be so cowardly. Did the aura I released just now scare them? Lin Yuan reflected on himself, roughly understanding the reason. Forget it, I won't pretend any longer. Lin Yuan sighed, no longer caring about appearance or reputation. The next moment, the black line that originally encircled most of the mountain peak suddenly began to expand. Almost in the blink of an eye, It had enclosed the 4 divine kings, the frail old man, and the other 5 powerhouses within it. The 4 divine kings had been planning to withdraw from the mountain peak, distancing themselves from Lin Yuan. But then they discovered, to their surprise, the black line drawn by Lin Yuan started to rapidly expand, and before he could react, he found himself already within its confines. How can a line move? The 4 divine kings were somewhat dazed. The frail old man and the other 5 powerhouses in the distance hadn't reacted either. They were moving away from Lin Yuan. How had they ended up within the black line? The 4 divine kings and the other powerhouses immediately realized something, turned to look at Lin Yuan, who stood before the gates of heaven. All right, since you've all crossed the line, don't blame me for taking action. Lin Yuan turned slowly, his gaze calm, as he spoke unhurriedly. If you want to make a move, don't bother looking for a reason. The 4 divine kings' eyes gradually filled with madness. With his quick thinking, he realized that Lin Yuan had never intended to let them go. Buzz. The 4 divine kings' forearms glowed, emitting an aura far surpassing that of when they had clashed with the frail old man and the other 5 powerhouses. Whoosh. Lin Yuan appeared silently in front of the 4 divine kings, pressing down gently with his right hand. There was no intense collision, nor any ripple of strength released, as if it was merely a light touch. But the 4 divine kings' arms began to twist and deform, their limbs crumbled to dust, and they were sent flying backward, crashing harshly at the edge of the mountain peak. Supreme weapon, indeed, lives up to its reputation. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. If it hadn't been for the sudden protective force erupting from the 4 divine kings' arms just now, the opponent would have been annihilated by his palm strike. Even so, the current 4 divine kings had essentially lost 60% of their combat power. Go! Seeing this, the frail old man and the other 5 powerhouses, who initially planned to see if they could join forces with the 4 divine kings, saw the latter being severely injured by Lin Yuan and dared not linger any longer, fleeing in different directions. Think you can escape? Lin Yuan exhaled softly as a terrifying aura erupted from his body, the thick blood qi spreading in all directions, enveloping everything. Where the blood qi covered, the air turned viscous. The frail old man and the other 5 powerhouses felt as though they were carrying a massive mountain. Their movements slowed to a crawl. In the 2-dimensional world, where the suppression degrades all extraordinary powers, the so-called fields and worlds simply cannot exist. The blood qi field Lin Yuan displayed wasn't a field or world, but a natural force field generated by his blood and physical strength reaching a certain level. Like in the cosmic starry sky, the larger the celestial body, the greater its natural influence and range. This was purely physical law, and it applied here in this 2-dimensional world too. The frail old man suddenly turned around because Lin Yuan had already appeared behind him. I have defensive wonders. You can't kill me. The frail old man didn't continue to flee, but stopped to face Lin Yuan's attack. The 4 divine kings, with their respective perfect weapons, had refined such treasures and thus showed no interest in wonders of the 2-dimensional world. With his strength, the 4 divine kings never believed he would need such defensive wonders. But the frail old man was different. He was wearing 2 defensive wonders and believed that, no matter how strong Lin Yuan was, it would be difficult for him to be killed. However, Lin Yuan struck out with his palm again. Whoosh! The terrifying force penetrated the frail old man's 2 defensive wonders, leaving only 100,000th of the strength to land on him. But even 100,000th of the strength was more than the frail old man could withstand. In an instant, his internal organs were shattered, and he lost all resistance. Phew! Lin Yuan appeared instantly behind the 3rd powerhouse, delivering another palm strike. The 4th, a palm strike. The 5th, a palm strike. The myriad tribes' powerhouses who were watching the battle were shocked speechless at the one-sided slaughter. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would never believe that legendary level 11 perfect beings like the 4 divine kings and the frail old man could be so easily slaughtered. Other than a supreme being who could achieve this. At the deepest part of the 2-dimensional world, this area could no longer be considered part of the 2-dimensional world, but a more concealed space. On a vast expanse of land, an old man barely half a meter tall lay leisurely in an armchair, his eyes squinted, relaxed. In front of him was a huge scroll. The scroll was filled with mist, as if it contained a vast and real world. The half-meter-tall old man, who was previously sleeping, was suddenly disturbed as if something had interrupted his slumber, opened his eyes, and glanced at the giant scroll in front of him. In just over 300 years, breaking through the limit of 30 worlds? Did I stumble upon a treasure this time? The half-meter-tall old man's eyes gleamed with surprise as he began to observe intently. No, this talent is too monstrous. I need to watch longer, Sir the Novel Fire. Enti website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. After considering, the half-meter-tall old man thought, let's continue observing for another 10,000 years to see to what heights you can eventually reach. Search the Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.